10 years ago, a group of gods turned everyone on Earth into players of a sadistic game that forced them to kill monsters in real life, or be killed. Sehan Kim is the only survivor of this horrible world, and after living till the end of humanity, he receives a bad end. When he's given the chance to go back in time and start a second playthrough, our MC is determined to change the course of events and beat the gods at their own game. He wakes up to a clear sunny sky and birds chirping around him. Somehow he returned to the point before the game started, and even his status window hasn't been unlocked yet. A woman walks up to him while he's in a daze and asks him what's going on in his mind. This girl is Jisoo Han, and she's someone he was close to back in college. She's a year younger than him, and he remembers that she took good care of others and often came to talk to him when he was alone. They were on good terms, but never got to open up to each other until the very end. She jokingly asks him if he's out of it from playing video games all night and reminds him that his GPA will tank this semester if he doesn't focus up. His GPA isn't a big deal since the semester won't even get a chance to start, but she doesn't know that. For now, he's more focused on the fact that the system was telling the truth despite everything. It really did send him back to the very first day when all the chaos started in their world. The day is August 17th, and if he remembers correctly, that's the day when the games started. Jisoo notices him spacing out again and asks him if he really did stay up playing video games all night. She's not wrong since he just finished playing a non-stop game of life and death. She continues to warn him about their classes and the impending exams that will start soon, but instead of arguing back, he thanks her for her help, which causes her to turn and blush. Jisoo was always looking out for him in his previous life, and he was always thankful for her, but he never got to say it as much as he wanted. Meanwhile, Jisoo notices something that makes her want to move somewhere else. It's Jonghyun Lee, an arrogant creep who used to pick on Sehan and labeled him a video game addict. Our MC can't even remember what happened to him during his first playthrough. That probably means that he didn't even make it through the first stage. For someone as insignificant as that, there's no reason for him to move. Before, our MC couldn't stand the sight of the guy, but after everything he's been through, there's no reason to care about someone like that. In his mind, it's already been 10 years since he lived through those kinds of days. Jisoo doesn't feel comfortable about being there, and it'd be annoying for her if he tried to talk to her, so she still wants them to go somewhere else. Before they leave though, she notices something going on a little bit away from them. The word she says reminds him of what happened 10 years ago just before the game started. They were in the middle of some small talk on that day as well, when Jisoo pointed out that something was going on in the distance. She thinks they are shooting a movie, when in reality it's something completely different. Little green hands burst out from the ground as goblins pull themselves into their world, shrieking and laughing in joy. The people around them initially don't think it's anything serious, and some people even pull out their phones thinking someone is filming a movie, and these are just little kids wearing costumes. Jisoo also wants to check out what's going on, but Sehan tells her to hold on for a little bit. 10 years ago, he followed her just like she wanted him to, and they both took a look at those monsters, and paid a horrible price for it. People gather around the goblins to take pictures, and it doesn't take long for someone to get stabbed. The goblins start attacking everything on sight, cutting down people and laughing in joy as blood splatters everywhere. It doesn't take long for everyone to figure out that these are indeed real monsters, and they all start to panic. With the sudden appearance of the monsters, the crowd started running away, but that's the worst possible decision they could have made. Goblins aren't that much stronger than an adult male, so to get kills, they love to prey on the weak. That means turning your back to a goblin is as good as asking them to kill you. Goblins kill for sport, and when they kill humans, they do it with a smile. Jisoo reacts quickly and grabs Sehan's hand, but a goblin gets to them first and prepares to stab him. 10 years ago, he was a weakling and a coward, and when the goblin came to stab them just like now, Jisoo put her life on the line to save him. In his first playthrough, he stood frozen behind her as the goblin spilled her blood all over him and the ground. Back then, he left Jisoo behind to die and ran for his life, but now he's a player who has witnessed the world's end. Things are different than they were 10 years ago, and he won't let Jisoo's life be wasted a second time. His settings are still synchronizing from his first playthrough, so he's not as strong as he was back then just yet, but there's no time to waste. He rushes towards the goblin, narrowly dodging a swing from the creature's blade. Then he sends the monster flying with a sharp uppercut, causing the monster to drop its knife in shock. Before it can pick itself up, Sehan grabs the knife before it hits the ground and uses it to stab the goblin. The system dings with a notification, informing him that he's the first player to defeat a goblin in this stage. It also informs him that the products from the DLC store are now available for purchase, and all his remaining points have been transferred over from his first playthrough. He also has access to the forums, which is a service that will be greatly useful to him. And with that, the synchronization of his abilities is complete, and his second playthrough truly begins. When a player completes a quest, they gain points depending on their performance. They can then spend those points to gain stats or purchase special items of their choice. Most video games follow these fundamental rules, and the same rules apply to this world that has been turned into a game. That means that since he brought 700,000 points from his first playthrough, he has exclusive access to pay to win items compared to newbies. Meanwhile, multiple orbs fly over the campus grounds, watching over everyone in the area. A voice calls out from the sky, welcoming the unwilling players to the game of the gods. From now on, everyone present will have to complete quests to survive, and there will be penalties for people who fail to complete quests. As the people struggle to comprehend that their lives have become video games, Sehan wonders what he should do going forward. If he were to suddenly boost his stats or upgrade his gear, he would definitely catch some unwanted attention. For now, he has to be careful now that they have started spying on them in public. The orbs are observers, and they act as eyes of the gods and the Grandmaster. They can vary in appearance depending on the user, but they all usually look very similar. If they start getting suspicious, it would affect the difficulty level of the quests. They wouldn't let him off easy for just being stronger, and they would make things more difficult as a result. To avoid an outcome like that, he has to try his best not to stand out too much. A goblin charges at him, and he grabs it before it can attack, but instead of killing it instantly, he pretends to struggle in hopes that they would think that he's not that powerful. On the other hand, Jisoo looks through the system and the player instructions and starts to understand their situation. She's able to quickly understand that their reality isn't the same one they knew before. The monsters and the weird notification windows are proof enough of that fact. She's surprisingly calm about the whole thing despite the fact that life as they know it has been completely altered. But Sehan is also way too calm about the situation. He has also been easily getting rid of monsters, which is a bit suspicious for her. Before they can discuss further, the main quest appears from a notification window. They are to escape from the college campus, and they have a time limit of 2 days to do so. A large number of goblins will start attacking them from before, and they will need to either defeat or avoid them as they try to escape the campus. Rewards will vary for each player depending on their achievements during the quest, so active participation is encouraged from the GM. The quest only has a level E difficulty and a time limit of 2 days, so it should be easy for Sehan to finish. Regardless, he can't spend the time talking to Jisoo, and they have to get moving as fast as they can before the goblins come to them. The monsters notice them chatting and give chase. Sehan reacts quickly, grabbing Jisoo's hand and making a break for it before the monsters can get to them. As they run, Jisoo notices the goblins attacking other people who are also trying to escape, but there is nothing she can do for them. Eventually, they reach a point of safety, and she asks about the others. But Sehan tells her that there won't be many casualties yet. A goblin is only as strong as a fully grown man at best, which means that once people start to group up, they should be able to take care of them very easily. That is, at least until the hobgoblin appears. Meanwhile, Sehan finally reaches the place he was aiming for from the start. It's a safe zone that he remembers from his previous life. Back then, he was completely in tears and weak when he accidentally stumbled upon the safe zone. It's a safe area where monsters can't access, which they can use to rest. The goblins that were chasing them managed to catch up and slam their swords into the barrier around the safe area, but they can't make a dent. Eventually, they give up and turn around because they can't get in. This is one of the few places where they will be able to let their guard down, and Sehan advises that they spend some time there before they move. For now, he needs to find a way to arm Jisoo properly, or at least to a point where she can handle a goblin on her own. Elsewhere, some students run for their lives from a group of insane-looking goblins. All of a sudden, someone lands right behind them and manages to take them all out with a single hit each. In a matter of seconds, the goblins that were chasing them down are all dead on the ground. Jong-yeon recognizes the powerful newcomer as Jisoo, and he can barely understand what's going on. It all started 3 hours earlier when Jisoo was still resting in the safe one with Sehan. As she's looking through her phone, trying to figure out the current state of the world, Sehan is more worried about the eyes watching them. The gods monitor players through an observer for the sole purpose of their own entertainment. When they find a player they consider particularly interesting, they choose them as their avatar and water as they carry out quests. As the game master, the GM also manages the servers and assigns quests. The observer currently watching him and Jisoo is the private observer of Korea, Arcatus, the GM of Korea. For now, all he can do is act as boring as possible in hopes that Arcatus will lose interest and leave them alone. Eventually, the observer flies away, leaving them alone. He only waited for half an hour, which shows how impatient he is. Even in the first round, this impatience was the reason he didn't become a top-tier GM. He doesn't have an ounce of patience in him, which is good for Sehan, all things considered. For now, he decides to check out the forums and see what's happening there. A bright flash of light greets him as soon as he clicks the button. But from the lack of a response from Jisoo, it's obvious that he's the only one that can see it. The forum looks like some sort of web browser, and it comes complete with a floating monitor and keyboard. From what he can see, it's full of general discussions and guides. It's essentially a direct copy of regular Earth internet forums. It even has a chat room. He joins in on the chat room, and the system introduces him as Anonymous User 48. As soon as he enters, a user named Greek Boss asks him to introduce himself immediately. Luckily for him, it's not required, and the other users lecture the older chatter on the importance of an anonymous chat. The gods in the chat room talk about their servers and the people they've been observing. Then the conversation shifts to the Korean server and the fact that Arcadus is the GM of that place. From what they are discussing, it looks like they consider his quests quite bland. One user in particular talks about how he was about to choose a cute girl as his avatar, but she got taken into a safe zone by some guy. They are most likely talking about him and Jisoo. The chat room will be essential for him later when he decides to start fishing for information. Next time, he might even try to make a post himself. He'll have to check it periodically later. But right now, he's more interested in the DLC store. The interface opens and looks like a large store shelf. Some items are locked behind quests, but from what he's seeing, everything there is incredibly high quality. The item that's locked behind the main quest seems to be the most important, and it looks like it's a player transfer object. He looks through the other items in the digital shelf, and one in particular catches his eye. It's a multiplayer package for people who played their first playthrough on single-player mode. Now they can enjoy their second playthrough with friends. The cube will allow him to form parties with people of his choosing, and members of the party will have special benefits exclusive to them. It costs 20,000 points, but for someone who has saved up to 700,000 points, that's an easy bargain. But if all items in the store cost this much, then he will have to spend his points carefully. A voice catches his attention, and he turns to see someone trying to rally a group of people together. It looks like people are starting to group up, which means that the goblins won't be as much of an issue anymore. The people band together and start using makeshift weapons to push the monsters back. Although their group is not perfect, as they start to fight together, they slowly start figuring out how to take out the little monsters. Jisoo calls out to him, snapping him out from his trance of watching them take out the goblins. It looks like she's ready to join in on the action, and he agrees that it's about time they get going. She's getting used to their new environment really fast, and although it makes life easy for him, it would be really weird if he told her everything he knows in an instant. For now, he needs to focus on his initial goal of arming her. He hands her the worn dagger that he stole from the goblin he killed earlier. She accepts it, but she's also worried about how he's going to fight if he doesn't have a weapon. Seihan assures her that he will get another one later, and she's more vulnerable than she is at the moment. His calm attitude and confidence are really surprising to her. He was always unusual in the way he acts, but right now, he's like a completely different person. That aside, the dagger isn't very durable since it's incredibly rusty. It won't last too long for her, but it should be good enough for self-defense. Then he hands her a VIP brooch, which is an item that allows her to recover her wounds faster and also gain points 20% faster than the base rate. He obviously can't tell her that he bought it from the DLC store, so he lies and says that it was a drop from the goblin he killed. She accepts his explanation very quickly since she already knows about how items work in video games. In reality, though, he had to spend 20,000 points buying 2 of those brooches for both of them. The DLC store sells much different items than the regular store, but they are way more pricey. Even with that, it's significantly worth it, considering their effects. If a player dies in this game, it's the same as reality. They are gone forever. In that regard, spending 20,000 points to recover wounds faster is more than worth it. And since it also increases the speed that they acquire points, it's a great deal. With that done, they exit the safe zone and continue their journey. Video games are usually all about equipment. The better the tools you have, the stronger you get. And if they can get powerful tools, they have a higher chance of survival. The two stealthily walk through campus, and Seihan reminds her to stay calm and mainly focus on defense. Elsewhere, the GMs of multiple regions gather to monitor and talk about their players. One GM complains that the people in his area simply died off while praying to God. Meanwhile, everyone in another GM's area went nuts, and thanks to gun ownership, they ended up shooting every monster in sight. Arcadus, on the other hand, isn't interested in most of the players in his region. There's one in particular that interests him, a celestial slayer. The two students continue to make their way through the campus, trying their best not to get spotted by the monsters running wild through the area. Seihan has given a lot of items to Jisoo, with a certain plan in mind to take out the major threat to their lives. Once they're sure that Jisoo remembers the plan and has properly packed everything up, they move out. The two hide on the roof of a building as the monsters continue their rampage. They give each other a signal, and Jisoo takes off running towards the monsters. The plan is pretty simple. Once there is a large group of goblins, there will always be a goblin leader in charge. Jisoo asks him how he has this information, but he plays it off by reminding her that he's a video game addict. People like him will always know these sorts of things when they play video games all the time. Goblins are just like the animals in wildlife documentaries. When there's a herd, they usually have a leader. The leader is also most likely the boss of this quest, and until the boss is defeated, it'll be difficult to escape. Seiyan's plan is to defeat the boss to make escaping the area much easier for them. Her goal will be to lead all the goblins out of the area to make it easier for him. First, she uses the perfume of temptation that Seihan gave her to gather all the low-level monsters towards them. The perfume of temptation is a potion that attracts weak monsters in the area. Once all the goblins have been lured to one area, then she will use a potion of invisibility which completely hides all traces of the user after consumption for 5 minutes. With that, the area will be clear of goblins and she will be safe from danger, allowing Seihan to take out the boss monster without worries. That pretty much makes her the bait, but she couldn't help asking him how he got all these potions. Regardless, the plan is in motion, and she has successfully managed to attract a good number of the goblins in her direction. It's time for her to use the stealth potion to get away from danger. Before she can do so, though, she sees Jong-yeon and another girl running away from a large group of goblins. He's calling for help, and although she should prioritize her safety and the plan first, she can't help her compassion for people. She also remembers that Seihan said that the reward will be great if there are a large number of survivors. Because of this, she jumps down and manages to kill all the goblins in a matter of seconds, saving Jong-yeon and the girl. But she also noticed that her body was surprisingly light as she was fighting. Jong-yeon doesn't give her time to think about it though, and his annoying yelling gets on her nerves. She starts to consider if she should have bothered saving him in the first place. After all, he should be thanking her, not being an annoyance. As she turns to glare at him, something takes control of her body. She starts to feel lightheaded and loses her breath, and no matter what she does, she can't seem to calm her body. Jisoo struggles to fight through the weird feeling overtaking her so she can take the potion before it's too late. But the feelings are too strong. She ends up dropping the potion on the ground, and the only thoughts she can think of are stopping the goblins before they can hurt Sehan. The monsters gather around her, and she has a menacing aura surrounding her. But instead of looking scared and afraid for all the monsters surrounding them, she is eerily calm and even has a smile on her face. Elsewhere, Sean idly wonders if Jisoo is doing all right. Despite his worries for her though, he has a more dangerous threat to take care of. It's the hidden boss of the area, and Sehan takes a moment to greet it. After all, it's been 10 years since he last saw the hobgoblin that halved the student body population of his campus. The monster clearly doesn't understand what our MC is saying and immediately goes in for the kill with a mighty punch. Sehan decides to join it in its wordless aggression and starts distributing points to his skills. He starts with agility, allowing him to easily dodge the strike and jump high above the hobgoblin's head. The monster looks around to see where its prey went, not realizing that Sehan is right above it with a devious smirk on his face. Then he lands hard on the monster's head and quickly delivers a punch to its eye before it can react. The hobgoblin screams in pain and clutches its eye as Sehan jumps away from it, landing safely away from it. He remembers that quite a lot of people died from the boss monster's sword 10 years ago. But this time, he'll make sure that won't happen. Our MC grabs a large rock off the ground and applies 10 points to his strength. Then he hurls the rock at the monster who's still freaking out from the hit to its eye. That causes the sword it was holding to fly up into the air. Sehan leaps up to grab it, then with one swift motion, uses it to finish up the monster with a large clean cut, slicing its head off. The system dings with a notification informing him that he has defeated the stage's hidden boss. He also receives a reward called the Hobgoblin's Girdle as well as 500 points. The reward seems very worth it since it was hidden behind a boss battle. The Hobgoblin's Girdle is an item that increases his strength by 10 points and is not affected by the main quest's limit. That will definitely come in handy in the future. He will just have to focus on increasing his stats later on when he needs to. Once the gods find out about the hidden boss's death, they will definitely come after him. So for now, he needs to hurry up and leave before an observer comes over to check out the scene. Now he just needs to focus on finding Jisoo and hope that she is alright. He leaves the area and searches around for her, but surprisingly, there's no trace of anything. Not Jisoo or the goblins. After she used the stealth potion, the goblins should have returned to their original spot, but the place is completely empty. The stealth potion should have only lasted 5 minutes. But it's also possible that she didn't make it. Or maybe he finished the fight with the boss monster way too quickly. A loud cry from somewhere further ahead breaks him from his thoughts, and he notices that a lot of goblins are running away from something. It looks like they are scared of something up ahead. Sehan rushes towards where the goblins are running away from, and he notices the murky scent of blood is all over the place, coming from the direction he is running towards. He rushes over to where she should be, determined not to let her die a second time because of him. But when he gets there, he sees Jisoo standing, while surrounded by piles of dead monsters. Just before he arrived, Jisoo had gone on a killing spree against all the monsters. At first, the goblins continued to charge at her even after she spent time slicing their heads off. But after a while, even the mindless monsters began to realize that they had a chance in this fight. All the while, as she cut down the countless goblins, her eyes were glowing with a menacing red light, almost as if she were possessed. When Sehan finally catches up to her, she drops to her knees, and the menacing glow in her eyes fades away. Goblins are usually pushovers, but our MC can barely believe that she took on so many on her own. She explains to him that he came across the two students running for their lives as she was luring in the monsters and decided to help them out. The two are unconscious on the ground, but it's more likely that they passed out from shock. They, thankfully, were not dead as Sehan initially suspected. Although Jisoo thinks that they must have fainted because of the goblins, it's more likely that it was Jisoo who made them faint. He can't figure out what's up with her, so he asks her to share her status window with him so he can directly look into her stats. Her numbers are better than average, but there's nothing really out of the ordinary about them. But there's one trait that immediately catches his eye. In the status window, it looks like a red skill and represents a passive ability called the Celestial Slayer. It's an ultra-rare ability, which activates without the player's interaction once they have learnt it. He only saw it once in his first playthrough. A man who was called the Blood Demon that came from another world named Jin had the Celestial Slayer trait. In his world, there exist mystical martial art techniques, which he used to take out fearsome monsters. When they first met, he was very memorable, and an almighty fighting master from another dimension. The Celestial Slayer effect is a devastating passive, and it makes sense now why the goblins decided to run away in fear. However, the user also has a chance of losing themselves and falling into madness if the Celestial Slayer's powers aren't fully controlled. Jisoo isn't showing any signs of madness just yet, but he has to keep an eye on her in case it shows up in the future. For now, he has to explain to her what the trait is since it feels wrong to hide vital information from her. He decides to tell her strictly what she needs to know and summarizes it as an ability that makes her stronger depending on how much blood she has seen. She tests this by looking at her blood-stained dagger, and the effects show immediately. Her eyes start to change to a blood-red color, and the blood lust from earlier reappears. Sehan takes the dagger from her before she can go on another rampage and warns her that if she uses the skill too often, it can put her in danger. Even though it's a scary talent, starting out with an ability like that definitely has its perks. Based on the lack of wounds on her body despite the intense battle, He can tell that the Celestial Slayer's passive healing is also stacking with the brooch's effect, which is giving her an incredible recovery rate. Jisoo really is a special breed, and with all these amazing talents together, he decides to ask her to form a contract with him. She takes it the wrong way at first and even starts blushing for a moment, but he quickly clarifies that he just means that he wants to form a party with her. She at least knows what parties are from video games, and she is more than happy to form a party with him. Now that he has his first party ally, he buys the multiplayer package from the DLC shop and uses it to invite her to the party. As they set up their new connection, he notices that one of the benefits of forming a party with someone is the ability to share traits. If he does this right, he can even become stronger than he was in his previous life. He checks out the ability screen, but notices that he doesn't have any abilities available for skill sharing. It looks like he also needs to have an ability to give out in order to be able to share skills. It looks like it's more of an exchange than just a simple transfer, and it would be best for both of them if he shares a skill for her to use. He remembers an ability he had in his first playthrough that would be perfect for her. But for now, he's going to have to leave skill sharing for later. It would be an inconvenience for him to have the Celestial Slayer ability immediately anyways. The observers eventually arrive, probably because the gods have caught wind that the hobgoblin was defeated. It's a good thing no one saw him defeat it, else it would have made things complicated. Now it's time for them to go and finish the quest. Jonghyun eventually wakes up, and just like before, he's whining annoyingly and pointing accusatory fingers at Jisoo. She would rather have it this way than to have him staring at her and trying to hit on her. Sehun gets straight to the point and asks them what they are doing running around campus during such dangerous times. Jonghyun tries to insult Sehun for asking such random questions, but a knife to his throat stops him from speaking too far out of line. It's Jisoo, and the look on her face tells him that if he doesn't behave, she won't hesitate to end him. Jonghyun's attitude changes immediately with the knife to his throat, and he's a lot more comfortable answering Sehun's questions. It also looks like this intimidating personality is Jisoo's true personality. Jonghyun explains that the reason he was out in the open is because he and the girl with him are supposed to be scouting the area. If one of them gets in trouble, the other is supposed to escape and inform the others. With detailed plans like these, that means that someone else more organized is giving the orders. There's no way Jonghyun would have gone scouting on his own. Jonghyun tries to argue, but the knife back at his throat makes him admit that he was picked because they pulled his name out of a draw. That means that someone is gathering people to fight against the goblins, and they are also able to lead a group of people who are in a state of panic. This person must have a sharp mind and good leadership skills to be able to do something like that. Considering that everyone else was wiped out in his first playthrough, the best choice here is to escape rather than confronting them. He tells Jonghyun to take him to their leader who is gathering the others. Once again, Jonghyun tries to argue with Sehun, but another knife is directed in his direction. Except this time, the one holding the knife isn't Jisoo, but a goblin who rushes after him. Sehun easily grabs the monster by its arm and kills it immediately, much to Jonghyun's shock. A characteristic about goblins is that they tend to aim for and attack the weakest one first. So the fact that they came after him should tell Jonghyun everything he needs to know. With this in mind, Sehun asks him again if he wants to lead the way to the leader or stay here, outside, alone. As Jonghyun leads them towards his group, Sehun gets to see the carnage and death that has swept across the campus. In his previous life, he was also busy trying to run, and the only thing that saved him was the safe zone he managed to stumble across. After a while of walking, Sehun asks where exactly Jonghyun is taking them. He's leading them to the evacuated gym. Inside, there are many students and faculty who are still alive, although many of them are injured, most likely from the first attack. The leader rescued and evacuated the others while being as confused as everyone else. Whoever pulled this off is someone calm and trustworthy enough who has a good reputation as well. There's very few people on campus who can think and act like that, but one person immediately comes to mind. Sehun correctly guesses that it's the student council president who's in charge and sent Jonghyun out on that scouting mission. The president is Hyung-Yun. He's smart, good-looking, and has proven to be a leader. The gods will definitely focus their attention on him for sure, and with the number of observers around him, it's obvious they already have. He'll be considered a rare avatar by them, and he most likely died to a hobgoblin in his previous life. The fact that he hasn't left, though, means that he doesn't know that staying in the school means certain death. In other words, he's not a god's avatar yet. But from the number of observers following him, he must have gotten a ton of requests by now. He seems suspicious of them for now and doesn't know who exactly to trust. Hyung-Yun notices Jonghyun and his new group and rushes over to them. He also immediately recognizes Jisoo and tries to greet her, but Sehun cuts him off. For now, they need to escape the campus immediately. Unlike Jisoo, Hyung-Yun doesn't recognize Sehun and doesn't immediately trust his warning. Sehun reveals that the leader of the monsters is dead, and they all should have received a system notification that the hobgoblin has been defeated. Because of this, all the surrounding goblins are in a daze now that their leader has suddenly disappeared. That makes this the perfect time to escape the area since the quest was to escape, not to survive. That's only the surface level gist of it, but he can't reveal any more with all the observers watching them. To further prove his point, he reminds them of the countdown in their quest window, which is currently at 37 hours. If they don't leave before the time limit, there will be grave consequences. From their discussion, he can tell that Hyung-Yun only knows as much as a beginner about the game. That means that the president hasn't become an avatar yet. If he can persuade the guy to lead everyone out of there, then it would be better for him. With the hobgoblin gone, people have started to die less, which means that the gods will soon start getting bored. Unexpected events might start to occur, and the gods will begin to lose interest once the situation becomes too comfortable for the players. Their reactions are the top priority in this ridiculous game, and since the gods have realized that the hobgoblin is dead, that means that there is nothing more to entertain them. For now, Hyungyun decides that they need to take some sort of action since they can't contact anyone from outside. It's possible to learn some things from the internet, but so far, they haven't been able to call for help or communicate with anyone. With his quick decision-making skills, it's strange that someone as competent as Hyungyun died so early in his first playthrough. There was no escape plan or counterattack made in the gym during his first run, which means everything is completely different now. Last time, the hobgoblin killed them all after they tried to defend themselves. But that was it. So this entire time, he thought the leader was indecisive and timid, but that's clearly not the case. Another voice joins in on their conversation while Sehan is still thinking about what to do. He tells them that the best thing they can do is wait for rescue. Sehan recognizes the person that's joining in on their conversation very well. His name is Dongwon Park, and it's someone that is impossible to forget. In his past life, Dongwon was someone that screwed him over countless times. He seems to be trying to convince Hyungyun not to escape and instead to sit around and wait. But the leader isn't convinced anymore. There's no reason for them to sit around and wait. Dongwon doesn't back down and tells the leader that he's gambling with people's lives right now. That causes the leader to pause for a moment and rethink things. Now that Dongwon is here, it's easy to guess what happened in the first playthrough. This guy already knows the rules of the game and how to play it. Dongwon turns and introduces himself as the vice president of the student council to Sehan. He brings up valid points, like the fact that half of everyone there is injured, and because of that, it wouldn't be a good idea to just run out into the open. He wrongly assumes that Sehan has probably gotten a bit fearless after getting a few lucky kills with the monsters. Because of that, he repeats that the best thing they can do is sit tight and wait for the police to come and intervene. That's a valid opinion for anyone to have, and if it were a normal person making these assumptions, Sehan would almost agree with them. But he already knows the kind of person Dongwon. There's no way he would think about the good of everyone else above the good of himself. In the first playthrough, he was a psychopath who enjoyed joining different groups and enjoyed watching them crumble from the inside. He doesn't care about the deaths of others as long as things end well for him. A monster like that would never think of the majority. This time, though, Sehan is determined not to let him get his way like he did in his previous life. Jisoo, on the other hand, who has been mostly quiet for a while, takes offense to the fact that Dongwon thinks they only got a few lucky kills. Dongwon doesn't believe that they've killed any of them, and Jisoo offers to take him outside and show him exactly how she did it. Dongwon doesn't immediately respond, so she shows him further proof on her phone. It'd be dumb to sit back and wait for rescue just because they are scared. The military and the police are unavailable and they have no idea when help will arrive. Dongwon still tries to argue that the others most likely won't accept a decision to just get up and leave, but then Sehan suggests that they just leave the few who argue behind. They don't need to convince everyone in the first place. If they choose to ignore the warnings and stay behind, then that's their problem. But if Dongwon knows the truth about the situation, then there's no way he would decide to stay behind. His goal is most likely to get everyone in the auditorium killed for the extra reward from his kill count. That's the exact opposite of Sehan's plan, which is to gain further rewards by saving everyone else. If he remained behind while everyone else escaped, he'd gain a lot of suspicions as the only survivor, which would outweigh the benefits of getting a few people killed. After listening to all their points, Hyungyun decides to follow Sehan's decision and try to escape the campus. Dongwon has no choice but to follow them as well. That confirms that he was most likely just pretending while also being fully aware of how the game system works. It's likely that Dongwon Park has already been chosen as a god's avatar. Hyungyun starts trying to convince people to escape with him. Thanks to information from the scout team and Sehan, even though there are still a lot of monsters outside, they are unable to think properly since their leader has been killed. Some people try to oppose the idea loudly, and one of the teachers even threatens Hyungyun with a failing grade if he acts irresponsibly. Like grades and semester scores even matter right now. It's a wonder that someone like that even ended up as a professor while being so slow. Eventually, everyone is prepared with makeshift weapons, and they set up to try and escape the campus. Jisoo asks Sehan if they really have to leave like this, but he's sure that they will be fine as long as nothing special happens. She doesn't immediately understand what he means by something special, but the goblins at least won't be a problem without their leader. The problem is Dongwon, who is a god's avatar. Unfortunately, there are too many eyes watching them, else he would have tried to kill him immediately. As they make their way through the campus, goblins start to gang around them, but Hyungyun advises them to all stick together. They won't attack anyone unless they are separated from the group. Thanks to his leadership skills, the group is progressing well towards the main entrance. Their worries aren't done, however, even though they are at the exit. A system notification pops up informing them that the difficulty of the quest has been raised from E rank to D rank, and sentinels will start appearing on stage. In an instant, the ground starts to shake as if there's an earthquake. Then suddenly, a giant minotaur appears right in front of the students. It doesn't move at first, but its overwhelming presence is enough to scare the people who were so happy just a moment ago. The GM released a monster that you normally wouldn't see until the 15th quest into a crowd filled with noobs. Hidden bosses like the Hobgoblin can be managed in one way or another, but they've spawned a monster that regular players could never hope to defeat even if they team up. Sentinels are unwinnable scenarios often found in single-player games. The fact that they've released one here means that they definitely want more people killed. However, since this is only the first quest, there must be a limit to the Sentinel's powers. Despite the fact that it's a C-class monster, the stats of the Sentinel don't go past F-rank limits. The other students aren't as level-headed, and they start to wonder what they should do against a monster like that. Dongwon prepares to tell them all to run, but Jisoo slaps her hand over his mouth before he can give the order. If they all start running away, the monster would have started charging at them immediately. Unfortunately for them, he's not the only one with the idea, and another student takes the initiative by sprinting away and calling for the others to do the same. A few of the students run, but some of them realize that they can barely move. It looks like the monster's roar has some sort of fear effect. That's better since it stops some people from running away aimlessly, but the few that do manage to run away can't be saved anymore. In a matter of seconds, the Minotaur catches up to them and smashes them away easily. Even the professor from earlier, who was more focused on semester scores, is not left behind, and he immediately gets blown to pieces by the monster's massive fist. The Minotaur is huge, and well over 5 meters. It also has the ability to blow people into pieces without using any weapons. A beast like that is something that they can't even hope to run away from, and it's clear that running isn't even the right choice. As Hyungyun tries to figure out what to do, Sehan steps up to take charge. Someone is going to have to act as a distraction while everyone else escapes. He offers himself as bait so that they can run away. Although Hyungyun initially tells him that there is no need for him to do something so crazy, it's obvious that no one else would volunteer to do it anyways, and they can't just wait for the thing to annihilate them. It's surprising that even in a situation like this, Sehan shows no sign of nervousness. He's reacting to the situation optimally and making rational decisions. Compared to Hyungyun's level-headedness, Sehan is on a whole other level. Jisoo continues to hold Dongwon's mouth, and she watches as Sehan calmly walks towards the Minotaur. She's concerned for a moment, but he waves his hand dismissively towards her, showing that he has a plan. She trusts him and decides to release the annoying vice president from his powerless squirming. Dongwon takes a moment to regain his composure and rub his sore face. He originally wanted to take all the rewards, but now that things have turned out like this, there's not much he can do. They warned him about the Minotaur before, so he will have to back off. There'll be many more quests for him to do later on anyways. Sehan gets ready to head into the fight and even grabs a red cloth to use and lure the beast away. Hyungyun doesn't even know how much time he can buy by himself, but at this point, they have no other choice. He takes a moment to bow towards Sehan and thank him for his sacrifice, which makes our MC nervous from the sudden attention. Sehan then leaps onto higher ground and prepares to take all the Minotaur's attention by waving the cloth around. Once it's fully focused on him, he yells for the others to run towards the main entrance. With Hyungyun screaming commands at them, they all obey and successfully reach the exit without any problems. He even gains an ability called Commanding Shout, which helps him pass along orders. Sehan, meanwhile, is confidently leading the Minotaur around, dodging its massive attacks and causing it to slam itself into the wall and the ground. Eventually, everyone manages to make it out of the campus, and they successfully complete the quest in time. They all take a moment to check each other, and although some people are in rough shape, they all made it out alive and well. Now that the people are taken care of, Hyungyun turns around to go and help Sehan, but there's a barrier stopping him from going back to the previous stage. Since he can't head in directly, he yells for Sehan to get out of there while he still can. He notices them calling for him and turns to answer, but the Minotaur takes the opportunity to land a solid hit, sending him flying into a wall. Then the beast launches itself immediately, slamming itself into Sehan with massive power. The others stare in shock at what just happened, and it's safe to assume that our MC is dead. As they watch on, the barrier starts to close, cutting off their view of the fight. Hyungyun apologizes to Jisoo, who also watched everything happen, but she just watches the fight with a blank expression on her face. Despite their worries though, Sehan is still alive and sitting under all the collapsed debris, waiting for them to leave. He wasn't a good guy in his previous life, and it'd be more accurate to say that he was incredibly selfish. That's why he felt weird when Hyungyun thanked him so passionately. He was weak, and there were plenty of players who were way more talented than him. Back then, he just wanted to stay alive, and to achieve that, he had to be cold and selfish. But now that he has returned to the beginning with a new perspective on life, he wants to choose a different path. Maybe this time he can try being a hero. Now that he's sure that all the observers have left and there's no one left to monitor him, he taunts the Minotaur into attacking one more time. The Minotaur seems surprised that he survived the fatal hit, but just before he got blasted away by the massive punch, he increased his health stats to the max for his current level to survive it. Since he took that hit directly, Sehan is certain now that his original theory was correct. The Minotaur's starts are maxed out up till the F-rank level of 100 points. Sentinels are usually set to be impossible to defeat by an ordinary player. In his previous life, he avoided going up against one at all costs, and when he did have to fight one, he made sure to prioritize his survival by any means necessary. He didn't care about the lives of others as long as it meant that he could live on. However, he doesn't want it to be that way this time. He prepares himself as the Minotaur charges at him with outstanding speed, tearing up the ground around it as it runs towards him. Just before it hits though, Sehan spends some more points to upgrade his strength to the max level as well. But thanks to the item he got before, he can even go beyond that. As he's literally holding the bull by the horns, he equips the Hobgoblin's girdle, which increases his strength by 10 points above the main quest limit. Since he's above the limit of the main quest, that also means that he's currently stronger than the Minotaur. It immediately shows as he breaks off the beast's horn, causing it to rush back in pain. Then our MC takes advantage of the opportunity by leaping into the air and kicking the Minotaur in the face, sending it flying. In his past life, he was a selfish player who played alone, and an ordinary guy who barely had any special traits to speak of. The things he's pulling off right now would have been impossible for him in his past life, but right now, he wants to be a hero. With the Minotaur defeated, he officially clears the main quest and achieves the Platinum tier. That's a bit underwhelming since he helped everyone escape and even volunteered as bait. Then he defeated the hidden boss and the Sentinel all by himself. Platinum is the highest rank a player can get, but it's still disappointing that this is all he can achieve. There's nothing he can do to change it though, and now all he can do is wait for the rewards. He would ideally like a weapon or some sort of useful ability. Anything other than consumables or experience points would be great for him. The barrier opens for him as he goes to leave, and he surprisingly finds Jisoo waiting outside for him. He thought she would have followed the others, but she waited for him to come out. Perhaps she was worried about him. She actually knew he was fine despite everyone else thinking he was dead. Ever since they formed a party together, she has been able to check the state of other party members. From her stats window, she could see that he was still fine even after he got hit by the Minotaur, so she figured that he was just acting like he was defeated. He seems to prefer not being noticed, so she didn't want to break his act. She asks him what rank he achieved, and while he received Platinum, she got Gold, which is the second highest ranking. The third is Silver, and the lowest is Bronze. Gold rank is usually considered one of the highest tiers, and Platinum is on a whole different level. Now that all the competitors are done with the quest, the rewards for the survivors get distributed. He gets the achievement Self-Sacrifice as well as bonus points for defeating the first Sentinel and a hidden boss. That gives him Adaptive Orichalcum as a reward, as well as 2 new upgradable abilities. The first is Final Hour, and the second ability is Regeneration. The abilities must be bonuses for hunting monsters and being the world's first to defeat a Sentinel. Upgradable abilities have a lot of late-game potential since they can become more powerful over time, but it's a shame that he didn't get an S-tier ability like Jisoo's Celestial Slayer. He doesn't have time to think about it, because the message about the second quest has already arrived. It requires them to journey towards the Lome World Tower and defeat the boss monster. The difficulty level of this quest is C, and it has a time limit of 2 weeks. It's the same quest as the one from his previous playthrough, which makes it easier to predict. For now, players from the same stage will most likely share the same quest for a certain period of time. It should be the same for Jisoo and Dongwon's group. Everyone else also headed to the Lome World Tower, but Jisoo didn't go with them since she planned to wait for him. She also didn't like being around Dongwon since he has a creepy vibe around him. It's possible that she has already figured out that he has ulterior motives. Considering that she has really great intuition and an ability as powerful as the Celestial Slayer, it's possible that she could have become a renowned player if she didn't die so early in her previous life. She might have been a famous hero or a villain. In any case, she would have stood out quite a bit, but there surprisingly aren't any observers watching her. He asks her if she has become a chosen avatar yet, and she says she hasn't. That's odd since gods would have explained the benefits of becoming an avatar in the requests they sent. Jisoo explains that she doesn't want to serve someone she can't even see. It sounds way too creepy for her liking. Jisoo seems to have a really cool head, and it's hard to tell if the Celestial Slayer's influence has taken over since she's not showing any signs of madness. Even the blood demon from his last life had a hard time getting rid of the madness of the Celestial Slayer. Despite her refusal though, she received up to 12 avatar requests, which just shows that she's worth the effort. But she declined all of them. Despite that, she's part of his party now, and since they are now bound together, he has to train her so she doesn't become a god's avatar. The first ability she will learn is a specialized killing technique that only Celestial Slayer users can master, the Crimson Asura. The Crimson Asura is an ability that Seihan never managed to master in his previous life because he wasn't a Celestial Slayer. He found out about the mystical martial arts from an encounter with the Blood Demon. Martial arts are not upgradable by nature, so they are usually difficult to obtain or train, and that's why he didn't try to get them in his previous life. But unlike him, Jisoo managed to surpass his wildest expectations. With his help, Jisoo has managed to master the incredible martial art immediately, and although it's good for him in the long run, the speed at which she learns new things is completely unbalanced. A few hours earlier, they were roaming through the now ruined streets of their city. Seihan wanted to practice the new abilities he got from the first quest, and the first is Final Hour. It's an ability that boosts attack power and survivability, and since it's an upgradable ability, it will only become more powerful going forward. The next is the Regeneration ability, which is a passive skill unlike Final Hour. That ability plus the effects of the VIP and the Celestial Slayer mean that almost all wounds will be taken care of immediately. Both Jisoo and Seihan equipped the brooch, and they had managed to clear out a majority of the area while also stacking up an insane amount of points. That was when Seihan decided to take her to a private area to share abilities. The two found an abandoned cafe and sat down to share abilities through their status windows. Seihan shared his regeneration ability while Jisoo shared the Celestial Slayer. Although Final Hour for her wouldn't be so bad, regeneration would be way more effective for her. Unfortunately, Since they are just sharing abilities, the effectiveness of their shared abilities is reduced to 30%. The effectiveness can be reduced to a maximum of 80% depending on their friendship level. A shared ability doesn't carry over the penalties of that ability either. While that means that he won't get the full buff of the Celestial Slayer, he also won't get the madness penalty from it either. Jisoo is not too impressed about being given a simple regeneration ability. She would have preferred something more offensive. Sehan disagrees though and believes that regeneration is great for offense, since having good survivability means that she can focus more on fighting than worrying about getting injured. Dodging won't be crucial since she can now regenerate injuries fast enough and she can spend the time that she would have spent dodging to attack instead. Hearing that definitely makes her rethink her thoughts on the regeneration ability, and she starts to appreciate it more. Now the next thing they have to figure out is where to go next. The second quest has a generous time limit, so he wants to take the free time to learn new abilities and teach her some as well. Jisoo is thankful, but also confused by Sehan's sudden generosity. The Sehan she knew was always more self-serving and only cared about himself. But even with her concerns, she can't deny that learning new abilities is always a good thing. That's how he ended up teaching her the Crimson Asura, and she mastered it scarily quickly. While she's busy training with it, Sehan decides to take another peek into the gods' forums. It's a lot more active than last time, and there's one name in particular that catches his eye as soon as he opens up the chat room. It's a god named An Honest Life, and this particular god is someone he knew well from his previous playthrough. This god is also Dongwon Park's god, which is fitting since they are both insufferable to our MC. From what Sehan can see, it looks like Hyung-Yoon has been keeping a close eye on Dongwon, and it looks like because of that, he won't be rewarded as much as his first playthrough. Other than that, the rest of the chat seems to be filled with idle small talk. Someone named Young Jester complains about how their avatar is a loser who's wasting their potential by robbing a bank. Sehan plays dumb and manages to convince Young Jester to allow him to take a view through her observer. She invites him over, and he's physically teleported there to meet him. Thankfully, his appearance is still anonymous since he set his profile to private. In this weird room, he meets Young Jester, and she invites him over to come and watch through her observer. On the screen, a young man who looks to be a police officer bends down to talk to a girl hiding in a dangerous place. Although he's trying to be gentle with her, she screams and tries to run away from him. This is exactly what Sehan wanted to see, and one of the people on screen is the person that he needed for Lomei Tower, and the key to defeating the monster living there. Sehan returns to the real world to meet Jisoo, and the two of them start heading towards where he saw through Young Jester's observer. It's in the opposite direction from Lomei Tower, and thankfully, there are no observers around the area. That also means that there are fewer survivors around the area. On the way, Jisoo realizes that the streets are a lot messier than she expected. She thinks that destruction must have been caused by the monsters, but the truth is that it was mostly caused by humans. It was a similar sight for Sehan in his first life, but the truth is monsters don't have a reason to lay their hands on human structures. Because the laws are useless, and the police and the military are nowhere in sight, people are taking the opportunity to loot and ravage everything they can. Although, even with everything that's going on with the gods game, it seems like civilization hasn't fully collapsed just yet. Surprisingly, the news is still on, and it's reporting on the strange and bizarre things happening around the world. Even with that though, there's no way that the gods or the system will leave human authorities alone. As they're talking, a goblin tries to sneak up on Jisoo from behind. She reacts fast enough to stop it before it can attack her, but because of her dull blade, she got some blood on herself. Thanks to that, she wants a new weapon that should be able to deal additional damage. Even though she managed to kill the goblin with one hit, she still wants something better. The Celestial Slayer trait is just a 30% increase for Sehan, while it's a 100% increase for Jisoo. That means that she must be extremely strong even though they have only just ended the first stage. Since she's interested in getting a new weapon, Sehan offers to help her find a new one after they catch up with the person he's looking for. They eventually reach the place that he wanted to go, and it's a bank. Of course, they are not here for the money since money is practically worthless in their world now, and there is nothing to buy with it. Instead, there's someone in this place that they really need for the second stage. Inside the bank, there's absolute chaos as people try to attack and steal from the vaults. The officer that Sehan saw in the Young Jester's observer tries his best to protect the innocent people while taking on the robbers directly. As the civilians flee to safety, the officer leaps towards an unsuspecting robber who tries to counterattack with a knife. The blade is easily slapped out of the robber's hand before he's spent flying by a powerful bash from the cop's knee. Another one tries to attack from behind, but a straight punch to his gut sends him flying as well. With that, all the robbers have been successfully taken out, and it wasn't even much of a problem for him despite the fact that some of them were players as well. Outside, Sehan and Jisoo watch the whole thing, and our MC confirms that the officer is the one they are looking for. He managed to overwhelm the robbers, so it's possible that he could be using a special item. However, it's far more likely that the officer is incredibly strong because he is another chosen avatar. The man finally notices Sehan and Jisoo watching him from afar, and he calls them over to talk. He warns them to get as far away from the bank as they can if they don't have business there since it's very dangerous. Sehan gets straight to the point though and tells the officer that he doesn't have business with the bank, but he actually has business with him, Mina Lee. The officer is shocked that he knows their name and flinches back in surprise. He tries to argue, saying his name is actually Gyeongcheol Nam, but Sehan isn't fooled, and neither is Jisoo. She grabs his arm and notices that his heart rate has quickened and he's clearly flustered. That's enough to convince her that he's lying about his name, and what Sehan said surprised him. Although it's more surprising that Jisoo's senses are sharp enough to pick up these subtle details. The officer drops his pretenses and asks who they are, but Sehan only reveals that they are people who are aware of his true identity. He gets so freaked out that his speech pattern changes, and at this point, the cop has no way of hiding their identity anymore. As they're talking, an observer comes over to watch them, and it seems like it belongs to young Jester. It looks strange, however, and it's different from other observers that he has seen so far. Now that the secret is out of the bag, the officer drops the fake identity and reveals their secret ability. After turning back, it's revealed that Mina Lee is not a middle-aged cop, but actually a teenage girl. She went through a lot of trouble to act like a helpless little kid. Then she knocked the real cop unconscious, before taking his clothes and outfit. It was supposed to be the perfect plan, but it looks like Sehan spoiled it all for her. She rushes them to get to the point of why they are looking for her, since she's a busy person. But the only thing she's busy with is robbing a bank. Her true ability is the power to transform into another person or object. He obviously can't tell them how he knows this, but thankfully, Jisoo doesn't ask. The more obvious question is how he knows that she was robbing a bank. After all, from what they saw, it looked like she was going around trying to help people in need. She even disguised herself as a cop so people would trust her. On the outside, it looked like she had righteous intentions. But the truth is that she brought the robbers there in the first place. Since everyone evacuated to the bank because of the monsters, she couldn't rob the place like she wanted. Instead, she manipulated the robbers into coming to the bank. If the robbers raid the place a few times, people would stop coming there because it's no longer safe. Once the place was empty and she got rid of a few pesky robbers, she could loot all the money for herself. In his past life, Mina and Dongguan were the best manipulators that he knew, and he has seen their tricks way too many times to not instantly recognize it. Now that the plan has been foiled, Mina accepts her fate and asks if they are going to report her to the police, but any form of authority is practically gone at this point. And besides, she would be able to escape easily from jail anyways. For now, he wants her to accompany them for a while until they can complete their second quest. Mina is surprised that they are still on their second quest since she has already completed hers. Her attitude completely changes towards them now that she perceives them as weaker than her, and it looks like this is her real attitude. There's no benefit to Sehan if she looks down on him, so he decides to use some intimidation tactics to keep her in line. First, he flicks her on the forehead with enough power to send her flying backwards. That is enough to put a little bit of fear into her at first. Since his tarts are currently above F rank, he is easily the strongest person in the world right now. Mina doesn't take the hit laying down and tries to go on the offensive, launching an attack back towards Sehan, but in an instant, Jisoo is by his side and she blocks the punch easily. Just like Sehan, she also has monstrous levels of strength and easily holds the younger girl down. To escape, she tries to transform into something, but Jisoo squeezes her wrist, breaking her concentration and causing her to stop her transformation. With Jisoo's intervention, Mina is a lot less willing to try and run away, and thanks to the intimidation, she actually agrees to join their group. They leave the bank together towards their next location with young Jester's observer following along with them. Now that she has seen how powerful they are, Mina's tone changes to something way too formal and polite, so Sehan tells her to just speak normally. Then she finds out that they aren't even avatars, and wonders how the two of them can be so strong. She's missing the fact that being an avatar doesn't always mean that you're stronger than a player. What's more important is equipment. Good stats aren't everything, and it's good items that really backs up a person's power. Although everything's a mess, so it's hard to find a proper store for equipment. But Sehan already has a solution for that. He leads the two girls to a safe zone, and Mina is suspicious of how he knew this place was a safe zone in the first place. It's because there is only evidence of theft, but no sign of any monsters. Monsters wouldn't take human food, so it's safe to say that no monsters can enter here. Now that they're in a safe zone, Sehan introduces them to a game mechanic that even a god's avatar wouldn't know about yet. It's a chosen store. It's obvious from Mina's surprise that she didn't know it existed. The young jester could have told her since, as a god, she should know how important items are. But she's notorious for being a sadist, so it's likely that she wouldn't allow an easy path even for her own avatar. Sehan then lies and tells them that he only discovered it by accident anyway, so there's no reason for her to be upset. Next up, now that they have found the place, it's time for them to pick the most useful items they can find out of a shop full of equipment. Most of the items are common weapons and items, so it's not like there's anything too overpowered here. There are also no potions either, so people are less likely to survive. This is most likely the doing of the game masters who want to make the game as hard as possible for the players. Eventually though, players will learn how to craft their own weapons, so it doesn't even matter. Right now though, it's currently impossible to acquire better equipment, so he decides to be thankful for this basic loot. He picks out a decent set of armor and some equipment for himself, then buys some more armor for Jisoo. He gives her a chest strap that is supposed to protect her heart if she wraps it around her body. Since she doesn't have any points to spend for herself, he has decided to buy her things to increase her stats. Next up, it's time for her to pick her weapon, and there are 4 types of weapons to pick from: swords, spears, bows, and blunt weapons. After looking through the list of options, she decides to buy a mace, which is a blunt weapon. The Crimson Asura goes well with any weapon, so it doesn't matter what she picks. And a mace is also easier to use for a beginner than a sword or a spear. Besides Seihan, Mina slyly watches the two of them pick out weapons and doesn't say a word. She's hoping that our MC would get her some gear as well, but he has no intention of doing so. After all, she declined his offer of points earlier because she was looking down on him. She can't buy equipment for herself even if she wanted to. Each item is worth 200 points, which is way more than she's able to afford. Once they'd equipped the appropriate equipment, the three of them head out towards the location of the second quest, and they kill monsters along the way. One of Seihan's weapons is a sword that he has enhanced with the orichalcum that he received as a premium reward from his first quest. The special ore is a versatile item that can be used as a solid or liquid to coat a piece of equipment. When the coating is removed, it will return to its original form. It can also change form, and it's reusable as well, which means his weapons can become much more powerful than they originally were. Orichalcum is the strongest metal, and even though it increases the strength of the sword, the weight of it doesn't change. They continue walking, and they eventually reach the Lome Tower where the second quest is supposed to hold. The place looks surprisingly normal, and if not for the system, there'd be no sign of a quest happening here. Their quest is to defeat the second stage boss, which is different from what Mina had to do. Her quest was a battle royale, which is where a bunch of people are forced to fight to the death until one person remains. In comparison, the simple escape quest they had to do was relatively peaceful, but even that would have ended in annihilation without Seihan's intervention. In front of the tower, there seems to be two people guarding the entrance of the tower. The three hide behind a wall and watch the two as they patrol the area. It looks like they are on lookout even though there are no monsters in the area. It's likely that they are patrolling for people instead, and they are trying to stop outsiders from getting in. If their quest is a competitive one like Mina's Battle Royale, this amount of caution makes sense. Now that they've reached the tower, it's time for Mina to make herself useful. They want her to use her transformation ability to try and gather information and find out what their exact plans are. Mina tries to argue, but it's obvious that saying no is not an option here. Mina sneaks away from the two of them and towards an unguarded wall. Then she waits until they are not paying attention to each other. Then she grabs one of them and knocks him out before he can react. With the guy taken out, she uses her transformation ability to change into the guy right as the other guard notices that his partner is missing. Mina comes out of her hiding place with her hands up, trying not to arouse too much suspicion, but she's way too stiff and awkward. Despite that though, she's still able to make her way into the building without problems. Inside the tower, other players climb the stairs towards the top of the tower. They've been climbing it for a while now, heading towards the boss's room. The players open the door and are met with a colossal monster that's definitely way too big for them to take out at their current level. The monster wakes up as soon as the players enter the room, and it immediately goes on the offensive. The players realize that they are not going to be able to survive a battle with this thing. They try to run off and escape, but the monster starts to take them out one by one, making sure that not a single one of them can escape. One by one, each player starts to fall, and not a single one is able to escape the massive jaws of the boss. The last remaining 5 players are just barely able to make it to the exit, but before they can open the door and escape, the monster surrounds them with its body, blocking their only path of escape. Then in a matter of seconds, the last few are killed, ending the quick boss encounter with an overwhelming defeat. Elsewhere, Mina has managed to gather all the information she needed after following the guard. The boss stage is at the top of the building, and while the boss is terrifying, the real issue is the quest requirements. Only the players who started in the same location can enter the boss room together. Because of that, there are 2 teams trying to defeat the boss, and only 1 team can complete the quest. There's also a penalty for failing the quest, so no side wants to give up the opportunity. Unfortunately, since 1 team came to the site earlier, the team that arrived late ended up occupying the subway. One of the people guarding the subway entrance is Jonghyun Lee, and he's surprised that Seihan is somehow still alive. He leads them through the subway towards the rest of their group. Jonghyun also seems weirdly humble, but it's normal after seeing how Seihan fought that sentinel. For now, Seihan wants to meet the student council president so that they can discuss things. They enter the base, and the crowd immediately starts to murmur about Seihan, recognizing him as the one who fought the Minotaur. There's also a lot of observers in the area because of the crowd, and from the looks of it, even they are interested in Seihan. Mina can barely believe that he actually took out a sentinel all by himself, and at first, she actually doesn't believe it. But from his reaction, she realizes that he's actually serious. As they are talking, Hyungyun runs up to them and wraps Seihan in a brotherly hug. After a brief chat, they discuss the situation in Lome Tower, and the reason that they are holed up in the subway is because they arrived late to the tower after the first quest. That matches what Mina reported and also means that they need to beat the boss before the ones above them are able to, and they also need to defeat other players along the way. Right now, though, they are no match for the other team, and even they couldn't defeat the boss, so there's very little hope. But Seihan has an idea that will drag the other team down from the top. There's only 1 stage boss, and with 2 teams trying to defeat it, the losing team will be penalized, and the punishment for failing a quest is death. So to make sure that they are chasing after the right target, Seihan asks if the other team knows about the stage boss, and if they are the ones who said that it's at the top of the tower. Hyungyun confirms that the other team really is the one that discovered the boss first and reported it at the top of the tower. Now that he has this information, Seihan suggests that they let the other team have it. If the other team is at the top of the tower, then they can go ahead and defeat it if they can. That doesn't mean that Seihan wants him and his teammates to accept death though. The truth is that the monster at the rooftop might not actually be the boss at all. The monster is definitely way too powerful to be a regular mob monster. The other team showed Hyung-Yeon the video earlier, and it was definitely a horrific beast. What's more, as soon as they entered Lomé Tower, they got a notification that mentioned the boss stage. Then they searched through every floor and found no trace of any other monster, much less another boss. But despite searching through every part of the tower, they failed to search the underground level as well. One big difference between a boss monster and a regular monster is that a boss will always build its own pack and keep them around itself. Elsewhere, a player from the other team runs to inform their chief of something important. Hyung-Yeon and his team have come to negotiate with them, and this time, they brought along Sehan and his party. Earlier, it was decided that Hyung-Yeon, Sehan, and a few trusted people would head out to try and talk directly with the other team. One of the people following them is Dongwon, which is suspicious since he didn't trust Sehan's decisions before. It's obvious from how quickly he changes sides to favor himself that Dongwon has a sharp mind despite his terrible personality. That makes Sehan consider using him in the future to further his own goals. But before the plan gets agreed on, Hyung-Yeon raises his concerns of if it's really alright to try and talk to these people. After all, most of them have criminal backgrounds, and their team has women and children. In Sehan's first playthrough, there were many guilds in Korea, and one of them stood out in particular for their strength. That is the infamous guild formed by a band of criminals who escaped from prison as soon as the world changed. The group killed people like insects, and didn't hesitate to cross any line as long as it benefited them. They were known as the Sins. The man who's famous for creating the guild is the top dog, Ju-won Kim, and that man is currently staring down at Sehan and his group as they come to make a deal. Hyung-Yeon starts the negotiations and tells them that he has come to make a suggestion to their group. It was discussed earlier that cooperation between the two teams would not be an option, but Hyung-Yeon isn't there to ask for cooperation. He instead wants to suggest that the criminal group go ahead and defeat the boss on the rooftop with their consent. Ju-won doesn't need consent, and he was going to take on the boss regardless. So Hyung-Yeon doesn't have any authority in their negotiation. For him to just allow them to take on the boss without opposition, that's as good as him running away and preparing to die. Hyung-Yeon tells them that they have no chance fighting against the criminal group or the boss, so they thought it would be better to wait for them to defeat the boss, then they would hope that another boss spawns for them to take out. That's a lie, obviously, and it's shocking that the student council president can lie so with such an honest expression. Ju-won is rightfully suspicious and warns them that if they are lying, then they will all die. But Hyung-Yeon continues to lie, despite the unpleasant aura that Ju-won releases to intimidate them. Sehan can recognize the aura of an avatar when he sees it. Ju-won must be the avatar of one of the highest gods, Hades. Ju-won asks the rest of his team what they think about Hyung-Yeon, and they are all in favor since if the college students try to come against them, they'll just get murdered anyway. Since there's no opposition, Ju-won accepts their suggestion, but on one condition. They want someone to stay with them as collateral for the criminals. At first, Hyung-Yeon tries to offer himself up, but Dongwon steps up instead. Since Hyung-Yeon is the class leader, he shouldn't have to stay there when the rest of his team needs him. Ju-won, on the other hand, isn't satisfied, and he wants the entire team to stay locked up. Then he sets his sights on Jisoo in the back, and he wants her to stay specifically. Then, without provocation, he rushes in to try and attack her. But his blade is parried easily by Sehan. The two face off for a moment, and Ju-won can barely believe that someone dares to try and face off against him. Ju-won must have been wary of Jisoo even though he doesn't know that she's a celestial slayer. It's obvious that he felt something from her presence alone. Hyung-Yeon tries to ask why Ju-won would try and attack one of his teammates, but he's completely ignored. Instead, he walks straight up to Sehan and the two face off directly against each other. The other criminals start yelling in hopes of intimidating the group, but Sehan doesn't back down and advises Ju-won to accept their offer if the criminals don't want to go up against them. Ju-won can tell that Sehan isn't an ordinary guy, and he tells his group to quiet down for a while. His main issue isn't Ju-won though, and he feels a chill going up his spine thanks to the aura of the woman next to him. Jisoo's deadly glare causes the criminal boss to freeze up in fear, and he can only describe her power as something similar to a man eating flour. The other criminals continue to encourage the man to fight, but Ju-won is completely paralyzed by fear, and he can barely control his breathing while facing Jisoo. Sehan places a hand on her shoulder to stop her from releasing the paralyzing aura, and she finally calms down. She was just so angry from the way that Ju-won was talking to our MC that she couldn't control herself. It was a relatively small aura for a celestial slayer, but it was still enough to completely petrify the criminal boss. No matter how much of a psycho Ju-won is, there's no way he can compare to a celestial slayer. With the aura removed, Ju-won can finally move again, and he shakily accepts their terms for only one person to remain with them. As they previously agreed, that person will be Dongwon. As the group turns to leave, Ju-won is left angry at the fact that they dared to do something like this to him. He swears that he will complete the quest and make sure that all of them die. They return to the subway and regroup, and Hyung-Yeon was a bit worried towards the end there, but thankfully, they all made it out all right. Dongwon decided to stay voluntarily though, so there's no need to worry about him at all. For now, they should focus on preparing to face the actual boss. Sehan takes them back to the safe zone from earlier and introduces them all to the item shop that he showed Jisoo and Mina earlier. Just like the other two, the group had no idea something like this existed, but they helped themselves to the vast number of items and weapons in the shop. As the group arm themselves, Hyungyun asks Sehun if the other team will really leave them alone after killing the boss. There's no way they would do that since all of them were so eager to kill them earlier. For now though, Sehun assures them that they don't need to worry about it, although he refuses to elaborate why. There'll be no such thing as an after for the group once Sehun is finished with them. Sehun leaves the group to make a phone call, and as he's rounding up, Jisoo sneaks up on him without being noticed. She has a weird way of moving around without giving off any presence, which Sehun is still not used to. He doesn't tell her who he was speaking with on the phone, and instead, he shows her the new items he got from the item shop. One of them is a sharp spear, and there are also training bracelets with adjustable weight settings. All of these are for his plans going forward, but he still refuses to elaborate exactly what he wants to do. As the two head back to rejoin with the group, Jisoo asks Sehun when he decided to learn how to use a spear. He can't tell her that he learnt it from his previous life, so instead, he lies that he had a little practice before the start of the game. Back in his last life, he wasn't particularly good at anything, since all the weapons he tried were pretty mediocre. But at the end of the day, when it comes to winning and surviving, talent wasn't a necessity for him. After all, at the end of the day, the one who outlived the best of the best and survived until the end of humanity was him. This time, he plans to become the strongest in the world, no matter the cost. They regroup with Hyungyun, who managed to buy some good equipment with the points he got from completing their first quest. It also looks like he became an avatar as well. Considering Hyungyun's personality, it must not be an evil god. Only time will tell though, and all he can do for now is watch and see what happens. Now that everyone is fully geared up, it's time for Tem to head out and take on the boss. Before they leave though, Sehun tells them that he and Jisoo will be moving separately from the main group. Then he hands Hyungyun the spear that he just bought, coated in orichalcum. He instructs the leader to stick the spear in the center of the room when they find the boss stage. Because of the orichalcum, it should go into the ground easily as soon as they stick it into the floor, and they just have to make sure that the tip is facing upwards. Then he tells Hyungyun that once the time is right, he will give them a signal through their cell phones so they can lure the boss towards the spear. These seem like very unrelated things, but it's once again part of Sehun's plan which he refuses to elaborate on. Now that everything has been set up, it's time for the group to make their move. Hyungyun throws out a message through their group chat and Dongwon also catches wind of it. It's been a while since he has been locked up, and since then, the criminal group has challenged the boss 3 times with no progress. There's a good chance that Sehun is right about what he's saying, but it's still a mystery as to how he has so much information. Even Dongwon's god warned him to be wary of Sehun, since he must have something up his sleeve. Instead of just sitting quietly and waiting for everything to unfold, Dongwon decides to make his move. He calls out to the guard watching over him and tells him that he has some information about the quest to tell their boss. He wants to talk directly to the leader and give him some vital info that will be a great asset to their quest. Sehun Kim may be a huge threat, but Juwon's strength is something else entirely. If Dongwon had to pick a side, he would definitely choose Juwon. The guard agrees but warns him that if this turns out to be nothing, then there will be consequences. Elsewhere, Hyungyun and his group journey down into the underground of Lomi Tower. The only monsters they can see in the area are a few mutant rats that they are able to kill with no problems at all. Because the monsters are in a dark area, they are weak to light, and that makes it even easier for the group to slowly take them out and proceed deeper into the area. Sehun is easily making quick work of the rats, and he's killing them way more efficiently than the others. They have been making progress for a while now, and they have already made it halfway into the basement of the building. The area goes down to the 6th floor underground, and they are at the 3rd one right now. As they are making plans to go deeper, Sehun gets a text from Mina informing him that they are heading down into the sewers. Back up at the surface, Juwon is coming to terms with the fact that the monster they have been fighting was never meant for them to defeat. It's a basilisk with a petrifying gaze, and it has easily frozen and killed all his men so far, heavily reducing their numbers. He's trying hard and failing to figure out what to do to take the monster down. The guard from before leads Dongwon into Juwon's private room to talk about whatever he wants to say. He tells the criminal leader about his group's real intention of finding the boss monster underground and how the monster on the rooftop is not the real boss at all. It was all a trap using reverse psychology to deceive them, and Juwon vows to make them pay for doing this. Dongwon doesn't care about their conflict or who wins. At the end of the day, he'll just side with whatever team manages to come out on top. Even if his team wins, his god should be able to negate the penalty. As they move to start heading into the underground, the guard from earlier starts laughing at Dongwon for his contribution to their team. Dongwon decides not to think too much about the weird behavior of the guard and follows them to track down Hyungyun's team. They reach the entrance to the basement, and surprisingly, no one is in the area. Juwon sends out his team to search the entire place and locate them as fast as possible, but there's no sign of them. The guard suggests that they might have run away to the basement to finish the stage and escape. Juwon agrees with them, and the team starts to make their way into the basement to confront Hyungyun and his group. The area is dark and unwelcoming. Unlike Hyungyun, who equipped everyone with flashlights thanks to Sehun's foresight, this group has nothing to use and see where they are going. But they can see 2 people calmly watching them stumble through the dark. It's Sehun and Jisoo, and the 2 of them were aware that the criminals would come after them, so they waited at the entrance first to stop them. Seihan then addressed Dongguan, since it's his betrayal that led them all there in the first place, and his backstabbing nature was way too predictable. Dongguan still thinks he's on the winning side and warns Seihan that he is done for since they are about to fight this entire group of psychopaths. Seihan isn't bothered at all and asks the guard standing next to Dongguan if he agrees. It turns out that this guard was actually Mina the entire time, and she was working with Seihan to lead these guys here in the first place. Seihan wanted them all gathered in one place because he had been planning to wipe them all out at once. All of them including the criminals, Dongguan and the monster at the top of the building. Now that they are all ready to brawl, Seihan prepares to fight them. Although he's short on time since he has to hurry up and fight the basilisk at the top of the building too. Jisoo steps up as he's wondering how he's going to do everything in time and tells him that he should go ahead. With her level of strength, she should be able to handle these guys pretty easily. Since Jisoo has offered to take care of them herself, Seihan grabs Mina and leaves, since he will need her for the final boss fight. Before he leaves though, he tells Jisoo to leave Dongguan alive for later. That's disappointing for Jisoo since she wanted to personally take him out, but she obliges since it's an order from Seihan. With that done, our MC turns to leave, but a blade comes rushing towards him. In a split second, while still holding Mina, he dodges the attack and rushes towards Juwon, sending him and half of his group flying with a single punch. Now that he has no more obstacles, he turns to leave again, allowing Jisoo to take over the beatdown. He noticed that something changed about her personality, but he can't quite tell what it is. Regardless, he decides to leave everything up to her for now. Juwon starts to pick himself up from the ground and orders his subordinates to stop standing around and go attack. After all, it's just one girl against a whole group of criminals. The first person to run up to her is the first to figure out that you shouldn't judge a book by its cover. She uses her weapon to cut his body clean in half, killing him before he even had a chance to launch an attack. Jisoo warns them all that none of them are leaving the area without her permission, as she prepares herself for another attack. Juwon notices from the look in her eyes that she sees them similar to how he would see an insect, almost as if she's heavily looking down at all of them. He once again tells his men to try and rush her, and they all go charging in with their weapons. But Jisoo is more concerned about how much blood she might accidentally splatter on the ground. The first man to try and attack gets his head smashed in before he can even land a hit. The person behind him doesn't even have time to figure out what happened before Jisoo rushes over and takes him out with a clean uppercut. Another man takes advantage of her blind spot to stab her from behind, but she shrugs off the attack like it's nothing and punches him on the forehead, killing him instantly. The wound inflicted by the stab heals itself instantly, and thanks to her Celestial Slayer abilities, the sight of her blood starts to make her even stronger than she already was. Meanwhile, 3 other men try to attack her all at once, and she easily dodges all their attacks, before one-shotting every single one of them before they can even react. Jisoo's rampage continues, and she easily takes all the men out with single precise strikes without anyone even managing to land a hit on her. There are at least 30 of them, all fighting together, and she's easily overwhelming them without even breaking a sweat. Juwon watches all of this happening in shock, but he still believes that he can handle her. After all, he's stronger than her and larger too, so he should be able to take back the fight. Jisoo finally turns her attention to him and throws the extendable part of her mace towards him, but Juwon blocks the attack by grabbing one of his teammates and using him as a human shield. Now that it's come to this, it's time for him to show off why he's a chosen avatar of the god of death, Hades. He activates a special ability given to him by his god called Death Sentence, which allows his attacks to have a guaranteed chance of killing an opponent with 1 hit for a minute. His weapon charges up with energy as he activates the attack, and he's sure that he will be able to take her down and finish this once and for all. As he prepares to launch his attack, Jisoo turns her attention to him for less than a second, and he suddenly finds his head detached from his body. In the split second that she acknowledged him, she killed him instantly without even a second thought. Despite his confidence, he couldn't even make a difference in fighting her. Elsewhere, Seihan and Mina rush towards the top of the tower. Mina is still concerned about them leaving Jisoo behind like that, but Seihan is mostly confident that she can take care of herself. He looked strong on the outside, but in reality, he only has one powerful ability, and it takes a long time to activate. For now, they should be more focused on Seihan's plan with the basilisk. Mina doesn't believe that our MC wants to fight something that dozens of men have already failed to bring down. Seihan himself isn't completely sure they can win, but that's why he brought Mina as his trump card. Her transformation ability might be her only power, but that's exactly what he needs from her. After a few more minutes of climbing, the two manage to reach the top floor, and it's time to face the final boss. Before they enter, he needs her to transform into a certain animal. It will be hard for her, but Seihan promises to give her 2,000 points worth of gear later if she does what he wants. With the motivation of points, Mina is a lot more willing to transform for Seihan, and she turns into a weasel, though she still doesn't know exactly how that will help him. Now that all the preparations are complete, Seihan opens the door to the boss room so they can finally start the final battle. The place is a mess and filled with statues of people who were turned to stone as they were trying to escape. This is the effect of the basilisk's petrifying gaze. Now that they've successfully made it in and not immediately died on the spot, it's time for Mina to head in and go find the boss. That won't be necessary though, since the thing is so big that she didn't need to even look very hard to see it. The giant monster is the size of the room and just as terrifying as it is large. It is clearly the sentinel of the stage, which means it was a monster never meant to be beaten. As he approaches the monster, it wakes up and introduces itself as Orga, and kindly tells Sehan that his life will be spared if he leaves quietly and without making too much noise. Sehan has no intention of turning back now, even though things are not in his favor at all. Unlike the Minotaur from the first stage, this Sentinel is a named boss that has been properly made to be unbeatable. The biggest problem with fighting a beast like Orga is its petrifying gaze. Once it opens its eyes, it turns everything that it sees into stone. That is usually the case, but he has a plan with his trump card Mina. It's her time to shine, and he tells the girl who is still in the form of a weasel to go and try to fight the boss just like he told her to earlier. When she tries to refuse, he grabs her by the stomach and tosses her towards the beast. Orga opens its eyes to look at her, and Sehan takes the opportunity while it's distracted to rush in and try to deal some damage. Since the monster wasted its petrifying gaze on Mina, it has a cooldown before it can attack again. During that time, Sehan plans to take care of its eyes while it's distracted. He throws his blade towards the monster's head, hitting it right in the eye before taking cover behind a wall. Unfortunately, it looks like an ordinary sword isn't enough to damage a sentinel. But now that he's focused on Sean, Mina takes the opportunity to rush towards Orga and try to attack as well. Although his petrifying gaze hit her directly, according to folklore, the basilisk has a weakness to weasels. So as long as Mina is in that form, the creature's petrifying gaze cannot affect her. Although that makes things slightly easier, a weasel isn't nearly enough to fight a giant monster. Somehow though, Mina manages to survive its attacks, and swiftly climbs up its body before it can squish her. Orga tries the petrifying gaze one more time, but it once again doesn't work on Mina as she continues to distract it. While the two are facing off against each other, Sehan takes the opportunity to run underneath the beast and try to launch another attack. Orga notices his attempts and tries to stop him with its giant body, but that gives Mina just enough time to climb up to its eye and attack it. The basilisk screams in pain as its eye is blinded by Mina's attack. That stops it from being able to activate its petrifying gaze ability, which will make it a lot easier to fight. Even though things should be easier, that doesn't mean it's over yet for Sehan. Even a single scratch from the basilisk would be lethal, but thanks to its size, its attacks are easy to notice and dodge. The monster continues to attack as Sehan gets a notification from his phone. Now that he's done stalling, it's time for the final part of his plan to finally be enacted. He separates from Mina for a moment, and the two spread out around the room as the monster continues to attack Sehan. Finally, after a little bit more fighting, the monster manages to land an attack that Sehan isn't able to properly dodge. Then it prepares itself to land the finishing blow. Just before it can land the hit, Sehan snaps his fingers, which is the signal for Mina to come back into the game. She turns into a chicken and yells out as loud as she can, which causes the basilisk to shriek back in pain. Just like with the weasel, the basilisk is also inexplicably weak to the sound of a chicken's call. Sehan takes to the offensive and uses his dagger to try and attack the beast, but they don't even leave a scratch on its hard outer scales. Although he's not able to injure it, the attacks that have landed so far are enough to weaken it exponentially. However, things are starting to look dangerous, and Sehan is going to need to try his best to finish this as soon as possible. The tricks and weaknesses that he has prepared are not enough to weaken the gap between them. The monster moves closer to our MC, confident that it can finish things off quickly now that Sehan doesn't have any more tricks up his sleeve. Sehan notices that the basilisk has stepped right where he wants it and tries to keep it busy by talking more. He admits that the gap in their power is way too much, and he knew from the beginning that he wouldn't be able to win. That's why he had to think very hard on how exactly he would kill the basilisk. In his previous life, he was used to battling impossible opponents, because he has done it countless times before. To defeat an opponent that is superior to him in every way, he doesn't need the power of the gods or overwhelming stats, or any of the other things that make other players overwhelmingly strong. What he needs is experience and patience, and those two things are what allowed him to become the last remaining survivor of the gods' game. Orga is done hearing the pointless rambling and finally prepares to launch the final attack, but it's already too late. Sehan's plan is complete, and he smirks as multiple explosions ring out through the building. The walls and pillars start to crumble around them as Sehan explains that he had someone install bombs all over the building over the course of an entire week. These bombs can be remotely detonated, but they rarely work on monsters or players. Of course, that means that they won't work on this massive monster. But that wasn't his plan at all. All his running around wasn't for nothing. His true goal was to attach the weight bracelets he bought from the store earlier onto the monster without it realizing. With all of them attached, Sehan turns the weight setting up to its highest level, causing the monster to fall to the ground from the enormous weight on its limbs. Then with one final kick, Sehan sends the beast falling through the floor, down through the freshly destroyed building. Even with all this though, the fall isn't nearly enough to kill the monster, and after it regains its strength, it plans to rise back up and kill Sehan immediately. But waiting at the floor of the basement, right where Sehan ordered it to be placed, is the golden spear coated with orichalcum. Ordinarily, a normal spear wouldn't be able to kill him since this is only the second main quest, and there are no items strong enough to heavily damage a sentinel. But a spear coated with the strongest metal in existence is a whole different matter entirely. Meanwhile, just before the monster fell through the ceiling, Hyung-Yoon and his group were battling the actual boss of this quest, right in a losing battle. The group of players were barely able to land a hit on the thing, and it's obvious that they have no chance of winning on their own. Luckily for him though, he placed the spear into the ground and lured the boss close to it just like Sehan had ordered him to do. Right as things were looking bleak, the explosions went off, and not long after, a giant monster that they had never seen before fell through the ceiling. It's the basilisk, and it fell from the top floor of the tall building, through all the floors below it, down to the basement, and right on top of the boss monster, with both of them dying immediately. With that, a message pops up from the system informing them that they had cleared the second main quest successfully. Hyungin is surprised that the main quest has ended, and he received a silver ranking despite barely doing anything, and he has no idea what's even going on. Then the system displays another message saying that the next main quest will begin after a set period of time when certain requirements are met, meaning that they will have a lot of free time before the next objective. As the group is trying to figure out what happened, Sehan joins them in the basement, completely unscathed. From the proud look on his face, it's easy to tell that he had something to do with the quest completion, even though he doesn't have a scratch on him. Hyungin can't say anything though, because he knows that there's no way they could have defeated the monsters without his help. The Sins, on the other hand, were different, and they were definitely strong enough to defeat the boss monster. Both they and Sehan completely outclassed them in strength and power. Hyungin is frustrated by the obvious power difference between them all, and he vows to get stronger. Sean, meanwhile, heads down to pick up his spear. Now that the quest is over, the next question is where to go next from there. Sehan says that he wants to travel anywhere the road takes him, but he tells Hyungyun to give him a call if anything happens. With that, the two separate and Sehan walks off to start his next adventure. However, he knows that Hyungyun must have realized that his current strength is not enough. Sehan hopes that he can at least survive until the 7th quest. That shouldn't be a problem for him since he's a chosen avatar, but our MC still doesn't know what god chose him. Sehan and Mina meet back up with Jisoo in an unoccupied store. She's casually cleaning her weapon, and it seems like she even changed her armor after the fight. That means that the battle she had must have been at least slightly intense. Just as they agreed, Jisoo spared Dongwon's life and locked him in a closet to wait for Sehan. Our MC heads over to check on him, and the former vice president immediately gets up and tries to attack Sehan before he can even say anything. On top of imprisoning him against his will, Jisoo also placed one of the weight bracelets around his neck, which Sehan quickly turns on, slamming Dongwon into the ground because of its weight. After it seems like Dongwon has learnt his lesson a bit, he turns off the intense weight, allowing him to move again. The device won't come off easily, and because of it, he's completely under Sehan's control. This is all because he tried to kill everyone multiple times, all the way back to when he tried to keep them in the gym during the first quest. He was so determined to betray them this time that he didn't even notice Mina standing right next to him. It only managed to work out because Sehan was there. In any other scenario, their entire school would have been killed because of him. This is Sehan's physical punishment to him. His psychological punishment is something even more devious. Sehan shows him an absolute contract and asks him to sign it. It's a contract that can never be violated by the person who signs it. It states that the contractor must be altruistic, caring, and sincere, unless they will die by an implosion from their choker. At first, Dongwon tries to argue, but Jisoo comes up to them and stands menacingly behind him with her weapon, making it obvious that refusal is not an option. Dongwon rushes to sign it, and as soon as he does, he turns and tries to leave as fast as possible to escape Jisoo. He can go anywhere he wants now anyways, since thanks to the bracelet, Sehan can track him anywhere he goes. Thanks to that, Dongwon is now forced to obey him no matter what, and he would die immediately if he dares to go against any of Sehan's orders. He approaches Jisoo, who is checking the status of her last quest. She achieved gold tier again, but also must have gotten a lot of points because of the shared rewards between party members. Now that they are done with important quests though, it's time for them to decide where they want to go next. Jisoo has somewhere she needs to visit, so because of that, they have to move separately for now. Thanks to the fact that they are party members, they will easily be able to track each other's location and reunite at a later time. With that, the two plan to separate so that Jisoo can head out on her personal quest. The only person left to compensate is Mina, who had been the most helpful during their quest. He decides to give her a reward for everything she has done for him so far, and she's excited that it might be something powerful. Sehan reaches into his inventory and pulls out a stealth ring which will allow the user to hide themselves completely. It's a B rank item and also extremely rare. It's such a good item that Mina is almost hesitant to take it from Sehan. Jisoo stares at Mina jealously for a moment, and Sehan assures her that he will get her something next time as well. Now that they've gotten all their shared issues out of the way, it's time for each of them to get moving with their own personal quests. As Sehan continues to trek through the deserted roads without Jisoo, he notices that there are a lot more observers around him than usual. It's only natural though after what he managed to pull off during the second quest. He's more concerned about the fact that Mina is following him, even though he doesn't need her help for anything anymore. What's more is that her observer is the worst one of all. That won't make too big of a difference anyways, since the gods should already know about his appearance. The question still stands as to why Mina is following him anyways. That's because she can tell that he's pretty strong, so she has decided to stick with him for a little while longer to see if she can get anything out of it. She's incredibly honest with her intentions, which is definitely better than Dongwon underhanded ways. She also plans to help him, so it doesn't seem like she's just leeching off of his power. As the two continue walking, they come up to a group of hostile people who seem to be guarding some sort of entrance to a dungeon. Sehan raises his hands in surrender and turns to leave, which confuses Mina since it seems like he wanted to farm that dungeon. He plans to enter it through his own means, and Mina is ready to help him stir things up if need be. but he has another idea in mind. Since the entrance has been blocked off by those people, Seihan plans to make an entrance for himself. Meanwhile, the gods continue to discuss the state of the game in the forums. In Honest Life, Dongwon God complains about the fact that his avatar has been completely shackled by some guy, and because of that, he can't do anything in the game. Young Jester, on the other hand, finds the situation hilarious and teases the god for his misdoings. While they two argue, the other gods bring up the fact that there are some good dungeons in the area that they can raid. Seihan watches all of their discussion, and thanks to it, he's able to pinpoint the location of the dungeon that those people were guarding. They walk through the city and stop at a random street that Seihan believes should have the dungeon. Then, he places his hand on the ground and scans the area with a new ability, which allows him to search a 50-meter radius with his hand to find items in the area. It's a platinum reward that he got for defeating the basilisk. Thanks to it, they are able to find the boss room of the dungeon that the men were guarding from before. It's 20 meters underground though, which means that they normally wouldn't be able to reach it since dungeon walls are protected by special magic, meaning there's no way to break into the room without going through the dungeon. For a normal player, that would be completely true, but Seihan is a pay-to-win player, and thanks to the DLC store, he has the exact tool that he needs to get into that boss room. It's a dungeon destroyer's excavation drill which can be used to dig the terrain of a dungeon. He lies to Mina that it's a quest reward, and then gets to work digging into the ground towards the dungeon. After 5 hours of constant digging, they are able to break into the boss room and arrive at the heart of the dungeon. Waiting for them in the room is a mantis boss, and a horde of lesser mantis. The monsters immediately rush to attack them, and the two get ready for a fight. Seihan asks Mina to handle the lesser mantis and watch his back while he tries to kill the boss mantis. He uses the orichalcum-coated spear that he used to defeat the basilisk to make a way through the mantis monsters defending the boss. Thanks to the fact that the insects have very open weak spots, killing them is incredibly easy for Seihan, and he finally pushes his way up to the boss. The main mantis boss should be even easier to defeat thanks to its size, making it much slower than the smaller ones. Seihan is able to calculate and launch a strong attack that blows the mantis's midsection away, killing it instantly. With that, they defeat the dungeon and become the first players in the world to defeat a dungeon, earning them 1,000 extra points as a reward and the achievement of First Experience Hunter. It's a weird name, but he tries not to think too much about it. Instead, he's more focused on the fact that more achievements also increase the amount of rewards he will get going forward. Next up is checking out the rewards from the mantis boss. He gets an F-level magic stone and an E-rank skill called Precise Strike. They're not really the best rewards, but it's better than nothing. These rewards are only the boss drops, and the rest of the rewards for the dungeon are tucked away in the corner. It's a lot of loot and gold, which can be sold in the store for a good amount of points. Seihan and Mina spend some time packing everything before leaving. About 4 days later, the group that had originally been clearing the dungeon finally make it to the boss room. They are excited that they could be the first people in the entire world to clear a dungeon, and after almost a week of fighting endless hordes of insects, it's finally time for them to reap their rewards. When they open the door to the boss room, they are met with a completely empty room filled with decaying monster corpses and a suspicious-looking hole in the ceiling. To add insult to injury, there's also writing on the wall mocking the adventurers for not getting there in time. Later on, Seihan logs into the god's chat forum and comes in the middle of an argument between young Jester, who seems way too pleased with herself, and a god who was probably affiliated with the people that got their dungeon stolen. It looks like they are having the time of their lives, and Seihan decides to take the opportunity to throw in another piece of bait. He tells the gathered gods that he found a pretty good dungeon in the area, and that catches their attention. Then he shows them a map with a marker pointing to the Seoul National University of Education station, and he tells them that there should be a C-rank item in the area. Young Jester can vouch for the validity of his claims, since he has already given them valuable information several times before, but the others aren't as trustworthy, and one of them even wants Seihan to reveal who he really is. Luckily for him, there's a general rule in the forum that protects people who want to remain anonymous. With the new information in hand, the group start to gather their avatars to head towards the dungeon, trusting Seihan's words. Thanks to this, every avatar in the area will be gathered in one spot. Even young Jester informs Mina that she should head over to the university, but Seihan declines. According to his memories, there are indeed high-ranking items there, but they are all useless. It's only good as bait. Instead, Seihan wants them to do the next main quest. Although there's no time limit for this third quest, Seihan wants to get it done before the fourth main quest pops up so they don't miss out on the rewards from the third quest. Before they start heading there though, Seihan wants to get an ability first, and although he doesn't immediately tell Mina about it, he mutters to himself that he needs a constellation. They head over to another nearby dungeon, and this time, Seihan can't just dig into the boss room like he did before, because it's way deeper than the last one. Because of that, they have to head into the dungeon from the main entrance and clear it out normally. But first, he gives Mina a scarf that has the ability to block ranged attacks. The two head into the dungeon, and the first thing Mina notices is that it's way too quiet. It's almost hard to believe that this place is a dungeon. It's also dark, which makes it very hard for them to see. The two of them continue walking through the dungeon, and after a while, it starts to feel like they've been circling around the same place for a while. Seihan already knew this, but there's a reason that they've been walking in circles for a while, and that reason is about to show itself to them in a moment. A sharp gust of air blows through the cramped subway, and something heads straight towards Mina. Thankfully, the scarf that Sehun gave her comes in handy and blocks the attack before it can reach her. The scarf is actually an item called the Cloth of Protection, and it's guaranteed to block 5 ranged attacks. It will then be destroyed after it's fully used. Thanks to that attack, Mina only has 4 blocks left, so they can't be too careless. The arrow that tried to attack Mina proves that Sehun came to the right place. He takes a quick peek into the forums, and it looks like other avatars are having the same problem as some monster in the shadows keeps killing them before they can fight back. Mina brings up an idea that she could turn into something small, but anything that she might turn into will still get hit regardless of how small she is. There's only one thing that can avoid the attacks. Sehun tells her what that animal is, then gives her some instructions to follow after he gives a signal. Another arrow heads towards Sehun, and the cloth protects him, leaving him with 4 protections left. Then he wraps an item around the arrow called the tracking threads. When the thread is wrapped around an object and thrown, it heads towards the object's original owner. The arrow flies through the darkness and eventually lands beside a dark archer who is hiding in the dark. The monster is called a Ranger of the Night, and it's a creature that gains movement speed when moving in a dark area. Sehun rushes towards it before it can run away again, and in defense, it fires an arrow at our MC, consuming another use of his scarf. With only 3 left, Sehun has to figure out a way to finish this fight as quickly as possible. The Ranger tries to escape in the shadows, firing multiple shots at his pursuer as he backs away. 2 of them manage to hit, leaving Sehun with 1 more protection before he's left unguarded. The Ranger draws his bow and fires 1 more arrow, using up the last protection from the scarf, causing it to disintegrate into nothing. But it's already too late. Sehun has closed the distance, and it's only a matter of time before the 2 clash. But the Ranger smiles as it has one last trick up its sleeve. With Sehun so close, he makes for an easy open target, and the Ranger draws its bow again, firing a shot that's guaranteed to hit. But Sehun has already won this fight, and he skillfully dodges the arrow as a bat flies down from the ceiling, holding a small orb in its hands. In video games, there are usually small creatures that creep around in dungeons. They are usually set to be non-interactive to the characters and monsters alike. Thanks to that, they usually go unnoticed no matter how much they move about the stage. And that's exactly what Sehun was counting on when he told Mina to transform into a bat and blend in with the other bats hanging from the room of the stage. And when the time was just right, she would soar down with an orb of light, which is an item that flashes a bright light, blinding all players and monsters within its radius for 10 seconds. With everyone in the area blinded, Sehun takes the opportunity and stabs the monster right through the chest before it can escape again. The strategy works brilliantly, and the monster lays dead at their feet after a grueling battle. It looks like there aren't any special rewards like in the Mantis dungeon. This was a raid dungeon, and these kinds of dungeons usually don't offer many rewards since there are no monsters other than the boss. However, the rewards for defeating the boss are still incredible. From this battle, he gained a B-ranked Coat of the Night and C-ranked Knight's Gloves, as well as a new skill called Shadow Rush, which the boss monster used multiple times to blend into the shadows and escape. Finally, he gained an ability called Guaranteed Shot, which allows him to throw or shoot towards a target with pinpoint precision. With all these rewards, Sehun's stats are not fully stacked, and he has an incredible amount of abilities. Right now, he should be the strongest player in the world, but it's still now enough to defeat his target for his next quest. Clearing the next main quest won't be a problem, but his goal is 100% completion of the game. He also has a first playthrough transfer package which he will unlock eventually after completing the main quest. Once he uses it and gets his old abilities back, he will be able to defeat that monster in the 3rd quest. His next target is the monstrous crow that devastated his last playthrough. Meanwhile, with another member of his team somewhere else in the city, Jisoo rings the doorbell of what used to be her home. There were many monsters in the way of her getting here, but none of them posed a serious problem. After some more knocking, Jisoo is forced to use her super strength to break open the door. Inside the house there are more monsters, but they are more of an annoyance to her than a threat. She quickly takes them all out in a matter of seconds, crushing some of them with her bare hands as if they were simple bugs. Deeper inside her house, she finally finds one of the people she was looking for. Her father lay on the ground in a pool of his own blood, clearly long dead. Jisoo takes a moment to cry for her lost parent, but her tears are interrupted by a ringing phone on the table. She shakily picks up the call, and it's her mom on the other side. Back with Sehun and Mina, the 2 of them arrive at their next quest location, but it's not what they expected. It's an amusement park called Lome World, and despite the devastation going on throughout the world, the staff there greet them with smiles as if nothing is wrong. It's almost as if the monsters skipped this place in their rampage. However, it's obvious from the wrecked surroundings that monsters have been here recently. It's strange, but there's no way of explaining the weird atmosphere of the amusement park. Mina decides to directly ask the staff what her deal is, but the woman just tells her that she is free to enter Lome World and look around. The place is very clearly suspicious, but Sehun moves to enter it regardless. Their next quest is inside, so they have to enter anyway. The atmosphere is excessively clean, and the employees are definitely human, but they are neither monsters nor players. All of these disturbing features must be for the crow's sick and twisted entertainment. It looks like the staff are forced to live here against their will. Despite their kind smiles, it's clear that all of them are terrified of something, and they are just working to protect themselves. As they continue to walk through the amusement park, the next quest finally shows up. For Mina, it looks pretty easy, But Sehan's quest is different from what he remembers in his past life. In his last life, the quest was a D rank mission, but this time around, he got a C rank difficulty. Mina's quest is the 5 stamps quest that he got in his previous life, but his quest is much harder than that. Only 2 people can directly alter his quest, and they are the game master and the system. If the GM had altered his quest, then he would have shown himself to our MC, so this has to be the system's intervention. It's only fair though, since he has killed 2 sentinels now, and has definitely become a popular figure in the game. Mina notices his sour expression and asks what's wrong, but he doesn't tell her his problem. He takes a moment to organize his thoughts, and tries to look at the positive side of things. At least this is a clear indication that his actions are slowly changing the future just like he wanted. The two continue to walk around the park, and Sehan asks Mina if she knows about a game called Roller Coaster Typhoon. It's a game about managing an amusement park, and Mina is at least aware of it. He then tells her to imagine that they are inside the game, and everything in the park is under the manager's control. Because of that, they can do anything they want, like cutting off the tracks in mid-air so all the rides crash straight into the ground. The sales don't matter to them, and all they want to do is see people suffer. That's the mindset that this park is being run with, but the Crow constellation, Karis. Of course, he can't tell Mina that since he's not supposed to have that information yet, but his words are pretty obvious from how the park is run. They are using civilians as employees against their will, and they are very clearly not looking after their people here. None of the players know about the constellations yet, so he can't directly tell her about it. There are countless powerful monsters in the world. There are the simple mobs and the boss monsters. Then there are the sentinels, who are the highest caliber of monsters. They are usually not meant to be defeated, but the constellations are on an entirely different level from them. The difference is not even in their strength, but in their very existence. The constellations are a different set of beasts entirely, and the ruler of this park is one of these constellations named Karis. It's a low-level constellation, but it still has divinity, which makes it very powerful. Normally, it would still be too early for constellations to arrive, but this one is an exception. Its constellation level is low enough that it can show up if its divinity is slightly lowered. It used that loophole to sneak its way into the game way earlier than it should have been able to. Its intention is to enjoy itself now, while no one is a threat to it yet. Although it had a low divinity level, its damage to humanity was on par with a constellation of a high divinity level. For now, the best they can do is be careful and keep their guard up while trying to complete the quests. The infrastructure of the environment is definitely different from the Lome world from before the world changed. That's because the ruler has changed it up to their liking. As they walk through the area, an employee calls out to them to join his ride. He sounds terrified, and he's wearing a collar that seems suspicious. He points them over to his ride, which is a haunted house. Mina isn't thrilled to enter a haunted house, and she tries to complain. But her bickering with Sehan is cut short when the employee's collar starts beeping and flashing a red light. Eventually, the collar explodes around his neck as he screams in terror, and the explosion blows his head clean off his body. That directly ties into Sehan's main quest, which is to save all the people in the amusement park and resolve the situation by helping all of them to escape from the area. Right now, there are 138 players and 725 civilians, but as the employee's lifeless body drops down to the floor in front of them, the number drops. The other employees look away as Mina tries to understand what's going on and what just happened. It seems like there was a time limit for being a vendor, just like players have time limits for their quests. Mina starts to cry and wonders if the employee died because of her hesitation to enter the haunted house, but Sehan comforts her and tells her that all of this was most likely just caused by the amusement park's horrible design. In Sehan's past life, a lot of people died, and he only heard the news from the few survivors that managed to escape. But from what he remembers, the place shouldn't be as empty as it is right now. For now, he can't think too much about it, and all he can do is search for the person he was looking for and try to collect stamps first. He calls out to one of the other employees and asks him to guide them through the rides so they can start collecting stamps. The employee warns them that they won't be coming out of the haunted house the same as how they entered, but it's not like they have a choice. They will die if they don't complete the quest in time. Most of the other players who entered the haunted house died regardless of their enthusiasm, but since they've asked, the staff has no choice but to lead them in. To complete the ride, all they need to do is pass all the way through to the other side. It's just as scary as it is straightforward, so they have to make sure to be careful as they walk through. The two walk in, and Mina makes sure to cling onto Sehan's arm for her own safety. They are just at the entrance, and she's already terrified. They reach a bridge, and Sehan stops for a moment to make sure it's safe. Suddenly, a spiked wrecking ball falls from the ceiling, almost crashing into them with how fast it's moving. They don't have time to think about what just happened as more wrecking balls fall from the ceiling, forcing them to run across the bridge for their lives. As they are moving, a monster springs out from nowhere and tries to attack Mina. Sehan reacts quickly and uses his spear to stop it before it can take a bite out of her. Then he kicks it back, sending it flying away before it can attack them. With that taken care of, he goes to check on Mina, who is on her knees, crying in fear. At this point, there's no way she can carry on, and Sehan is forced to lift her on his back for the rest of the way through the haunted house as she cries into his shoulder. Throughout the house, they meet many different obstacles and monsters, and Sehan manages to take them all out and run through the entire ride while carrying Mina on his back. Usually Mina should also be able to take on all these monsters, but she's way too scared to try and fight on her own. Sehan continues to run through the haunted house with the crying girl clinging onto him for dear life. This place is similar to a regular haunted house. You make your way through it as traps pop out from every corner. The only difference is that these traps and monsters are very much real and trying to kill them. This is easy for him, but it's difficult having to fight and protect someone at the same time. However, he decides to treat it as practice for when he decides to fight and protect people in the future. In his previous life, he would never have even tried to do any of this for someone else. After a little more fighting, they manage to make it out of the other side, and they even finish in record time too. Sehun confidently relaxes now that he's finally out, but Mina is completely winded and out of breath. It's clear that the whole thing took a lot out of her. She tries to play it off, but the sweat and tears covering her face are proof of just how much the entire thing freaked her out. Now that they are done with the first ride, Sehun takes the opportunity to ask about the collar around the employee's neck. He wants to get one of them to study for later. The employee is confused, but doesn't argue, and gives Sehun one of the collars to take with him. According to the man, a user can set certain conditions that will trigger the collar to detonate remotely. To test out his theory, he encases the collar in orichalcum. Then he tosses the collar away so the explosion doesn't affect them. Then, he activates the collar. And just as advertised, it explodes exactly when he wants it to. Surprisingly though, even though it exploded, the collar seems fine. That's because the inner explosion of the collar isn't strong enough to destroy the outer coating. As soon as he removes the orichalcum, they can see that the actual collar is completely destroyed. With this little test, Sehun has managed to figure out a way to help the other people in the park. Mina never took him as the sympathetic type, and she asked him directly what caused his change in attitude. That triggers some memories of a man in his past life who once fought to protect everyone he came across and never abandoned those who needed him. RMC couldn't become like that in his previous life, even though he was also saved by the man. This time he wants to try and be better. But they can't just go around releasing the staff of the park. Even if they get rid of the neck pieces, it's still dangerous for them to walk around the place. For now, it'll be safer for them to do what the system wants them to do until the quest is over. The best thing for the two of them to do is to continue gathering information as they go through more rides. Mina is excited to go through more rides in the amusement park since, other than the haunted house, she's confident that she can take them all on. That's until much later in the day, after they are done going through all the rides, that she realizes that she was very wrong about her assumptions. This place is clearly not a normal amusement park, and the rides definitely reflect that. They are more like death traps than anything, and the two of them barely got out with their lives intact. The roller coasters didn't have safety bars, and monsters flew in from the sky. There were also giant monsters at the end of the water slide, and the gyro drop didn't have proper brakes, so they almost fell to their deaths. In comparison to all the chaos on the other rides, the haunted house was practically a cute little attraction. At least they have collected 4 stamps, which means they only have 1 more left to complete the quest. Unfortunately for them, it's already too late, and the park is closing down, meaning that they won't be able to get the last stamp in time. The sky darkens and evening falls as the park closes down for the night. Music starts to play through the area, and it almost looks like some kind of evening event is about to start up. The two of them hide in the bushes as monsters parade through the streets screaming and laughing in joy. Sehun covers Mina's eyes since it doesn't look like something a minor should be seeing. The monsters are parading with tortured humans, and it looks like they are having fun making the people miserable. They also have a dead player among the parade, which just means that the evening entertainment is just for their sick pleasure. Sehun decides that they've seen enough of the parade and it's time to go somewhere safe. The monsters are roaming around the park while the buildings and attractions are occupied by employees. Because of that, the hiding spaces for players are extremely limited. He remembers the survivors from his past life telling him about a big safari being in the park. According to the past survivors, the people that were trapped in the area took refuge there constantly through their first to third main quest. That would normally never happen, but Karis the Crow constellation must have gotten involved. He either made a deal with the GM or found a loophole through the system, but whatever his scheme is, Sehun plans to find it out as soon as possible. They make it to the SAF zone and some people are standing guard in front of the area. Mina asks if they can be let in, and the guards notice that she has 4 stamps. They recognize their strength and immediately let them in. Even the leader of the camp only has 3, which means that they are already more reputable than everyone there. The guard leads them to an empty area for them to rest up in. Then he leaves to inform the leader of their arrival. According to the guard, the people gathered there are about 200 in total, and they are both players and civilians combined. Among the large group of people, Sehun quickly spots the people he was looking for and the person he absolutely needed to get in touch with. The person is a man chosen by Hephaestus, one of the most important gods of Olympus. He's the one and only avatar of Hephaestus, Siu Song. In his past life, he used to be one of the most famous players in the world. He had the ability to forge weapons that were always traded for incredible prices at the auction house. All the top players had pieces of equipment made by him. It wasn't a stretch to say that humanity's extended survival in the gods' game was because of Siu's creations. The person Sehun has found isn't the Siu Song he remembers, though. The man he knew would never give up hope even under intense situations. But the kid sitting with his head down has clearly lost all hope. The person sitting beside Seo must be his older brother who died at the end of the 3rd quest in his previous life. Sehun wastes no time and approaches them with Mina for introductions. He manages to get seated with them, and Seo's brother is more than happy to have them close by. Apparently everyone else has been avoiding them for some reason. Sehan notices that Seo's brother seems to be blind because his eyes are constantly closed, and it looks like he's unable to see. He doesn't remember that detail from his previous life. Regardless, with all of them seated together, Sehan offers to make light introductions. Seo's brother introduces himself as Changgu Song, and they all pleasantly pass around names. As they talk, Sehan notices that Mina is unusually polite. It seems like she is only disrespectful around him and Jisoo. With introductions done, Sehan internally wishes that they can get along, but something has been bothering him since they met. Changgu seems like an ordinary player, and his sword looks pretty normal, but there is something interesting about the sword. Changgu confirms that he's rather formidable with a sword, even though it has just become a walking stick now that he has lost his eyesight. The mention of his brother's loss in vision causes Seo to get depressed, and he moves away from the group to rest. It looks like the kid has become quite sensitive lately, and Sehan promises not to pry into personal matters again. Considering the mood of the entire settlement, it's not odd for Seo to be on his guard around new people. Changgu explains that they just barely managed to run away from a monster that was chasing them. This monster isn't Karis like Sehan initially thought. It's a sentinel that dominates the area, and it's a monster called Cheol-Wung. That's strange to Sehan since there should be no other sentinel in the area apart from Orga the Basilisk who he killed. It looks like there have been a lot of changes by the system in order to acknowledge Sehan, who has been making quite a name for himself. The world is fundamentally divided and administered by the GMs, but they aren't the highest beings in the game. Above them, the system regulates and maintains the general laws of the game, and the recent changes in the story must be because of it. Since the system is in charge of setting up sentinels and hidden monsters, the fact that it's changing so many things means that he has gathered some unwanted attention. But Sehan isn't one to back down, and he's ready for whatever changes the world might bring for him. For now, it's best not to worry about all of that and focus on what he's going to do tomorrow. He will have to start by gathering more information and trying to make careful progress. On a different note though, it's impressive how well Mina is sleeping despite the new environment. As he watches her sleep, a sudden sound draws his attention towards someone sneaking away from the group. It's Changgu, and it looks like he's heading out of the settlement despite how late at night it is. He stops by the gate where the guards question him, but he promises them that he just needs to go out for a while. They are skeptical of letting him through because of his sight, but he assures them that he is familiar with the geography of the area, and he will be fine on his own. Sehan watches him go and notices that the Universal Observer is following him. There would be no reason to follow him if he were simply going to visit the restroom. Something is definitely going on, and Sehan decides to head back into the Gods Forum to find out just what that is. He meets up with young Jester, who seems happy to see him again. She has been seeing him in the chat room more recently, and everyone really likes the useful information that he provides. Sehan gets straight to the point and asks her if he can use her observer to view something. Normally, a god should have their own observer, but Sehan lies that the Universal Observer has bad resolution at night, so he wants to watch with her private observer instead. His story is plausible since it's well known that they don't give out personal observers to gods unless they have a chosen avatar. Sehan also lies that he has been trying to choose a player, but they keep declining his offer, so he wants to use the observer to watch the player. The player he points out is none other than himself, and young Jester reveals that a lot of gods have been going after him, but he keeps rejecting them all as well. She has been watching him since he has been traveling with her avatar, and if she didn't have Mina, she would have tried to go after him as well. Sehan tries not to think too much about her words and asks to use her observer again. Her avatar is asleep, so she has no reason to refuse the request, but her only condition is that he shares information with her first from now on. Sehan agrees, and young Jester prepares to focus the observer for him. He tells her that he wants to check on a player that went outside the settlement just now since there's something odd about him. He uses the observer to follow him, and finds him walking into the empty woods. Changgu stops in the middle of a clearing, and a large glowing white bird descends from the sky and lands on a tree in front of him. As soon as the bird lands, Changgu gets down on one knee and prepares to give a report of the events, which shocks Sehan. As the two talk, Sehan notes that the voice of the bird doesn't belong to Karis. It must therefore belong to the sentinel that Changgu was talking about before, Cheol-Wung. The bird tells Changgu to keep a close eye on Sehan and Mina and report to him if any players in the area try to make a move. Then it flies off, leaving Changgu alone in the empty field. Sehan has seen countless people lie and pretend in his first playthrough, so he has enough experience to tell that Changgu is completely serious right now. Even young Jester can barely believe how crazy of a plot twist this is. An ally is a spy for the monsters. She asks Sehan how he knew something like this was going to happen, but he remains as secretive as ever. In his mind though, he struggles to understand why Changgu would do something like this. In his previous life, Seo always sang praises about his brother, calling him a kind person who would sacrifice himself to save others till the very end. Sehan has an idea of what's going on, but he doesn't immediately look into it. Instead, he closes the forums and waits till the next day. The more important task is collecting information from people in the settlement. From what he can gather, it looks like the current situation isn't too different from what he remembers from his previous playthrough. The only new element is the monster called Cheol-Wung. It's a rare type of monster called a Bulgasari, which is a metal-eating monster from Korean folklore. It is slow, but it has incredible power and its body is as hard as steel. A Bulgasari has the ability to become stronger and harder depending on how much metal it has consumed, so Sehan's attacks wouldn't be very effective against it in a fight. To make it worse, a creature like that is under Karis's command. As he tries to sort out his thoughts, Mina shows up and asks him what he's doing. It'd be best not to involve her in this, so he dismisses her concerns, but she can already tell exactly what he wants to do. He's thinking of defeating the Sentinel, which is another impossible task. He went through all the trouble of defeating Orga, and now he wants to fight another one. Seihan is sure, though, that if he had some time and things were under the right conditions, then he would definitely be able to defeat the monster. There's nothing else he could do that would help Seusong feel better right now. Now that he has a plan in mind, he gets up and prepares to leave the safari for a while. There's someone in the park that he has to meet, but before he goes, he asks Mina for a favor. He wants her to keep an eye on the two Song brothers. He can't explain it right now, but he wants her to contact him if she notices anything suspicious. With that, Seihan leaves the settlement to go and take a look at the monster called Cheol-Wung. Elsewhere, at the other side of the park, in a castle, monsters run wild and unchecked as if this is their home. Laying on the floor amidst all the chaos is Karis, the crow constellation. He settled his nest in this park just for fun, but it turned out to be a great choice. After all, the people's fear and their awe are everything he needs for his opening ceremony. Then he turns around to address the literal giant elephant in the room, Cheol-Wung. The Sentinel is here to report about the third main quest, and from what Karis remembers, the most that a single player has managed to achieve is 3 stamps. That was the case until yesterday when some players managed to receive their 4th stamp. That wipes the smirk off of Karis's face, and he takes a personal look into the status window to confirm. Somehow, without the help of a god, they have managed to almost beat the quest. He watches footage of them taking part in the rides, and from what the crow can see, they'll definitely obtain the 5th stamp and complete the quest by the end of today. Karis can't do anything about it though, since things will get complicated if a constellation like him gets involved too soon in the third main quest. He's only because of a loophole he used to intervene in this game. Maybe there's a chance that a player like that could visit him, but the odds of that are very unlikely. He orders Cheol-Wung to leave them be for now. It would even be better for them if some players managed to complete the quest. Less players have been willing to take on the attractions lately due to their extreme difficulty. If 2 players manage to complete the quest successfully and escape from the amusement park, that would motivate others to try and do the same, which would increase the number of fatalities from the ride. With his report done, Cheol-Wung decides to leave the bird brain to enjoy his time, and he heads out for his patrol. The Sentinel is surprisingly diligent, considering that the bird once thought that Cheol-Wung was just stupid back when they first met. It's rare for a Sentinel to be added into the game anyways, and even Arcadis didn't seem to understand it either. Cheol-Wung heads out for his patrol, hoping that there are far more people to squash today than yesterday. Outside, Seihan waits in a spot that he has heard is on the path of Cheol-Wung's patrol. The ground starts to rumble as the giant monster slowly approaches our MC, confused as to why a human seems to be fearlessly waiting for it. The monster barely makes any reaction, and instead Cheol-Wung raises his hand to kill Seihan immediately. Since it's under the command of Karis, it's obvious that its way of thinking would be so simple. They only want to see the players run for their lives. Seihan prepares himself to fight as the beast's massive hand comes crashing down into the ground, sending debris into the sky. Seihan uses that debris as launching pads to jump into the sky and come face to face with the Sentinel. Once he's close enough, he attacks with his sword, but the skin is so hard. Even a sword coated with orichalcum couldn't damage it at all. He must have consumed some metal while he was out on his patrol. Despite its appearance, this beast is surprisingly the cautious type. Cheol-Wung is surprised that Seihan was able to dodge its attack, and although it wasn't an all-out attack, he didn't expect to see a player of this caliber who was able to keep up in a fight. Seihan rushes at it once more and drags his sword across its body without saying a word. Cheol-Wung is more concerned about the fact that Seihan seems to be almost non-verbal. But to Seihan, the monster talks way too much. He wants to fight and not just stand around throwing empty words at each other. That makes Cheol-Wung angry, and he starts to take the fight seriously in hopes of killing Seihan quickly. Another massive fist comes rushing towards Seihan, and he dodges it once again, landing on the Sentinel's arm and rushing up towards its face. There are way more openings that Seihan can utilize because of its size. He manages to reach its face and launches an attack with his sword, but once again, it's not enough to even leave a scratch. However, seeing that his coated weapon isn't damaged, this means that Cheol-Wung's body isn't harder than orichalcum. The problem right now is his lack of strength. Another fist comes rushing at him, and he narrowly dodges once again, before launching an attack at its leg, causing it to turn around and try to stomp him. This monster must have some sort of weak point somewhere, but right now he can't find it. It looks like he's faster than it at least since he boosted his stats as much as possible to fight the monster. Currently, his stats are maxed out at the limits of E rank, but even with the highest possible stats in the game right now, he can't leave a single scratch on the beast. Another massive strike comes down, and Seihan manages to dodge it once again, landing in a bush. This is very frustrating to him since he didn't expect it to be easy, but this monster is practically unkillable at this point. It's no wonder that the players are terrified by its name alone. If a Sentinel like Cheol-Wung is this strong, then Karis's power must have been boosted too. His original plan was to defeat Karis here in the park, but it looks like that isn't possible without his first playthrough transfer package. Cheol-Wung on the other hand is still angry and ready for a fight, but Seihan hasn't revealed himself since the last attack. That only makes the Sentinel even more upset as he hears Seihan's voice from the bushes calling him way too slow. The monster starts to rip apart the trees in rage, demanding for Seihan to show himself. Our MC is already long gone, especially since he has checked what he came for. There's no way for him to kill Cheol-woon with the items and abilities he currently has. He needs to find another attack that can deliver a fatal blow to the monster. In the end, it looks like Seo Song is his only option after all. Back in the safari, Mina sits with the two brothers and reads a pamphlet to pass the time. Changgu asks her if she's siblings with Sehan, but that's obviously not true since their last names are different. Despite that though, they seem to get along so well, which makes it even less likely that they are siblings if they get along really well. Mina was also wondering if Seo and Changgu are really brothers since they seem to get along so well. Changgu confirms that they are really brothers, but the reason he was asking is because the two of them seem so unusual. Sehan even managed to get 4 stamps despite the difficulty. Mina proudly displays the fact that she also got 4 stamps, but Sehan shows up to disprove her unnecessary boasting. That scares the heck out of Mina since Sehan never seems to give off any presents when he's around. He joins in on the conversation, and Changgu tells him that they were just talking about him and how he met Mina. He caught her while she was trying to rob a bank, and although that makes her sound like a criminal, it's exactly true. The two of them really get along well, and their banter makes Changgu laugh. On a different note, Sehan decides to ask Changgu to spare some of his time. There's something he wants them to talk about privately. The two leave the group and Sehan leads Changgu a little into the forest before directly confronting Changgu about his link with Cheol-wong. Immediately, Changgu pulls out a sword and places it to Sehan's neck, ready to swing at any provocation. He asks Sehan how he got this information, but our MC simply says that he has his ways. He had some other questions too, but it seems like those will have to be saved for later. For now, he tells Changgu to give the fight his best shot. Changgu wastes no time and takes a swing at Sehan's neck, which our MC manages to dodge. Then he quickly changes his stance before Sehan can back away, launching another attack at his face. Despite the fact that he's not able to see, he's not bad at all when it comes to fighting. It looks like Changgu has the mind's eye, which allows him to see and fight despite being blind. Changgu can clearly see that Sehan has some moves of his own, but since he doesn't intend on talking, the best option is to kill our MC here and now. Changgu rushes in and prepares to launch a final blow, and from the stance he's using, Sehan can easily tell that he really knows his stuff. However, Sehan is a beast himself. He catches the sword with his bare hands before it can reach his face. From their fight, Sehan can tell that his agility is between 60 and 70, while his strength is at 50. Those stats are pretty high for a non-avatar. That must mean he put all his points into growing his strength and agility. Changgu pulls back and tries to launch another relentless attack at Sehan, but our MC easily manages to dodge all of them. Then he rushes in for another round, and Sehan somehow manages to parry them all with his hands. That's thanks to his night gloves that he got from the ranger, which are protecting his hands. It's obvious whose strength is superior in this fight. Now that they've both calmed down, Sehan gets straight to the point and asks why Changgu would work as a spy for Cheol-wong when they are this strong. The answer is obvious even when the blind swordsman doesn't immediately answer. It's because of Seo. He made a deal that would ensure Seo's safety. In fact, when he first met Cheol-wong alone, Changgu tried to face the sentinel, but he wasn't a match for the hulking beast. In fact, the sentinel only saw Changgu as its plaything. In the end, he ended up losing his eyesight, and Seo lost his will to fight after seeing what happened. After that, he had no choice but to obey whatever Cheol-wong asked of him. Even though the experience that day was nothing but utter despair, he at least wanted to try and keep Seo alive, even if it meant hell on earth for him. He has been a spy since he first arrived at the safari, and most of the reports were about the group's movement. Now that the cat is out of the bag, Changgu expects Sehan to tell the group about him. However, our MC has a different plan in mind. Since his double life hasn't hurt anyone yet, they can probably use it to their advantage. They can also use it to get to know Cheol-wong's actions as well. Cheol-wong isn't doing anything with the information because it enjoys their fear, and it told Changgu to keep an eye on them to make sure that they don't escape. From how Sehan is talking, Changgu can tell that our MC is planning to fight the beast when it prepares to attack in about a week from now. Although Sehan is definitely strong, even Changgu doesn't believe that he will be able to fight against the sentinel. Any plans or attacks are useless against its strength. Sehan is already aware of all this since he fought the beast earlier. It was different from any monsters he has seen so far, and its body was incredibly hard. But just because he can't kill it right now doesn't mean that it's impossible to kill. Without explaining anything else, Sehan leaves and tells Changgu to share any information he can get with him as well. There's no time to explain things anymore, but Changgu will have to confess everything to Seo. Seo will play one of the most vital roles in the whole thing, and they need him to lift his head up from despair so he can work hard. The two of them head back to the safari, and Changgu keeps to his word and tells Seo about everything that has happened so far. The kid is understandably upset that he's been left in the dark about the whole thing. Changgu just didn't want to make him worry unnecessarily more than he has already done. Seo isn't hearing it though, since something terrible could have happened to Changgu if he didn't say anything sooner. Mina and Sehan watch from the sidelines, and the younger girl realizes that this is why our MC wanted her to watch over them. Now that they've settled their thoughts, the next step is to kill the monster Cheol-wong. Mina can't believe that he wants to do something so dangerous again, and she decides to leave him to it while she goes off to finish her quest. That's a bad idea though, since Cheol-wong should be looking for him right about now. Sehan has been busy, and it's now coming back to bite Mina for being associated with him. She begrudgingly returns to the group as Seo joins them to discuss their plans. They don't have time to waste since thanks to Chang-gu working as a spy, the monsters could come to kidnap people at any moment. On top of that, they have about a week left before the Sentinel makes its move. They have to fight now, and it's their only way to escape. It would usually be impossible to win a fight with the metal monster, but Sehan knows that he can trust on Seo's help to balance the scales. He's going to need Seo to make a weapon that can kill the monster. Now that Seo knows the full story, he's more than willing to help. Now that he has the kids' cooperation, it's time for them to get to work. Sehan purchases the basic smithing package from his VIP store and sets it up especially for Seo to work with. With a setup like this, Seo should easily be able to craft whatever he wants. Mina asks Seo if he finds it weird that all of this equipment just popped out of nowhere, but the kid doesn't care about the details. Right now he's just happy to be helpful with something. Last time, the crucial piece was Mina, and now it's Seo. It's obvious that Sehan had planned to meet and use them this entire time. Mina is just more surprised that Sehan would go for a kid, but Sehan tells her that Seo is only 3 years younger than her. To her, he looked like he was in elementary school. Next, he needs her to create a barrier to seclude the area and prevent others from approaching the vicinity. Mina is surprised that he knows about her ability since she only just got it recently. But Sehan remembers that she should have been able to use it by the third quest from his previous life. With a little bit of work, she sets up a barrier that will make sure that no one even notices what's happening inside the area. That's the blessing of a top-class god like young Jester. It's no wonder that Mina could escape from any situation in her previous life. This is why it's necessary to choose a top-tier god if you're going to be an avatar. Sehan gives Seo some materials that should allow him to make some top-quality equipment. He got all the materials from his dungeon runs. But the question now is what exactly Seo should make using all these things. Sehan already has an idea in mind, and he hands the kid a blueprint of a particular weapon. Seo has never seen something like this before, but Sehan is sure that something like this will be able to kill Cheol-wung. The monster continues to roam around the park, looking for Sehan. It expected someone as strong as our MC to try and collect the rest of the stamps. Since no reports have been made, that means that he's probably not at the safari either. As the monster is trying to figure out where to go next, another monster comes up to report that the crow is summoning him. It looks like he will be able to have some fun today after all. The bear warns him that the other monsters are still getting prepared for the attack, but Cheol-wung doesn't care. As far as it's concerned, it doesn't need any other monsters to get the job done. Mina and one of the guards from earlier stand watch on a high ground above the safari settlement. Sehan told them to watch for incoming monsters while the survivors in the safari start to plan their escape. They ignored them when they first mentioned an evacuation, but after she and Sehan showed off their stamps, they immediately changed their minds. Eventually, just as Sehan predicted, something starts to rumble in the distance, indicating that a monster is heading their way. Mina transforms into an eagle to try and get a better look. She spots what was causing the commotion. It's Cheol-wung, and it looks particularly angry at the moment. She returns to the group and informs the guard that the sentinel is on its way. The man runs off to let people know so that they can evacuate faster. They never expected it to be so fast, and it would be better for Mina to take this opportunity and run away. But Sehan has been so helpful to her, and she has even grown a bit attached to him. Because of that, she doesn't want to just get up and leave him. The only thing that can do is head in to try and distract the monster. But Mina is not sure she's strong enough to do that. Chang-gu comes up behind her and tells her that there is no need for her to do something so risky. He plans to go and try to distract the sentinel himself. It would be shameless of him to run from this after what he has done, and although his skills are no match for the monster, he can at least try to buy them some time. With that, he rushes out to go and confront the monster, all while Sehan is still nowhere to be seen. The survivors struggle to evacuate as they hear that Cheol-wung is on his way to their area. The swordsman is ready to take responsibility for being a spy for Cheol-wung, and he prepares to buy them some time no matter what. Eventually, he catches up to the beast and kneels in front of it, still pretending to be loyal. He tells the monster that he can guide it through a shortcut, so it may hurry up and capture the escaping survivors faster. Cheol-wung unexpectedly refuses the offer and has figured out Chang-gu's plan to buy time. Right now, he doesn't want to entertain his meaningless attempts. It's obvious that Chang-gu has something up his sleeve since there's no way that he'd be so diligent to run all the way up to the monster. Left with no choice, Chang-gu prepares himself to fight the beast for as long as he can. It's been a long time since the two of them fought, and the sentinel is eager to see if his spy has grown stronger since then. Chang-gu immediately takes the initiative and dashes towards the beast, trying to get a quick attack before he can be spotted. Cheol-wung is barely affected by the meager attack and swats his attempt away as if he were an annoying fly. His agility is completely meaningless if he is unable to land a proper hit. With no other choice, Chang-gu braces himself for impact as the monster reels its fist back and prepares to unleash a devastating punch. As its fist collides with the ground, it starts to crumble and fall apart, much to the monster's surprise. Sehan stands in front of the monster, calmly holding the new weapon that was made specifically to fight this sentinel. It looks like it should have consumed higher quality metals before this fight started. Cheol-wung angrily roars at Sehan, but underneath the anger, it's shocked that Sehan somehow managed to break its arm. This new weapon is called the Pile Bunker, and Sehan promises to use it to bash the sentinel's skill in. Back with Mina, she flies around the area, still in the form of an eagle to finish an errand that Sehan sent her on. She finds Seo and runs over to him while he's still hiding in her barrier. Seo invites her to come and sit in the barrier with him since it's the safest place for both of them to be. That may be true, but she's still skeptical on how he plans to defeat the monster sentinel. A sound similar to an explosion rings out, shocking them both, and it's clear that the battle is already in full swing. Sehan skillfully dodges all of Cheol-woon's attacks as it tries desperately to kill our MC. All it needs to do is land one hit to completely obliterate him. But Sehan is just too fast to go down. It looks like it got even slower than before because losing an arm has made it less stable. It continues to punch at air as Sehan successfully dodges each attack. He's waiting for the pile bunker to recharge so he can use it to end this fight. There's only about a minute left before it's fully usable again, which means that Cheol-woon only has a minute left to live. The giant monster cannot believe that someone dares to try and defeat a sentinel when they are only on the third quest. Even though he still proudly attacks and believes he can't be defeated, it's clear that Sehan is getting the upper hand in this fight. Eventually, the pile bunker recharges, and Sehan jumps up to his shoulder and places the pile bunker against the sentinel's head. Realizing that things have gotten serious, Cheol-woon tries to bargain and promises that it won't kill any more humans, but Sehan doesn't trust that for even a second. With nothing else to discuss, our MC keeps his promise of using the pile bunker to bash the sentinel's head in, defeating it once and for all. With that, Sehan unlocks an achievement called Sentinel Hunter, which comes with appropriate rewards and also increases the damage dealt to sentinels by 30%. Although our MC tried to act cool about it, a sentinel is still nothing to scoff at. He only barely made it through this battle with his life intact. Now that Cheol-woon is dead, Changgu comes out of hiding from the forest. It got completely demolished, and not even a metal-eating Bulgasari could have survived that. It was all thanks to the weapons Seo made. And although Changgu clearly has many questions, there are way too many observers watching them for Sehan's liking. It's not just the observers either. The survivors who were trying to escape have also been watching the fight from the bushes. Now that the sentinel is gone, they all start to make their move to escape from the park. But Mina remembers that Cheol-woon was only the mid-boss of the area, which means there is one more powerful boss for them to fight. That causes all the people to pause and look at her in terror and shock. She tries to play it off, but Sehan puts a hand over her mouth to stop her from making things worse. It looks like it's time to explain what's going on to the rest of the people, and after that, it will finally be time for Karis to die. The video of Sehan taking out Cheol-woon makes it rounds in the God forums, and people start to seriously catch attention of him. A user named Greek Boss comes online for what seems to be the first time in a long time, and he's also curious about this mysterious yet powerful player. Sehan managed to kill a sentinel for the second time despite not being an avatar. Questions start to fly towards young Jester, whose avatar always hangs around Sehan, but she wouldn't tell them anything even if she knew. The questions continue to fly in, but the mischievous god ignores them and focuses her attention on the kid that has gotten everyone riled up. He keeps getting more interesting to her every time she sees him. But the question now is how he's planning to handle the crow. Mina meets up with Sehan and asks him if he got any loot for defeating a sentinel. This time, he got a grimoire as a reward, and although it looks like an ordinary rock, it's actually an A-rank ability that gives the user the ability of a Bulgasari. That means that they will be able to convert any metal they consume into a part of their body. With an ability like that, Sehan can change parts of his body into orichalcum. The item is very hard to come by, and it's a very rare and useful ability. Mina is very obviously jealous despite the fact that she's the one who asked him about his loot. But to her surprise, he gives her the grimoire instead of keeping it for himself. It'd be more useful to her anyways, since with her transformation ability, it would be very useful if she transforms her hands into weapons and uses them in fights. It's a one-use item, meaning that once she consumes it, it can never be retrieved or used by another person, so she's shy to take it from him. But Sehan encourages her to take it for herself and find use with it. She's unusually timid at times like these despite her usual personality, but Sehan assures her that it's her reward for helping him up till this point. After more reassurance, Mina finally accepts the offer and absorbs the item, gaining the Bulgasari ability. It's too bad that Mina is not in his party because they could have used skill sharing, but because she's an avatar, he doesn't want to bring her in. But they wouldn't have been able to use her transformation ability if she wasn't, so it's a good trade-off. The civilians continue to make their frantic dash towards the exit while the players fight back the monsters approaching them. Meanwhile, Sehan uses the orichalcum to free the people trapped by the exploding collar. One by one, they are all set free, but there are so many of them that it'll take a while to do it all at once. Mina meets up with him again and reminds him that they are supposed to finish their quest by getting the remaining stamp for finishing the ride. There's no way that they will be able to do that if they all just run away. To fix this, Sehan calls over one of the staff that still hasn't had their collar removed. He should have a stamp on him. And although Mina is skeptical that something like that would work, as soon as the staff member puts the stamp on her arm, a notification window pops up informing her that she has completed the quest. There isn't even a reward for the quest, which shows just how easy the whole thing was supposed to be. That means that they didn't even have to go through all that effort and danger in all those rides. Now that they have figured this out, that means that they can take care of every other player's quest while they are moving. That doesn't include Sehan, of course, since his quest is completely different. Back at the castle, the crow starts to call for Cheol-woon. He hasn't seen the giant monster for an entire day, and things are starting to look worrying. A mouse monster comes to answer the crow's call, but he also comes with terrible news. He tells the crow that Cheol-woon is most likely dead. The crow doesn't understand at first and thinks that the mouse is saying that a lot of people are dead. But the mouse repeats itself and tells Karis that Cheol-wong the Sentinel has been killed. The players launched an attack, and the monsters weren't able to react in time. Karis can barely believe it, but he quickly orders the mouse to have every monster in the park obliterate the remaining people in the safari. But that's where the second problem comes in. In truth, all the monsters have already gone to the safari, and according to them, the place is completely empty. That's the last straw for Karis, and he transforms in a fit of rage. Se-han notices the aura coming from the sky and realizes that the time has come. Karis is finally starting to move. The crowd has slowly started to make their way out of the park, but they aren't moving nearly fast enough. There are still some injured people left behind, and their numbers are moving way too slowly for Changgu's liking. Se-han meets up with the blind swordsman, and although things have gone well so far, it won't be over until they all pass through the exit. The problem, though, is if they can even make it out safely in the first place. After all, the crow will definitely come for them at this rate. And as if on cue, a pair of dark wings descend in the center of the park, right in front of Se-han and Changgu. The presence of the person who landed in front of them is enough to show just how much of a threat this monster is. The monster spreads out its wings, and the massive gust of wind that follows is enough to push some people back, while others cover their faces to shield themselves from the intimidating pressure. The crow, Karis, has arrived in front of them, and he doesn't seem pleased at all. This definitely won't be an easy opponent to fight, and Se-han hasn't been this nervous in a long time. He was tense when facing Orga, but he knew how to work things in his favor and win. And with Cheol-wong, he was thrown off by the sudden changes, but never afraid. This time, however, he is feeling something aching at him. It's not fear, though. It's the anxiety to save the people that are depending on him. In his previous life, he would have abandoned these people without a second thought. But things are different now. He turns and orders everyone to get out while he holds the constellation off and buys them some time. Mina wastes no time and yells for everyone to stop staring and start moving. Of course, Karis isn't just going to stand there and watch them get away. He sends out feathers as projectiles towards the crowd of people, and Se-han is forced to use his final hour ability to rush over and deflect every single one of them. Karis is slightly impressed by the fact that Se-han somehow managed to block all the attacks. If things continue like this, though, and the crow uses area of effect abilities, it will be difficult for Se-han to protect the civilians. Instead of directly fighting, he starts talking to the crow. Despite the fact that Se-han is actively belittling and antagonizing Karis, the crow finds it more funny than anything else. Se-han thinks he deserves it, though, since he had to come all the way out to the park to personally capture a bunch of humans. That annoys Karis a little, and the crow constellation spreads out its wings and prepares to attack. It looks like Se-han has successfully drawn his attention, and all he has to do now is continue stalling it. Right now, about half of the people haven't made it out yet, so he just needs to stall for about 30 minutes. This moment is what he has been preparing for this entire time. The crow leaps off the ground at tremendous speed and aims right for Se-han, but he uses his Shadow Rush ability to blend into the ground and escape just before the attack from the crow can land. Se-han tries to stay calm as the crow moves around him. It's obvious that Karis outclasses him in both strength and agility, but our MC has his survival abilities and special items that guarantee that his attack will connect. He leaps out of the ground right as the crow returns to the air to make another strike. Then he uses his guaranteed shot ability to throw a sharp projectile. Normally, Karis would be way too fast for that to pose any threat to him, but thanks to the guaranteed shot ability, his attack manages to catch up and almost hit. Karis is forced to stop in midair and catch the projectile before it lands. Then he dives to the ground, shattering the pavement below Se-han's feet and causing large rocks to fly into the sky. Se-han manages to dodge them, but the crow uses the dust as cover to launch another attack, swiping the claws at his feet towards Se-han. Our MC just barely manages to dodge, but he gets a cut to his cheek at the last second before he can fully jump away. As the fight continues, Karis starts to get more and more annoyed, and it's clear that he's done playing around. He raises his hand in the air, and Se-han recognizes the ability he's trying to use as something completely terrifying. The constellation's strength is completely beyond what Se-han was expecting, and now it looks like things are about to get much worse. The crow flies into the sky and uses his wings to send another burst of projectile feathers towards Se-han. There are way too many to dodge, and Se-han is forced to take most of them head-on, but the crow continues the attack, throwing more feathers towards our MC. Faced with no other choice, Se-han is forced to use the Celestial Slayer ability, and thanks to it, his movements become much faster, surprising Karis. Now he's able to dodge all the feathers being shot towards him. On top of that, thanks to the effects of the Celestial Slayer and his regeneration ability, he's able to recover from the damage of the feathers that Karis fired at him. With these abilities together, stalling for some more time shouldn't be a problem anymore. It looks like most of the people have made it out by now, so he just needs to stall for a little longer. Karis is forced to use his full power, and Se-han can barely believe how ridiculous things have gotten. Although Se-han's plan requires all the people in the park to escape, Karis is sure that he can still kill everyone before he is forced to leave the realm. On top of that, in his new form, he won't be bound to the park anymore. At this point, allowing Karis to become even more powerful, even with all its abilities handicapped, is still cheating. It used a succession ability which made it many times more powerful than it has any right to be at this stage of the game. Karis starts to move, and he's so fast now that Se-han barely has any hope of dodging his attacks without an ability. He uses Shadow Rush once again to escape a fatal strike, then uses the chance to run. Karis continues to be impressed by the fact that Seihan has survived this long, and it's clear that he's not an average player. The crow then flies into the sky and uses its wings to send out sharp bursts of wind that destroy everything in their path. Even with this, Seihan is able to dodge them all and survive, even as the area around them has been completely demolished. But it's already too late for him to run. With nowhere else to hide, Karis walks up to our MC and calmly grabs him by the neck, ready to end him at the drop of a hat. Before he can kill Seihan though, our MC has some final words for the crow. Next time, when it seems like he's won, Karis shouldn't take so much time to finish the job. And just like that, all the people in the amusement park finally manage to escape, which means that Seihan has completed the third main quest. That means that he can now purchase his first playthrough transfer package. As soon as he gets the transfer package, he uses an ability called Proof of Transcendence, and Karis barely even has any time to react before he starts to cough up some blood. While they were talking, Seihan managed to use his spear to stab the crow in the stomach. Even with the surprise attack, Karis managed to dodge the hit to his vital spot in a split second. Proof of Transcendence is an upgradable S-rank ability that gives the user a 100% stat increase, and also allows him to deal critical damage against celestial beings for 30 minutes. Once this ability is used, it cannot be used again for 30 days. Karis drops Seihan and flies away before he can launch another attack. The crow is surprised that a player can possess so much power despite not being an avatar. Faced with no other choice, Karis is forced to take the fight completely seriously and go all out in order to defeat Seihan. He shoots another barrage of feathers towards our MC, but at this point, thanks to his buffs, he's more than easily able to dodge everything. Then he aims and shoots another spear towards Karis. The crow is confident that the attack won't be able to touch him, but the guaranteed shot ability isn't for nothing. Despite the wall of wind that Karis has put up to defend himself, the spear still manages to break through, hitting Karis, who didn't have time to dodge, and forcing him to fall to the ground. Even with that, the spear couldn't pierce his heart despite him having Proof of Transcendence and guaranteed shot applied. Somehow, Karis is still strong enough to take off to the sky and fire another barrage of razor-sharp feathers. With no time to dodge, Seihan uses a shield to block all the incoming attacks. Then he forces himself to move despite the weight of all the feathers pushing against the shield. Then he throws another spear at the crow, and this one hits right on the mark, stabbing straight into Karis's thigh, bringing him to the ground again. At this point, there is nothing else Karis can do, and Seihan asks him if he is finally feeling the fear from the situation. Karis just can't accept the fact that he has been beaten by a human, and he keeps screaming that Seihan is nothing but a bug in the system. Regardless of that though, the gap in their power levels is way too much now, especially since Karis has already been weakened by multiple attacks. Everything he tries to throw at Seihan is easily countered, and it's obvious that the fight is over. He tries one last massive attack, but Seihan uses Shadow Rush to escape it, then dashes towards the crow to deliver the final blow. Karis manages to block it with a wall made out of his feathers, and it even breaks Seihan's weapon, leaving him with nothing else to use. Left with no other choice, Seihan jumps towards Karis, but there's no way he would be able to win in hand-to-hand combat. Karis easily slams Seihan into the ground, seemingly regaining the upper hand in the battle. But instead of finishing our MC off quickly, he starts to mock him for letting the little advantage he had get to his head. And that's exactly what Seihan was hoping for. He once again warns the crow that he should stop taking his sweet time to end fights, before using the spear still shoved in the crow's stomach to stab him again. This one finally brings him down, and the crow falls against Seihan, lifeless and dead. In the supreme upper realm where most of the gods reside, Arcadis, the game master in charge of the Korean server, stares at a status screen showing a picture of Seihan. Because of the crow's decision to go into the human world, and his subsequent death, the GM is left in a horrible position. Ultimately, his death was brought about by the unfair balancing of our MC, and the fact that he somehow managed to use a succession ability. The constellations are still set to have a limited power level in the current patch of the game. For now, Arcadis decides not to make a bug report about the situation, since Karis was a relatively unknown constellation, so no one should notice his absence for a while. But from now on, the GM is going to have to pay extra attention to him going forward to make sure nothing like this ever happens again. After the third quest ends, a major update occurs in the game. From now on, the main quest will be in the form of an open world, meaning that players can now travel to other regions and stages by train or subway. Multiple quests can also be carried out at once, and subquests will be added. As well as that, players can now create guilds with a large number of points. After that, the next main quest is set to begin soon, and it will be a large raid, where a raid boss will appear in each region, and players are expected to engage in combat with the boss to gain participation points. They can also obtain special materials and equipment by defeating raid bosses. Seihan and Mina read through the information about the new update and the quests while relaxing in an abandoned restaurant. The raid boss quest unexpectedly has a lot of time allocated to defeating it, but that is probably because most people haven't even completed their third quests yet. Changgu and Siu are also there with them, and it seems like the four of them are moving together for the time being. Siu managed to fix Seihan's damaged equipment, and now that Seihan has recovered from his fight with Karis, it's time for him to figure out his next moves. His injuries were pretty serious, but thanks to that, healing all his wounds raised his regeneration ability from F rank to E rank. His next stop is the Daejeon region, which is far away from the raid boss. The reason he wants to go there is because he heard that they sell some good bread there, and he also has some business to take care of in the area. Mina can't help but sigh since this is normal behavior for Seihan. She's used to him being unnecessarily cryptic, but for this mission, she'll pass on following him. Young Jester's observer bangs against the window of the store. It's obvious that she doesn't want Mina to leave Seihan's side, and she very obviously spying on them at this point. It's a good thing that Karis's Veil of Darkness ability blocked the area while they were fighting. Because of that, the observers didn't see Karis's heart being pierced at the very end of the battle. Young Jester continues to throw a tantrum with her observer, but Mina is determined not to follow Seihan this time. Since Mina has made her decision, Seihan decides to make a suggestion to Mina as well as the two Song brothers. He wants them to join the guild that he would like to make in the near future. Mina isn't into those kinds of things, and Changgu is more concerned about the fact that he might not be any help to Seihan in his current state. Siu, on the other hand, is very excited to be in the same guild as Seihan, and he encourages his brother to join in as well. Seihan tells them all to calm down and not to feel any pressure. For now, it'd be better for them to do what makes them comfortable. However, joining his guild would be generally useful for Seihan. For starters, Siu Song is going to become the best craftsman in the world, while Changgu Song is a player who is as strong as a chosen avatar. He also has a lot of potential with the rare Mind's Eye ability. Looking at everything objectively, Mina and the brothers decide to agree to join Seihan's guild. Now that the matter is settled, Seihan prepares to depart to Daejeon. He heads over to a train station and boards a train heading towards Daejeon Station. On the other side of the train from where Seihan is staying, a few players from the Waning Crescent Guild try to take over the train. Civilians start to run away from the dangerous men holding large weapons, and during all the commotion, Jisoo walks onto the train and notices the rogue players. In the front of the train, Seihan notices that the other side of the train has gotten very noisy. Maybe a monster has appeared or something. That shouldn't be a problem though, since most of the passengers on the train are players, so it should be fine. Instead of worrying about that, Seihan looks through the rewards he got from the third quest. They seem pretty bland this time, and it's a little disappointing to get an ordinary reward despite everything he went through. His first reward is an ability called Hunter's Instinct, which can estimate the location of a monster by its trails. But he also got loot from defeating Karis, and one of the major things he gained is becoming the new master of the Crow constellation. He also gained Karis's abilities like Eye of the Crow and Veil of Darkness. But to utilize the full power of the Crow constellation, he needs to gain more divinity. As his divinity increases, more abilities will get unlocked. Eye of the Crow allows the user to spawn crows that can scout the area from the skies. There is also no limit to the number of crows that can be spawned, but they become harder to control as he creates more. Then the Veil of Darkness ability allows the user to blend themselves into the darkness. It's different from the ability that Karis used before, and it's likely that the effect changes depending on the user. Although he only got the lowest level of divinity, it's still a huge gain, and he might also be able to find the observer of a certain god in Daejeon. The god is a witch who loved humanity but still wanted every human to live and die for Seihan. Since there's nothing else to do, Seihan decides to take a quick nap until they arrive at Daejeon. On the other side of the train, a lone player runs for his life as all his comrades drop like insects. This person is definitely the girl he heard about in rumors. She has all black clothes and dark hair, and when her hair turns red, nobody can get out alive. He continues to run, but a blunt object slams into the back of his head, pushing him to the ground before he can make an escape. Jisoo stands menacingly in front of him, and it looks like there is no hope of escape. He begs for his life, promising that he will never do something like this again for the rest of his life if she spares him. However, Jisoo doesn't believe him and finds his pitiful begging to be amusing, so she flashes him a smile while stretching her hand to finish him off. The train arrives at Daejeon Station, and as soon as the doors open, people run out of the train screaming for their lives. Seihan comes out from his end, confused as to why there's so much commotion on the other end of the train. His answer comes calmly walking down the stairs, and she greets him with a large smile. It's Jisoo, and somehow Seihan had no idea what they were even on the same train. Now that they've met up, he asks her if she successfully took care of business. She took care of what she needed to do, then took the train once she noticed that Seihan was on it. She was checking the map consistently to always know his location so they could meet up again. That's pretty obsessive, but Seihan decides not to comment on it. But if she was constantly aware of his location, that means that she knew he was in Lome World. Fighting the crow would have been a lot easier if Jisoo was around. At first, she wanted to go right away, but the third main quest started while she was on her way there. It wasn't very difficult for her, but there was a lot to take care of, and because of that, she ran a little late. Seihan admits that he came to Daejeon to fight the boss in the area, and Jisoo is not surprised. She doesn't even ask him why he came all the way here, because she's used to him doing things that don't make sense. In fact, she would have been fine with his decision even if he only came all this way to buy bread in the area. It's odd to hear that from her, and Seihan doesn't know if she thinks highly of him or not. For now, the two of them start moving towards their final destination, Dunsan, and Seihan explains the details to her as they make their way there. Back in Seoul, Silam, Mina walks through the streets in search of some people that Seihan told her about. She doesn't know the exact location, but she has been walking for a while at this point, and still can't find them. Before he left, Seihan wrote down some distinct characteristics of the people she should be looking for. They are a blonde-haired family of two, and the drawings he made are rather crude. The father is a big American man with a strange laugh, and the daughter is a 13-year-old multiracial girl. By the looks of the area, there seems to have been a monster attack recently that killed a lot of people. As she walks through the wreckage, a wolf monster leaps out from the darkness and tries to ambush her. Mina is prepared and turns around to finish the beast in one blow, but someone else beats her to it, slamming a large chunk of concrete on the beast and knocking it away. Mina turns towards the direction that the concrete came from and sees two people that perfectly match the descriptions and drawings that Se-han gave her. She goes up to meet them and thanks the man for helping her to defeat the monster. As they talk, even his laugh is exactly like what Se-han described, but the man's daughter stops him before he can go on to embarrass her. The girl can tell from the number of gods observing her that Mina is probably even stronger than her father. All that's left is to confirm their names. The man is Luke Taylor, and his daughter is Lynn. These are the people that Se-han was looking for. Mina takes the opportunity to ask if she can join them on their travels. The man threw a giant chunk of concrete, which means that he is definitely a player, but she's not so sure about the girl. Luke is more than happy to have her join their group, but Lynn is a lot more skeptical about helping someone that is stronger than them. As the two of them bicker, Mina turns away to send a message to Se-han, confirming that she has found the people she was sent to look for. Traveling with these people might be worth it since Se-han recommended it, but he also called them the key to humanity's future. Back in Daejeon, soldiers sweep the streets with heavy artillery, looking for any signs of monsters. It looks like society is trying to pick itself back up again, despite everything happening in the world. A soldier approaches the two of them as they scan the area and asks if they are players. Apparently, there has been an order to examine all the existing players, and it looks like the government is trying to control the players while the world is in its current state. Instead of answering the soldier's questions, Se-han discreetly tells Jisoo to run towards a building in the distance. The two of them move separately, before jumping away before the soldier can do anything to stop them. They land on the top of a skyscraper, and Jisoo walks up to Se-han, curious about why they came all the way to the top of this building. Se-han wants to try and use his new Eye of the Crow ability to scan the area for the raid boss. He activates it, and crows start to fly out of his shadow, soaring into the air. The ability is still crude, and he has much to improve, but this will still allow him to get a bird's-eye view of the area. Meanwhile, he asks to check her stats, which Jisoo is more than open to. It almost looks like Jisoo never says no to him, no matter what he asks. He opens her status menu, and her stats are incredibly strong for someone who should be playing the game normally. She also learned 2 new skills called Anatomy Mastery and Vital Strike, and somehow brought her regeneration ability up to C rank. Her Celestial Slayer ability has also been ranked up to a 3-star ability, which is weird, because she should have shown at least some signs of madness if her Celestial Slayer ability is this high. As he looks through her stats, he gets a signal from the crows, indicating that they have found something. They head over to the area indicated by the crows, and from the damage, they can tell that whatever was in the area was not an ordinary monster. This wreckage must be the aftermath of a raid boss. Jisoo asks Se-han how he has all this information, but as usual, he doesn't answer. The raid boss coming out so early is weird though, because there are still a lot of hours left on the timer. The timers aren't reliable, and most of them are just a trick to throw people off. The area has large markings from big claws and wings. It's likely that some sort of winged monster fought with a different beast. But in actuality, all these markings were made by the same beast. And that beast lands heavily right behind them and attempts to swipe at them with its giant claws. It's a gungi, which is a black tiger with gigantic white wings, and also one of the 4 deadly mythical monsters of Chinese mythology. Se-han expected to have to search for some time before finding it, but instead, the beast came right to them. That means the dungeon is close by since this beast has been lurking around it. Right then, the 4th main quest shows up, and it's a quest to defeat the creature before it completely destroys the city. Se-han and Jisoo happen to encounter it unexpectedly soon, which is why the quest only popped out for the 2 of them. Jisoo also notices that there's an incredibly strong blood scent coming from somewhere nearby. Se-han also notices a horn embedded in the gungi's chest, which means that it came across another beast recently. The creature tries to attack Se-han one last time before running away. The horn in the creature's chest wasn't supposed to happen for a long time according to Se-han's memories from his past life. It looks like things are starting to change from what he remembers. With the creature gone, Se-han runs into the dungeon with Jisoo close behind. And just like he expected, the dungeon wasn't the gungi's lair. It belonged to a Kirin, which is a one-horned divine beast. And that horn with divine power has been embedded in the chest of the already powerful gungi. The Kirin's horn has great potential energy, and it's the source of the beast's power. Se-han originally planned to go for the Kirin's horn while they searched for the gungi, but that plan has been ruined. On top of that, if the gungi manages to absorb the horn's power, then it will be a major threat. Jisoo suggests that they search the area since there might be a hidden reward somewhere, but since the dungeon's tier isn't very high, there's probably nothing good enough to replace the Kirin's horn with. However, unexpectedly, Jisoo finds something among the wreckage in the area. Se-han wonders if it's mithril, which is the strongest metal right after orichalcum. But even that wouldn't be enough to replace the horn. What Jisoo found is actually an egg, and it's no ordinary egg either. It's the egg of a Kirin, and usually, when a Kirin sits on it for a long time, a new Kirin is born. However, now that they have it, they can use it to form a divine beast. Se-han immediately buys more items from his premium store and prepares the equipment that he will need to hatch the Kirin fruit and birth a new divine beast. After setting everything up, all they need to do is add a player's blood as the catalyst. The blood has to be applied within the next 48 hours, and the blood will also directly affect the Per's stats and abilities. Se-han knows for sure that they can do better than his blood, and he initially considers using Jisoo's blood. However, her Celestial Slayer abilities could make things complicated in the future. Then he considers using Mina, since it would be impossible to find a decent player within the time limit. Mina's stats and abilities are better than average anyways, so it should work out. As he's trying to figure out what to do, he gets a message from Mina, and it couldn't have come at a better time. Mina waits with the family of 2 in the rubble of the ruined streets. Se-han never replied to her, and she has no idea if he's even coming or not. Eventually, he sends a message back to her, asking her where she is at the moment. Not even a compliment or anything for her hard work. She begrudgingly tells him where they are, and after a brief moment with more silence, Jisoo and Se-han appear right behind her out of nowhere. From the sweat on their bodies and the lack of breath, it looks like both of them ran back from Daejeon. Luke comes to introduce himself to the new arrivals while his daughter hides behind him. Se-han introduces himself and Jisoo, and Luke assumes that Mina must have given them his name since they have just met, and Se-han already seems to know him. With introductions done, Se-han turns to Mina, and she's still annoyed that he didn't even compliment her for her hard work. So he gives her a gift to say thank you for everything she's done for him so far. It's a mithril ore which should be good for her to eat since she can absorb it into her body. Mina can barely believe that she got something so precious, and her anger quickly diffuses as she receives the gift. Next he goes over to Lin and shows her the divine beast egg. He is going to need her help to awaken it, and all she has to do is lay her hand on it. Despite her fears of something bad happening, Luke encourages her to go ahead with it since Se-han doesn't seem like a bad person. She places her hand on top of the egg, and immediately, a sharp spike comes out from the top and pricks her hand, causing her to bleed. He lies that the outer layer of the egg must have scrapped her hand. The John is done though, and the tools accept Lin's blood as the catalyst for the fruit of Kirin. All he needs to do now is add some nourishment and wait for it to hatch. Mina comes up and asks why exactly she was supposed to find these 2 people anyways, but it's hard for Se-han to explain. She'll figure it out eventually, but for now, he wants Mina to stick with them as much as she can. That won't be too hard since they seem to trust them, and she is already expecting a reward for doing it. Originally, Se-han thought he wouldn't need anyone else since it's his second playthrough, but he realized something after seeing how Karis and the Minotaur had changed. He will need to take the system's intervention into consideration from now on, and that's why he will need Lin Taylor, the player whose strength and talent surprised even the gods themselves. She is the pinnacle of humanity. Now that the catalyst has been added, the egg starts to grow, and it looks like it's preparing to hatch. Se-han tells Lin that she doesn't need to call him Mr. since he's not that old, but Mina reminds him that he's 10 years older than her. Mina also considers calling him Mr. since he's 4 years older than her as well. That angers Jisoo though, and Mina clarifies that it's a joke to avoid Jisoo's intense stare. Now that they are done with introductions, it's time for the next course of action. Mina asks Se-han if he's going back to Daejeon, but it's not like he can defeat the raid boss even if he goes back there right now. Mina still thinks that the raid boss hasn't spawned, but Jisoo clarifies that they have already run into it once. The 3 of them step away for a moment to explain everything that has happened so far to Mina. The raid boss is large, and it's comparable to a sentinel in strength. The sentinel may be stronger in combat, but the raid boss has a lot of health points, so it's a lot harder to kill. It also has a much larger range of action than a sentinel, so the damage it could cause would be much worse. All of that means that Se-han should hurry up and kill it, but it's far too early for that, and the other players wouldn't be ready for it right now. There's also a new variable to consider with the raid boss since it is in the process of absorbing a Kirin horn. Se-han tries to remember if the raid boss got stabbed with a Kirin horn in his last life as well, or if something changed when he decided to go to Daejeon. He never traveled to Daejeon in his previous life, but the raid boss ambushed them as if it were waiting for them. On top of that, it left a lot of obvious traces as if it were trying to lure them in. The Gungi also engaged with the Kirin way too early as well, and it hasn't even been 3 days since the raid boss announcement was made. Too many things are uncertain right now, and it gets stranger the more he thinks about it. It could be the system trying to interfere with him again, or it could be a different reason. One thing that comes to mind is Archytus, the GM of Korea. The god himself sits on his throne and watches a reply of Se-han and Jisoo fighting the Gungi. He didn't expect an ordinary player to get away so easily, and he even took something from the dungeon as he left. It's most likely a Kirin fruit, but Archytus is sure that he wouldn't know how to hatch it, even if it were a Kirin fruit. The more important question is why the Gungi is so weak. It's completely worn out from a simple horn in its rib. Archytus even gave it a chance to absorb the horn, but it's still weak. He then decides to change things in a way that wouldn't be too obvious by slightly raising its regeneration and adaptive abilities. With this little buff, it may end up turning into a ridiculous monster. 2 weeks later, a lot closer to the release of the raid boss, Se-han and Jisoo return to Daejeon. There is a noticeably higher army presence there than the last time they visited. It's likely that they are trying to prove that they only lost the last invasion, because they weren't fully prepared. It's rather foolish though, since guns are completely ineffective against monsters. However, they may not do a lot of damage, but they certainly still hurt a lot. It would still be meaningless against a raid boss though. It would be better for them to leave it to the player to take care of it. But if they did that, then the players would gain more authority. The government has finally regained some power after the open world announcement, and they don't want to let go of that. Jisoo doesn't like it, but there's not much she can do to change it. Sehan encourages her to move to where the rest of the players are for now. There are noticeably more players in Daejeon than in his previous playthrough. It looks like a lot of them are looking for party members to defeat the raid boss, and others are preparing for the quest to begin. One of the people approaches him and asks if he wants to join their party, but Sehan refuses since he has no plan of joining a party. The player continues to pester him some more, assuming that he is just refusing because he wants to leave an impression in front of the girl, but people who act like that will only end up dying in the end. As Sehan and Jisoo ignore them and walk away, the man walks away in a huff, convinced that both of them will learn their lesson sooner or later. It's painfully obvious, though, that the guy is the one who's trying to impress Jisoo. He obviously wants her to join his party, but he clearly doesn't know what he's dealing with. Jisoo overhears his snarky attitude and offers to take care of the guy, but Sehan calms her down and tells her to just keep moving. They'll be the first ones to go when the raid boss appears anyway. As they continue to walk in the crowd, Sehan notices Dongwon Park lurking through the streets. Dongwon also notices him and immediately covers his face in an attempt to hide. His attempts are futile, though, and Sehan quickly walks up to him before he can walk away. According to Dongwon, Hyungyun went to Cheongju to check on his family, and he was told to come to Daejeon. From his new gear, Sehan can tell that this guy got a lot done during his third quest, and he should have obtained new abilities as well. It probably wasn't a succession ability yet, though, since those can't be acquired through any ordinary means. A chosen avatar can only learn one through a god, which is why the abilities are unconventionally powerful. Hyungyun or An Honest Life must have been the ones to order Dongwon to come to Daejeon. Sehan decides to take a quick peek in the god forums, and they are still talking about him since he defeated Karis. Everyone speculates that he must be in Daejeon since something interesting is happening there. Young Jester is still disappointed that Mina decided not to follow him, but she reveals that he left something interesting with her. However, despite others prying in, she refuses to tell them what that interesting thing is. It's obvious that she's talking about the Kirin fruit, but knowing her, she will keep the knowledge to herself since she doesn't like to share any info. Luke Taylor's goddess should also be fine to trust since she's not one to spread rumors. Then he turns his attention back to Dongwon and asks if he managed to learn the crown manipulation ability. Dongwon tries to lie, but Sehan shows off the crystal controlling his collar, and that changes his attitude immediately. He reveals that he learnt it, and Sehan is about to tell him to use it, but one of his crows in the sky spots something dangerous. He changes his tone and orders Dongwon to use the ability immediately, because if he doesn't, then everyone in the area will die. The raid boss is rapidly approaching their location, and it seems like it plans to ambush the players while they are unaware. There's still a lot of time left before it's meant to spawn, which means its main goal is to have a feast before the main battle. Since Dongwon is too slow on the uptake, Sehan tries to warn everyone to run before the boss shows up, but no one believes him. There's still 10 minutes before the raid boss is meant to arrive, and people think he's lying. They continue to ignore him, and it's clear that they won't be convinced by words alone, so he runs back to Dongwon and orders him again to use his ability. However, he can't just use it on anyone, and he first needs to be in a situation where he can get himself into the target's mind psychologically. Since that's the case, Sehan tells Jisoo to bring out her weapon and get ready. When he gives her a signal, he wants her to break a nearby fire hydrant to distract the people. Then he tells Dongwon to use his crowd manipulation ability when the raid boss appears and puts everyone in a panic. Dongwon agrees, but even he doesn't think that the boss will appear. Even if it does, it's unlikely that the crowd would be so easily panicked by it. However, Sehan assures him that things are about to get wild, and he also prepares himself for battle. The ground starts to shake and people begin to look around in fear as the monster approaches. Some even check the time of the raid boss's arrival, but it's already too late. The ground bursts open and a giant paw comes slamming down towards Sehan. He uses the pile bunker to counter it as Jisoo jumps in to aid him, slamming the paw back down to the ground, causing the monster to roar in pain. The other players start to realize that the raid boss really has shown up, and the military takes action immediately as well. They open fire towards the area that the monster came out of and empty every weapon that they have in its direction. However, once the smoke clears, the monster is still alive and well, and the soldiers start to retreat in fear as it stalks towards them. Then it roars one more time, fully clearing the smoke, and showing that it had a major change in appearance with white fur now instead of black, and large red spikes growing all over its body. It looks like it's evolving to its final form, which will be a big problem for the players if it does. Once it properly evolves to its final form, the Gungi will be as strong as a sentinel, and on top of that, its active area will expand even further, making it more difficult to deal with. For it to have taken the power of the horn so easily, that means that the GM was personally involved with this. The raid boss roars and starts attacking the people around. With no hesitation, the soldiers continue shooting at the raid boss with everything they have got. When the bullets show no effect on it, and its single breath makes them slide back from their positions, Kim Sehan yells at Dongwon to do what he was told earlier. Dongwon abides by the order, and using the skill, Crowd Control, he urges the crowd to evacuate the place right away and leave it to the players. When they try to argue, he asks them to notice that the contemporary weapons are useless against the raid boss. However, before the crowd is convinced, Dongwon's ability's duration is over, whereas Kim Sehan thinks that the players have received their fourth main quest. This results in the crowd again charging towards the raid boss in order to attack it. When one of the civilians gets really close to it, the raid boss almost steps on the person, but Kim Si-han manages to save the man. He quickly thanks Si-han, saying that he let his guard down for a second, but Si-han advises him to be more cautious since the raid boss is not all about its size. Kim Si-han contemplates the best approach and weapon to attack the raid boss, whereas the civilians also note that the raid boss won't be affected by the long-ranged attacks. Kim Si-han worries about how to deal with the raid boss because it may turn into its final form at any time. Suddenly, the raid boss's wings grow even larger, and then it flaps its wings while grunting and flies up in the sky. This results in even greater destruction of buildings as well as astonishment among the people since they were not expecting it to have flying capabilities. They argue whether they should run at this point or not since the raid boss is going to destroy the whole city if it attacks the ground. Kim Si-han decides to drag the raid boss down before it can attack the ground. He connects his spears with chains and throws them at the raid boss in the sky, which makes the civilians surprised at his strength. Kim Si-han calls out the people from the crowd to help him pull down the raid boss with the chains. When the civilians see that Han Jisoo has already joined Kim Se-han, they realize that if the girl can do so, then they can too. Therefore, the people join in and start pulling the chains. On the command, they all pull it down with a jerk, and the raid boss falls down on the ground, but blue currents start regulating through its body. Kim Se-han wonders if its metamorphosis has begun to transform him into its final stage. Thus, in order to stop it, he jumps up high and pierces his sharp weapon into the raid boss's face. However, after a loud grunt, the raid boss jumps up unaffected once again, which makes Kim Si-han admit its toughness and strength. Kim Si-han wonders why his attack was ineffective when he clearly felt his attack hitting its skull. Han Jisoo tells him to leave it on her because she is better equipped to deal with the raid boss. With that said, she stabs her own heart to maximize the Celestial Slayer's effect, amplifying the damage output. The regeneration ability heals the wound immediately, enabling her to move like that. Han Jisoo jumps up high and lands on the head of the raid boss. When Kim Se-han has realized the future moves of Han Jisoo, he instructs everyone to move back as far as they can. She hits the raid boss's head with her full strength, and as the people run away, it hits his head on the ground. With a last swing of her weapon, she makes the last hit, and the raid boss grunts loudly in pain. The raid boss grunts and roars out loud with an attempt to attack Han Jisoo. She is about to make another hit at the raid boss when Kim Si-han shouts out her name, telling her to stop since it might get quite dangerous for her in this situation. After receiving several powerful hits by Jisoo, the raid boss grunts in pain and bites down on her. However, it fails to swallow them due to their magical properties. The raid boss loses its calm and starts grunting and roaring while shaking his head around. The crowd wonders what's happening to it until the raid boss loses his consciousness and falls on the ground. People start getting closer to it in order to check if the raid boss is still alive or dead. While the people are taking closer looks at the raid boss, Jisoo suddenly comes out of its mouth and walks over to Se-han. The chat room of the Raejeon region of the South Korean server goes crazy when they get to know how Kim Se-han and Jisoo managed to kill the raid boss. After praising them and Dongwon, people start to discuss why their regional raid boss's stats were quite higher than they should have been. This raises their suspicion over the fact that GM might be involved in raising the stats of the raid boss. When asked the reason for this suspicion by a fellow player, the player explains that everyone else is also saying this because the GM even killed Karis. One of them suggests submitting feedback, mentioning the danger of the GM starting to harm even the avatars if they let him be. Therefore, they mutually decide to put an end to this by submitting their feedback. This is how, with the suggestion of Kim Si-han, Anonymous Player 48, GM Arcadis failed to interfere with the Korean server for some time. As a reward after defeating the raid boss, Se-han receives the Code of Gungi, and after reading through its description, he realizes that Gungi had reached its final form right before Jisoo finished it off. He is already surprised to know this when Jisoo shows that she's received the Dark Gem of Sacred Dissonance in her inventory. After looking at it, Se-han's astonishment grows even more, and he plans about how they can make an extremely powerful weapon out of this. However, he realizes that they're missing some of the necessary material, but he still feels thankful to Arcadis for this. Jisoo offers her reward to Se-han, saying that she only finished the raid boss off at the end while he did all the work, but he refuses to take it, telling her she should keep it since it can come in handy when she eventually finds some good materials. He further says to her that gold rank is a good enough reward for him since a lot of players got involved too. When Jisoo claims that she's also acquired gold rank, Dongwon comes to them and reveals that he has received a silver rank. They fail to believe how Dongwon managed to get a silver rank when he was only running away the whole time, so he reminds them how he secured the area for a fight by evacuating everyone. Han Jisoo questions Kim Se-ha if her involvement in the fight lowered his rank to gold, but he refuses, saying that if she hadn't been involved, the fight would have gone on much longer. He then asks Dongwon if he has anything to do, to which Dongwon affirms. He thinks how it would have been better if Dongwon had stayed with Yong-yun but allows him anyway with a warning. Before leaving for Seoul, Jisoo expresses her worries about her mother's whereabouts. This makes Se-han wonder why her mother didn't reveal her location to Jisoo. Se-han then looks at Jisoo and wonders what would have become of her had he not killed her in her previous life. Thus, he sees her as his milestone since she represents the possibility of change in destinies. A few men drag little kids with them as the kids are tied to each other like animals and cry. The men wonder if their higher-ups asked for children to get their soul and blood since the higher-ups are demons. Suddenly, John-shin arrives there in order to find someone who intruded into his area. When asked about who he is, Shin-jon claims that he doesn't know that. Therefore, he's decided to kill everyone there. Mina and Linda are walking by the streets while carrying grocery bags. When Taylor thanks Mina for enabling them to afford more with their points, Mina also flaunts her gold rating. However, she secretly admits that it became possible because of the grimoire that Kim Se-han had given her. Suddenly, someone creeps up to Mina from behind, and with the help of Taylor, Mina manages to dodge the attack of the man. She then slices the man's weapon into two by transforming her hand into a blade and punches his face with a metal fist. The man falls to the ground, and his partner realizes that the kids are not ordinary. Thus, he calls out all of their gang members out of the alleys to attack the girls together. Out of nowhere, the eyes of the first man change, and Mina wonders if he's a humanoid monster. However, Mina stays confident and transforms her arms into that of a mantis. When she starts to slice off their weapons with a single swing of her arms, one of the men commands the other to go after Taylor. The men run towards Taylor, but she manages to dodge their attack. Minsu feels relieved to see that and runs towards the men to finish them off. However, the men quickly escape the place. After feeling relieved about the situation, Mina notices that the blood flowing from the injured or dead gangsters is black. She feels suspicious about it, so she decides to discuss it with Kim Se-han later when he returns. After Kim Se-han has come back, Lee Mia informs him about how she and Lynn Taylor got ambushed by some suspicious thugs. He thinks through the situation and realizes that their dark blood signifies that they were the servants of the demon, which means they belonged to the Dark Sky clan. This makes him wonder why they're wasting their time around instead of growing their strength, and he questions himself if this is because Kim Ju-won is gone now. Kim Se-han thinks about how the Dark Sky clan couldn't have had any authority over Seoul because of Kim Ju-won's guild, the Sins, if things were to go exactly like the previous life. However, since the Sins aren't here, the Dark Sky clan has gained influence, and Kim Se-han has unintentionally accelerated the demon's advancement in Seoul. When Lynn Taylor asks Kim Se-han about whether he knows who those people could be, he affirms. Before answering, he looks around at Mr. Taylor and gets surprised by his worried expression in concern for his daughter, Lynn Taylor. He then informs the girls that those thugs were most probably associated with a demon. However, he claims that he isn't aware of their whereabouts since he never got to handle them in his previous playthrough. Jisoo steps forward and confesses about knowing where those thugs might be. She reminds Se-han about her third main quest, which she found quite difficult to clear, and he quickly remembers it since he had to defeat Karas at that time. She continues that she also met a dark-blooded person there. This makes him realize that the situation is quite serious now, and he asks her to lead him there. Se-han arrives at Hwagok, in the Gangseo district of Seoul, and finds it strange to see businesses reopening already. He approaches a shop owner and asks him if there had been any cases of child kidnapping here. The calm and composed man suddenly gets scared and hesitant after hearing Se-han's question and walks away after denying any such thing happened. After some tries, a man finally agrees to talk inside his shop when Se-han shows him a picture of Jisoo and asks him about it. The man informs us that the guild wasn't from here, and the lady in the picture completely annihilated the original organization of this area, making it easier for the outside guild to take over. The man further reveals that those people threatened them to stay quiet, or else they'd lose their business. After hearing the whole thing, Se-han realizes the whole situation, and also that those people must be kidnapping children for the Mask of Anguish. Initially, the gods used to use the world as their game, but now the demons have also reached a supernatural level of power to treat this world as their game. The gods only appoint up to a maximum of 2 avatars in order to maintain their control over them, and pay a lot of attention to each of their avatars, resulting in their frequent intervention. However, the demons are opposite to the gods since they share their power with multiple contractors and have a large group of their servants, and sometimes even a whole guild. Contrary to gods, the demons don't care about the contractor's talent, abilities, or compatibility with their power, and only care about the desire for power and susceptibility to temptation that their contractor holds. In other words, they only care about how well their servants will abide by their commands. Since this game is much more than just entertainment for the demons, and all their interests are against the well-being of humans, it signifies how they're after the Mask of Anguish. The Mask of Anguish is made from the flesh of a demon infused with misery, and the one who owns it is the 27th ranking demon, Nevaroth. He gains his strength through sadness and the life essence of humans, and converts them into points for him to use in order to grow the power of the mask. Se-han leaves the shop and decides to demolish the Dark Sky clan. He transforms into a crow and starts searching the white building where he was supposed to find the demon servants, as told by the shop owner. However, he finds out that all the buildings are white, and everyone has dark hair and dark eyes. Since he finds it hard to find those men, he goes to another place to get the boss. Se-han beats down several men of the Dark Sky Guild when the other men appear, asking him if he's from the Dark Moon Guild. However, he juggles his daggers, telling them to be prepared to die at his hands. Using the Eye of the Crows, he then summons a large group of crows that start confusing the men while he kills the men one after another. When the other men start to attack back, Se-han uses the Shadow Rush technique and dodges the attack. He wonders where the kidnapped children are but decides to go look for them after he has taken care of all of these servants of the Nevaroth here. Se-han manages to wipe them out and starts to look for the kidnapped children. When he opens the door of the room in which the kidnapped kids are, one of them asks him if he is going to take them as well to that one place. Oblivious about the kid's question, he asks the kid what place he is talking about. The kid claims that they promised to turn these kids into players. Se-han realizes that those gang members have manipulated these kids and clarifies that no human can turn into a player, nor does a human have the power to turn them into a player. When the kid tries to argue about seeing other kids turning into players, Sehan tells him that they must have already been players. This offends the kid, and when he demands that Sehan let them go if he cannot keep his promise, he tells them that he was already here to free them. After freeing the kids, he decides to investigate the interior of the building and first goes to the 7th floor to see if there's a manager there. Shin Hwan is sitting in a room with a cage in front of him and gets annoyed at the loud noise. Suddenly, a man comes to him and notifies him that their Hwagok branch has been annihilated. After asking about who it was, the man explains that the cameras were blocked by crows, but it was a single man dressed in black. Hwan wonders if it was a servant of another demon but couldn't understand who it could be. He then goes to the 5th floor to his boss, Gang Cheonu. Cheonu orders him to take care of the matter and advises him not to let his guard down. Hwan gets on his way while being confident in the fact that Neveroth calls him the strangest contractor of all. Thus, even though he acknowledges the great strength of the man who killed his gang members, he marches forward to finish him off. Sehan looks through some documents and gets to know that the Dark Sky Guild's base is in the Hwan neighborhood of Incheon. He then notices the observing eyes floating around of the gods and feels uncomfortable because of their presence. Suddenly, he notices that the shining golden eye is still following him and wonders if it belongs to the witch. However, he thinks that she would have sent him an avatar invitation by now, just like she did in the previous playthrough, if it had been really hers. Therefore, he decides to ignore it and starts thinking about how to handle the guild members since there are going to be a lot more than there were in Hwagok. After getting challenged by one of the observing eyes, he goes on his journey to first rescue the kidnapped children from the basement of the Incheon branch, because he knows that they must be using the children to awaken the Mask of Anguish. When Sehan arrives there, he peeks from behind a wall and sees some men dragging out dead children from the basement room. They talk about why the kids are dying much faster than they were expected to, and confusedly ask each other about what to do with the dead bodies since it is usually Shin Hwan who takes care of them. Sehan hears the name Shin Juan and wonders if there was someone by this name in his previous playthrough. After realizing that he couldn't get much information from behind the wall, he reveals himself to the men, who mistake him for a new guy from his black clothes. Thus, they tell him to help them out in taking care of the bodies, but Sehan wastes no time in slicing off their throats. When Sehan goes to the dead body, he finds it strange to find the dead girl having a peaceful expression. He recalls how the Mask of Anguish absorbs the sadness of its victim, which results in the victim's miserable end. He also finds the power accumulated in the mask much smaller than it technically should be. Suddenly, Sehan notices a stasis-inducing gas orb, which indicates that somebody used their item here. He wonders who it could have been to try to rescue the children, but decides to save the children first. Gang Cheonu flares up in anger when he gets to know that Hwan hasn't found the wanted man yet. Nevertheless, he decides to ask for more time from Neveroth to again gather the children. He thinks this person is a demon's servant, judging by his described dressing and the presence of crows, but he realizes that no one weaker than Hwan can face him. This makes Cheonu's informer doubt Hwan, and he discusses it with Cheonu as well, but he denies any such claims. Suddenly, Cheonu notices a large swarm of crows outside his window, which breaks the glass of the window and enters inside. Cheonu's informer tells him about the bombs attached to each crow foot. However, by the time they spot it, the whole building explodes along with the bombs. Hwan is on his bike when he gets to know that the base has been attacked. Neveroth tells him that the whole building's been exploded with the mask buried beneath it, even though they thought that the player would take it away as well along with the children. Suddenly, Neveroth says that the crow constellation was recently replaced when someone killed the previous crow constellation and inherited its power, because the seat of the constellation is still empty since the killer isn't ready to take it yet. When asked by Hwan whether he knows who the killer is, Neveroth affirms, saying that he's one of the most famous players. However, the man claims that he can't access the gods' forums as a demon. Hwan gathers the information about the player, and knowing that he won't show himself to Hwan for a fight, he decides to make a situation where the player has no other option than to fight. Hwan asks Neveroth to tell him the location of the player's teammates, but Neveroth suggests he rather take the mask from their base before, in order to ensure his victory against the powerful player. Neveroth then helps Hwan get the mask and leads him to the player, Sehan's teammate's doorstep. Mina looks at the pouring rain and dries her hair, commenting how heavily it is raining. Lin comes around offering her some hot tea. Mina thanks her and asks if she knows where Jisoo is. Lin tells her that she is still outside. Mina says that Jisoo must be on the lookout even in the rain. Taylor sighs, saying that he really can't figure out these abilities. Mina says that it's as easy as using his hands. Taylor sighs again, saying that he still can't get it. Mina looks at him with determination, saying that she will help him understand it. Suddenly, Lin breaks a plate as she stares in front of the window. Mina asks if she is hurt somewhere or was she scared of the lightning. Lin trembles, saying that something terrible is approaching them as dark shadows come looming over their door. Just as their door opens, Hwan stands there. Mina thinks, asking herself if he is a friend of Sehan, but he hits her in the face. Mina stands in a fighting stance, thinking who that could be. He hits her again as Mina thinks how it still hurts even after she covered herself with mithril. He moves towards her, telling her to stay put so he can end it quickly for her. Mina transforms into her different form and attacks him, but he dodges them. Just as he was about to hit her, Taylor blocks his punch, taunts him, saying that it looks like he knows how to fight. that it's a shame because he must have been pretty strong before the game began. Hwan takes his position and says that he's in a hurry because they all need to die. Taylor laughs, saying that it's not happening because he has a daughter he has to take care of, and they both start fighting each other. At the Dark Sky clan, the crow admires the bomb that he made, thinking how summoning crows gave him a slight headache. He thinks about how others can retrieve the mask themselves. Just as the eye keeps bothering him, he moves towards it, asking what's wrong. The eye tells him that her avatar is in danger. Hwan stands in silence now, looking at Mina's and Taylor's unconscious bodies. He thinks how this could have gone wrong if their stats were any higher. He sees Lin crying over Taylor, telling her dad to wake up, as he's reminded of his younger self. He quickly dismisses the thoughts as the voice interrupts him, telling him to not kill the kid. The voice tells him that she has an incredible amount of potential, and magic this pure is an excellent offering. He asks if he can do whatever he wants with the others, and upon a yes, he tells Lin to follow him. As Lin looks reluctant, he says that it's the only way she can keep her dad and Mina alive. Lin stands up looking at her dad and moves towards Hwan to go with him to spare their lives. He quickly takes her out by hitting her head from behind and holding her limp body, and just as he was about to move away with her, Jisoo attacks him with a hatchet. He asks if she also lives with them, to which Jisoo replies with another attack, shocking Hwan at her speed. He thinks she is faster than him. Hwan attacks her wrist, but she dodges it as he thinks that her wrist should have been broken. He thinks how inhuman she is. Jisoo asks why he's moving so weirdly while dodging her attacks as he replies that her movements are weirder to him. He tells her that it's a boxing move, sway, as Jisoo crackles her neck and takes a boxing stance. Hwan looks at her and clicks his tongue, getting into position too, saying how it's annoying him. Jisoo throws him a punch as Hwan dodges it with equal speed. He tries to copy her attack as she dodges just barely. Hwan snickers, calculating that Jisoo just knows how to aim for the head, but since she's a natural, this could get dangerous. He thinks of finishing the fight with a final blow as he throws a direct punch at her. Jisoo blocks it while doing the same. He staggers, thinking how fast she did the trick. He thinks that it's better to leave before things get more complicated as Jisoo stumbles from her position, and Hwan lets out a disappointed groan. Hwan gets on his bike, taking Lin with him, but thinks how ridiculous it is that Jisoo is trailing behind him with such speed while he is on a bike, and how she's getting faster with each passing second. Just as Jisoo was about to catch on, he puts on the gears and gets out. The voice taunts him, saying this is the last time he has decided to help Hwan, since Jisoo can't be allowed to ruin the main course. He gets to the Incheon port as the voice tells him that crows will be getting there soon. Hwan thinks about Taylor, Mina, and Lin and how they all must be connected. Then he thinks of Jisoo. The voice of the demon taunts him again, telling him to wear a mask. He tells him that he's helping Hwan just because he doesn't want to find another pawn, and he'll terminate their contract as soon as he fails. Hwan tells the demon that he'll make his decision once he sees the guy. Just then, the crow appears as Hwan thinks he has seen him somewhere in an MMA fighting ring, so he must be a fighter. The crow asks why he kidnapped the child, to which Hwan tells him that it was the best way to get him out. The crow asks if it's because of what he did to the Dark Sky clan, to which Hwan nods, and says that he has things to settle with him, sensing the strong aura coming from him. The crow tells him that his friends were ambushed by the servants of a demon before, so he decided to get rid of everything associated with the demons before they can cause a problem. Hwan gets into his fighting position. The crow notices how his hands transformed, thinking if he can modify his body parts just like this. As they start their one-on-one combat, both of them fight each other throwing punches, not including the weapons, but suddenly the crow launches an unplanned attack for Hwan and breaks his hand as the demon scolds him for not wearing a mask. He regrets trusting a mortal again. Hwan wonders if he's even worthy of wearing the mask of anguish. The demon gets angry, saying if he can't accept it, then he'll make him wear it by force. The demon asks if he knows the difference between a contract with a demon and a god. Just then, Hwan starts trembling as the demon tells him that demons can force their will upon them. Hwan wears the mask of anguish even against his will as the demon declares that it was getting boring seeing him fight like a weakling. He lets out a scream as the mask wears itself on him, and the crow thinks how this can be a problem. He thinks how Hwan's stats could be similar to his current ones, and now that he's wearing the mask that always bugs him. He quickly goes to Lin and holds her tight, looking at Hwan, who laughs as the mask takes control over him, saying how good it feels to control. The mask introduces himself as the 27th ranking demon, Nevaroth. Nevaroth laughs, saying that it's quite fun to take control of things himself like this. The crow finally takes his sword out, directly warning him to bring it on already because he doesn't want Lin to wait in the rain for too long. Nevaroth calls him an arrogant mortal and asks if it's true that he has defeated Karis, because that couldn't be true. He argues, saying it would be impossible for him to defeat a constellation with that power level. As Hwan launches at him, the crow thinks that the mask isn't fully complete yet, but still, the sheer strength of the mask is quite impressive. The crow moves towards him. They both fall into back and forth swinging and dodging attacks. The crow thinks how he can easily deal with these movements. The crow somehow gets his sword close to Hwan's neck, but the sword breaks into pieces upon touch. Nevaroth laughs, praising that he is quite strong for a human, then claws at him, saying he still can't outmatch a demon. The crow quickly notices how Nevaroth's movements actually became slower than before. Noticing that, he strikes again as Hwan stumbles back. The crow understands that if that is the case, then he is just a punching bag right now. He thinks how Neveroth can prevent the body from being sliced with his powers, but he can also feel the pain. The crow stops, seeing Neveroth still laughing. He thinks about how his rank in the ladder has some meaning. Neveroth says that he wasn't so arrogant for nothing, so he can fight pretty well. As he was about to complete his sentence, he plops on the ground as the demon confusingly asks what's happening, saying that he can't move. Just then, Juan says that he must have been beaten pretty badly within the same body. Neveroth asks how he can still talk like this. Juan replies that his mind has become clear after getting beaten this badly. Neveroth says that he can still take control as long as he's wearing the mask. Juan exhales and smashes his face on the ground with full force. The crow looks at the scene, thinking if he regained his consciousness, then he's resisting the demon's mind control. He thinks how unusual this sight is. The demon keeps screaming, taunting if Juan thinks he can break the mask. A demon's artifact can only be destroyed by the demon itself, an entity of an equal or greater status, or the contractor of the demon. The demon screams, asking if he knows that he is basically terminating their contract by destroying the demon artifact. Juan grabs the mask and pulls on it. He says that he knows he was planning to abandon him anyway, so he will throw him away first before he does it. Juan faces the crow as the crow asks if he's still planning to fight with him. He says that the demon had nothing to do with their fight. The crow thinks how he still wants to avenge his boss, whose face he can't even remember. Juan rejoices how his stats are still the same after ripping the mask. Juan notices how he can see the moves super clearly now as he dodges the attacks, but the crow still manages to throw him off and says that luck wasn't on his side. Juan falls down from the sky and lands in water, floating on it lightly. The crow laughs, saying that he must be really lucky then. Juan opens his eyes, thinking how he can still be alive after the fall, just as someone hovers over him. He looks at a girl holding an umbrella, welcoming him back. She tells him that he piqued her interest. He asks who she is, to which she replies that she is one of the 7 prime demons of hell, the demon Azazel. Meanwhile, in some building in Gangnam, Seoul, the Genesis Guildmaster Park holds a meeting to discuss an alliance with the Outrising Guildmaster Gang and the Crimson Spider Lily Guildmaster Lee. Park proposes an alliance with Gang because of the Uprising's power struggle with the waning crescent. However, Gang finds Park's guild a greater threat to him. Meanwhile, Lee grows tired of the quarreling between Gang and Sehan. Gang grows frustrated, but Park calms him down. Other than the alliance, Park gathered the 2 guildmasters to discuss the main quest. A lot of time has passed since the update, and there's no sign of a main quest, but he feels that there have been hints of it. He believes that the numerous dungeons that have spawned recently are hinting towards their next main quest. Seeing how the guilds have been fighting more frequently over the increase in dungeons, Park thinks that the next main quest will be a competition between guilds over the dungeons. Therefore, he suggests not a full-fledged alliance but merely a truce so that they don't fight each other. Players can form guilds after the 4th main quest. Then they can purchase guild houses in the central area of a city to mark them as safe zones. Park's initial plan was to create his guild later on, and since the members were already grabbing too much attention from the gods, his original plan was to join another guild as a mercenary. However, meeting John Shin changed his plan, and Park realized he needed a safe zone to protect himself from intruders and observers. Meanwhile, Sehan's friends are surprised to see the tall building. Sehan tells them about his initial plan of purchasing it sometime later, but he tells them it'll be good for them to stay away from the observers. They all head inside the building to discuss the details. As they walk inside, Sehan notices that Jisoo's been down lately. Jisoo tells him she's upset that she failed to protect everyone. The incident reminded Jisoo of her shortcomings, and she feels that she needs to learn more techniques instead of only relying on her stats and abilities. Sehan is surprised to see Jisoo wanting to be stronger than she is now. However, the encounter with John Shin struck something in him. Sehan didn't chase John Shin because the ground was blown away, but something intervened to nullify his attack against John Shin. Sehan believes only a demon could have intervened directly like that, and if the demon was strong enough to cancel his attacks, it might be one of the 7 deadly demons of the Dark Realm. Mina asks Sehan when the next main quest will begin, and Sehan tells her he'll tell them once everyone gathers. After everyone gathers, Sehan tells them about the competition. He addresses their concerns that they're right to think that the increasing number of dungeons isn't enough proof to support his theory. Sehan tells them about the dungeon imprint. After a dungeon has been imprinted, only the associated group can enter it. Right now, there's no restriction on the dungeon's entry, but Sehan believes that could change soon. For that, it would be advantageous for them to conquer as many dungeons as possible. Besides, the dungeons guarantee a stable supply of resources, points, and experience for the players to grow, which is why it could be a great opportunity for a guild to dominate Seoul. This is a fierce competition, and several guilds have been created in Seoul already. Sehan has gathered everyone to talk about their participation in the guild. Everyone agrees to join Sehan's guild except for Luke and Lin. They believe they're not strong enough to participate. However, Sehan shows them he'd very much like to have them. He knows Lin is the most talented player to exist right now, and Luke is also suited to be a god's chosen avatar, and he even became the strongest player in the last playthrough, even if temporarily. Luke agrees to follow Sehan since he considers Sehan a hero. Luke has always wanted to be a hero himself, but he feels that he's already failed by losing once. Mina asks Sehan if she can decide the name of the guild if he hasn't already, but Sehan tells her that he's already decided already, and it's called Deicide, the Destroyer of the Gods. Sue stands in the basement of the Deicide headquarters, and he's impressed by the smell of the new building scent. Meanwhile, Sehan and Jisoo continue training in the gym. As he goes hand in hand with Jisoo, he realizes there's nothing modest about her killing intent. He can feel it even though she's suppressing herself, and her control over it is impressive. Jisoo continues exchanging blows until Sehan finds himself cornered against a wall. Jisoo swings a punch with Sehan having nowhere to escape. Jisoo drives her punch into the wall and decides to end the training there. Jisoo couldn't hit Sehan even once, which makes her wonder where he learned to fight. Sehan wonders why she's asking that question now when she's seen him fight so many times. But Jisoo believes seeing and actually fighting are two different things. However, Jisoo now understands how she should be moving. Suddenly, Mina comes running into the training gym. Sehan decides to have her spar with Jisoo later and asks her why she's here. Mina tells him that the egg incubator was making a weird trumpet noise. Sehan grins in happiness as he realizes the Kirin's fruit is finally hatching. Sehan and Mina stand waiting for the egg to hatch when suddenly, the system notifies them that the egg has hatched. With the birth of the first Kirin child, Sehan unlocks the achievement of being a beast tamer. Mina sees the little baby in front of her and picks him up instantly. A Kirin child is born with the combination of a prodigy's blood and the mythical powers of a Kirin. Within a month, a Kirin child grows to look like a teenager, and after that, they grow up like a regular human until reaching their 20s. However, despite their kind-hearted nature, a Kirin child is prone to corruption, and their lives are influenced by their upbringing. Mina grows very protective of the little baby. She decides to name the little girl Bexel because she's white as snow. As she leaves to show the baby to everyone, Sehan decides it's best to leave her to Mina for now. Meanwhile, Sehan informs everyone that they need to keep in mind the different scoring system for each dungeon. In this dungeon race, no one can participate if they're not a part of a guild. The higher they place, the better rewards they achieve, and the number of points depends on the dungeon they imprint. Jisoo thinks it would be hard for their small guild to compete, but Sehan doesn't plan to occupy all the dungeons. He only wants to focus on the dungeons that are worth a high amount of points. However, Mina wonders how Sehan can tell which dungeons are worth more, because when she infiltrated the 3 major guilds that used to occupy these dungeons, she found out that even they don't know about them. Mina only learned that the Genesis was the only guild doing something, and they were only analyzing the dungeon's pattern. Sehan agrees there's a pattern in the dungeon spawning. He shows his team the map of recent dungeon spawns that he checked out with his crows over the week. Luke doesn't believe the map alone could tell the worth, but Sehan assures him they have all the information needed. Sehan tells him they're spawning in the constellation pattern. He points towards Lyre and the herdsman but tells them they're only worth 3 points maximum. The hint is that the upcoming quests will be constellation related, so if they want the highest rewards, Sehan believes they should go towards the dungeon located at the brightest star of the zodiac, and it should be worth 10 points. Sehan believes the most important person in this quest will be Mina, but he doesn't explain why. He chooses Changgu to travel with him and tells Jisoo to keep fighting with other players to a minimum. As for the bad guys, Sehan leaves it to Jisoo, but he tells her to avoid gathering too much attention. Suddenly, Sehan receives a message, and he realizes it's from the one who had him as their avatar in his previous playthrough, the Witch of Dreams. The players keep chatting enthusiastically about the contest when the anonymous person joins their chat to give them information about the dungeons. The Norse beauty offers to let the Foreseer's avatar into her guild, but the anonymous person declines. He proceeds to tell them about the Gangnam region dungeons and tells them they'll be worth a lot of points. The Norse beauty claims the dungeons for herself, and the other guy asks about some in Gangseo. The anonymous user plans to give them information about dungeons with 3 to 5 points and occasionally drop in a 10-point dungeon to gain their trust. However, he feels that Tyr has him figured out from how he's only showing interest in 12 Zodiac dungeons. The anonymous person realizes that it means the Genesis Guildmaster knows everything too. After dropping all the information, Sehan decides to take care of the message sent by the Witch of Dreams. Each god is given 10 messages to send to players every month. It's unlikely for a god to spend the limited messages on an ordinary player like Sehan, and he's never been messaged like this in his previous life before. Sehan is surprised to see the goddess message him continuously. The goddess disagrees with other gods that Sehan has already chosen. She knows his power is purely human and is impressed by that. She invites Sehan as her avatar and promises to make him the champion. Sehan is relieved to know that she doesn't have any memories of his past life, but he doesn't wish to repeat that ending and refuses the goddess's offer. The goddess respects Sehan's choice but offers to always help him if he needs it. Meanwhile, Mina stands waiting because Sehan asked her to hide herself by the gate. She sees so many people gather around the dungeon, which makes her realize that Sehan was right. Mina transforms into a fly and sticks to the mercenaries preparing to enter the dungeon. They gather into a formation and leave a row behind to watch out for the other guilds and jump through the gate. The mercenaries remind each other to be cautious as they enter the dungeon. Mina flies to the end of the dungeon and transforms back into her human form. She takes out the bombs and puts down a metal pipe. Mina sticks the bombs down to the cave walls and triggers them. A huge explosion goes off, causing the walls to cave in and block the way while the metal pipe secures her exit. Mina now only needs to follow the trail and finish the dungeon. Meanwhile, in another area, a group of people cheer on finding the dungeon gate. They hesitate to enter, worried that the major guilds might see them, but their leader tells them no one would enter this area. The leader is excited that he might even get a promotion for finding the dungeon. Suddenly, Jisoo walks in and is surprised to see the dungeon surrounded by people. One of the guys tells his master that he let her in. The master grins mischievously and orders his men to hold her. As the men hold Jisoo, they start trembling in fear, realizing they can't even make her move. Jisoo recognizes the moon tattoo on their arms and realizes they belong to the guild, the Waning Crescent. She counts 34 of their people. Their faces turn pale in fear as Jisoo's eyes turn red with killing intent. Meanwhile, Park learns that he's in second place, as he planned. His plan is to let the Outrising take the lead for a week, and then create a lead of their own. He realizes that the Outrising and the Crimson Spider Lily don't know about the constellation pattern. However, Deicide is tied with their guild, and not even God knows anything about them. Seeing how Deicide is in second place, Park realizes that they must be aware of the constellation patterns too, and it's better if he keeps an eye out for them. Seihan, on the other hand, continues observing his plans. The small dungeons are being taken by the 3 big guilds, and Mina has managed to score them 2 high-point dungeons, while Jisoo has scored a 5-point one as well. This puts Deicide at 25 points, and Taylor and Changu seem to be doing fine as well. Meanwhile, Lin walks in on Seihan, asking to hold Bexel, but Seihan tells her he's too heavy for her right now. She then asks him to train her the way he did Jisoo, but Seihan refuses and tells her that understanding herself is her first step. Lin doesn't understand what Seihan means, but the truth is normal training isn't suitable for Lin. She gets stronger just by watching their battles, and she has to be aware of that before training. Bexel suddenly releases bubbles, which make Lin feel refreshed all of a sudden. Bexel was born only 2 days ago, and she's already using magic. Bexel sneezes and releases a laser out of her horn, which surprises Seihan because he has never seen a Kirin do that before. Seihan and Changu start their travels, and Seihan believes the Genesis should be trying to contact them soon. He believes they would contact first because the Genesis believe themselves to be the only ones to know about the constellation pattern, and Deicide taking all high-point dungeons must have caught their attention. However, Seihan doesn't plan to meet them just yet. Changu worries that he's not the right choice right now because Seihan could find someone better for his travels, but Seihan assures him that's good, and anyone better than him would probably be chosen as an avatar. Seihan sees his party window and realizes he can now accept another party member and considers Jisoo since she has grown strong now. Seihan and Changu continue their journey before Mina gets angry at them for being lazy. However, Changu is surprised because he thought Seihan would be going only for 10-pointer dungeons, and this one is 5 points. Seihan tells him all the high-pointer dungeons are being monitored by the Genesis, and a small point reward isn't bad since the points for monsters don't differ a lot. They reach the dungeon gate, and Seihan tells Changu to put away his weapons because he wants to test the A-rank equipment he made with the Coat of the Night and the Gungi hide. Meanwhile, the people gather around to see the guild ranking. They're surprised to see Deicide, a guild no one knows anything about, ranking first. Park, Gang, and Lee gather again to discuss their strategies. Park tells them that Deicide has been taking all of their dungeons. However, they have no witnesses to support their suspicions. They feel as if they're being watched. Gang also suspects that a man has been tailing them recently, but they can't find him. Park assumes it must be a member of Deicide trying to collect information. However, Gang is furious that the Genesis is at the top of the leaderboards because the Outrising was leading by 20 points. Park pretends to play dumb and tells him they've just been lucky that the dungeons they imprint happen to be worth a lot of points. He suggests focusing their attention on Deicide because it will be embarrassing if the 3 guilds keep up like this. Park tells them they have only 2 weeks until the quest ends. He suggests stopping dungeon hunting and figuring out Deicide's associates while guarding the rest of the dungeons by their respective guild members. However, Lee points out that that's what she's been doing, but Deicide has still been robbing them. Park informs them that Deicide has been going for low-point dungeons as well, while they guard only the high-point ones. Lee and Gang agree with Park that this is the right time to hunt for Deicide, so they decide to stop dungeon hunting for now. In exchange, Park promises to find Deicide. Both Gang and Lee agree to halt their dungeon hunt, and in exchange, Park promises to find Deicide. Meanwhile, Seihan continues observing the dungeons and seeing the active guards. He knows the guildmasters are now more interested in finding him. He decides to fulfill their wishes and pay them a visit. Seihan stands outside the Genesis's safe zone. With all the guards patrolling the dungeons, it's easier for him to get in. He walks inside to find someone to lead him to the guildmaster. Seihan uses his shadow rush to hide himself and sneaks up on Gaeun Hong. However, Gaeun sees him before he can reach her. She swings her sword but Seihan blocks it. Seihan tries to introduce himself, but Gaeun refuses to hear him out and starts swinging her sword. As Gaeun swings her sword, Seihan dodges it with ease. She now realizes he's no ordinary intruder. Seihan insists on talking it out. Gaeun drops her sword, revealing another weapon that leaves Seihan surprised. He's surprised to see a whip sword in her hand. Gaeun continues attacking with her whip sword, but Seihan keeps dodging. He throws her sword at her to disarm her, but Gaeun draws out her dagger. Seihan is surprised to see her carry so many weapons. After a while of exchanging blows, Gaeun falls to her knees, accepting her defeat. Seihan tells her he's only here to talk with her guild master as a representative of the guild Deicide. Gaeun is surprised with the revelation and decides to take Seihan to her guild master. Seihan is amazed at how easily Gaeun led him to her guild master. Park refuses to believe Sehun that he's from Deicide, so Sehun tells him about the constellation. Park is surprised. He knows very few people know about this secret and tells Sehun to take a seat. Park tells Gaeun to rest. Gaeun insists on staying, but Park insists, so she leaves. After a brief small talk, Park asks Seihan the reason behind his visit. Seihan tells him he's the one who invited them. Seeing as Seihan knows about the constellation pattern, Park assumes that Seihan is here to ask them to give up their control over the dungeons. However, Seihan prefers that they control the dungeon but asks Park to keep the meeting a secret because others might act inappropriately. Park wonders why Seihan wants them to control the dungeons. Seihan shows him a map and tells him to stay away from the 2 dungeons in Seoul and 16 others in the area at all costs. Park finds the warning a threat, but then he notices the Scorpius pattern. Seihan tells him that someone planted bombs inside these dungeons, and now the fragments of the vicious Scorpius are scattered throughout the dungeons, and even Seihan himself isn't sure where the bombs are located. Without mentioning the details, Seihan tells Park that there's a monster inside the Scorpius dungeons that could turn Seoul into a bloodbath. Park refuses to believe Seihan and asks for evidence. Seihan offers Park some reliable information. Seihan doesn't wish to let the incident of his past life repeat again, and for that he has to gain Park's trust here. Of all the events that Seihan experienced in his previous playthrough, this was the most diabolical, and he has to avoid it at all costs. Seihan doesn't know exactly how it all began. When an unknown guild jumped into the dungeons, the monsters broke free to spread their nightmare. Seihan assumes the publishers created them as entertainment for gods. But once the scorpions consumed all the players' mana, they came out onto the surface, and that's how the destruction began. 2 scorpions emerged from the star pieces of Antares and within only a week annihilated a third of Seoul. The incident devastated the Outrising and the Crimson Tiger Lily, and Genesis had to reorganize their groups. The disaster withered the growth rate of players in Seoul by a lot, and eventually the whole of Korea was caught in it. This is why Seihan has to prevent it from happening again. Hopefully, 2 of the 18 dungeons that represent Scorpius are still the triggering conditions of the event. Park didn't fully trust Seihan's words until he received a message from his scouts confirming the mithril deposit that he mentioned. Park still wonders how Seihan knew about it and what his position is within D-side. However, seeing that it's mithril and Seihan is willing to give away the deposit, Park wonders if they have something better. Seihan realizes that Park is having difficulty understanding the situation, but in reality, D-side already has 2 mithril ores and a refined iron deposit, so it's not a big loss for him. Park realizes that stopping these creatures should be the #1 priority, but Seihan tells him that's exactly why he wants him to keep surveilling the dungeons for a while. Park suggests informing other guilds about the danger, but Seihan tells him that the others wouldn't just believe him and follow the orders. Park then asks Seihan if he already knew that the other guilds would control the dungeons. Seihan tells him that he had alternatives if they hadn't done that. Seeing how confident Seihan is in having different plans, Park wonders if it's arrogance or confidence. But seeing Seihan's power, Park decides to trust him because he knows if Seihan can't stop it, then the others don't stand a chance. Park offers his help to Seihan whenever needed to pay off their debt for the mithril deposit, and Seihan takes his leave. Park is left surprised seeing Seihan vanish all of a sudden. He realizes that Seihan could assassinate anyone if he wanted. Meanwhile, Seihan reaches D-side headquarters. The scorpions are dangerous, but not as dangerous as a sentinel. With proper preparations, Seihan believes he could stop them. He tries the mask that Seo made. It's a special gas mask made from a combination of mithril and 8 other materials. It allows the user to breathe freely, even in the most toxic gases. Seihan finds the masks perfect, and for now Seo has made 5. Seihan offers to buy something for Seo as a reward, but Seo tells him that he's already satisfied with the workshop. However, seeing as Seihan is the one benefiting from this workshop, he decides to get him a gift later. Seihan is also very satisfied with the vicious coat of the knight that Seo made him. Its stats are all A-ranked, and it has the wings of the Gungi ability. However, Seo wonders why Seihan is coating all his equipment with mithril, even though refined iron is stronger. Seihan tells him that it's because of the properties of mithril. He doesn't explain much because he knows Seo can figure out the rest. Seo wonders if he's going alone this time, but Seihan tells him that he can't because there's not enough time. The system could intervene at any moment, so they need to be fast, and Seihan decides that it's time. Mina and Seihan gather to check out the dungeons. Seihan tells Mina that they won't have to go through all the dungeons because he'll tell them which ones to visit. He asks Luke to stand guard for the other players and hands him over a bracelet that he got for clearing a dungeon. Luke tries to check the effects, but since the bracelet is under Seihan's ownership, it's locked. Seihan begins searching with his crows and finds the powers of stars at the 5th and 12th dungeons. Seihan realizes that one of the dungeons hasn't fully formed its gate yet. He believes it must be the last dungeon and where the brightest star of Scorpius must be. The gate will take a couple of days to fully form, so Seihan suggests leaving it alone for now. They take a look inside the dungeon in front of them first and find it filled with people. Mina could transform and enter, but she wonders what the rest will do. Seihan tells her he'll take care of them before going. Mina is surprised by the evil expression on Seihan's face. Jisoo offers to do it. She only used to go for the bad guys, but she's ready to do it in a hurry right now. Seihan tells Jisoo to always think before killing, even when necessary. He knows Jisoo is dangerous right now. She had been suppressing the Celestial Slayer's powers up to this point, but Seihan feels she has changed now. So Seihan prepares to handle it himself. Seihan sweeps through the soldiers quickly, which leaves Mina surprised. They all head inside the dungeon, and although it looks normal, Seihan suggests wearing masks. Changgu realizes the monsters in this dungeon must be special if they need these precautions. Meanwhile, at the entrance of the 18th dungeon, Luke continues observing the entrance like Seihan told him to. Surprisingly, Luke receives a message from the goddess, which raises concern for him. The dungeon's formation suddenly starts accelerating. Luke realizes it must mean the publisher or GM might have intervened as Seihan predicted. He thinks about informing Seihan, but then the dungeon grabs his attention. Its unique appearance makes him assume this dungeon must be 10 points. The dungeon's appearance catches Gang's attention too. He starts to get greedy. Although his people warn him against breaking the promise, Gang thinks one dungeon is not a problem. Gang starts getting impatient seeing how the Genesis has been seen around the other dungeons too. He decides to enter the dungeon and tells half of his troops to stay back while the others follow him. Meanwhile, Sehun's team encounters some monsters. They jump at them, but Changgu calmly slays them. As they stand idle, another monster jumps at them, but Changgu calmly draws his sword out and cuts the monster in half. Changgu has grown this strong because Sehun boosted him. Mina gets excited to hear about the boosting and asks Sehun to boost her, but Sehun refuses because he has another plan for her. Sehun intends to have her train with Jisoo because he believes only a prodigy can teach another prodigy, and Mina would become much more powerful after a few sparring sessions every week. At last, they reach a place where they see a huge crystal floating. Sehun realizes he's finally found the energy of a star. He takes a spear and tells everyone to check their masks for any openings. Sehun stabs the crystal with the spear. A huge glow surrounds the crystal. It starts to crack, and a giant scorpion comes out of the crystal. The scorpion's poisonous mist nearly wiped out Seoul's player base in Sehun's last playthrough, and its damage was catastrophic because the regular gas masks failed against it. Sehun assures his friends that they can fight this monster because it's weaker than a sentinel, and they have to kill another one too. The team prepares to fight and takes out their weapons, but suddenly, Sehun receives a message. At the 18th dungeon, Gang soldiers are excited to find the moderate mana stones, because up until now, they've only been finding lesser mana stones. Gang finds these mana stones impressive and believes they could craft equipment with them to outperform other guilds. The mana stones reassure Gang's decision to farm the dungeons. He believes Genesis broke the promise first, so he isn't obligated to follow. Gang's men call him after his scouts find a giant hole, and Gang follows them in. Luke continues observing the guild's movement. He knows they're in danger if they keep going down the dungeon. If this was normal, the goddess would have told Luke to save these people, and he would have followed. But instead, the goddess desperately keeps trying to get Luke out of the danger. Luke knows that even if he decides to follow them, the Outrising's guildmaster will overpower him, and he might not be able to help them. The goddess tells Luke to leave, but he refuses to abandon civilians. The goddess tries to convince Luke that they're players and not civilians and they're stronger than him. Even then, Luke has the spirit of the soldiers, and the players are civilians for him. Luke's happiest moment of his life after the world changed was when the goddess chose him as her avatar and told him he had the heart of a hero. The goddess was impressed with Luke's courage and his heroics, and she offered to work with him, and as the avatar of Astria, the goddess of justice, Luke believes it would be laughable to turn around. Meanwhile, Gang stands admiring the crystal, thinking it's the imprinting stone of the dungeon. Luke barges in and tells them to evacuate because a monster is about to come out of the crystal. The crystal starts to crack. Gang refuses to believe Luke, but then he receives the message to evacuate. However, they're now too late. The crystal shatters, and the scorpion comes out of the shell. Antares, the Scorpius, didn't expect the rift to be created so soon. He became interested in the game because of the death of the crow constellation, Karas, and because Karas's position was inherited by a human. So, when Antares was asked to lend some of his scorpions to the game, he decided to personally participate as well. However, since the 12 constellations of the zodiac were beings of a mid-level or higher divinity, Antares' power had to be adjusted according to the difficulty level, and that led to this situation. Antares starts wreaking havoc in the dungeon. His power reduction is at best just an inconvenience. The players start running away, and Antares decides to reserve his poisonous mist for now. He recognizes Luke as the avatar of Virgo, but doesn't believe there's anything special about him. The game began quite a while ago, but even then Antares doesn't believe a player should be able to kill a constellation yet. He thinks there must be a special way, but only the one who defeated Karas can tell him. Antares starts crushing everyone. As he swings an attack at Kang, Luke steps in and blocks the attack. Antares now realizes an avatar is special. Kang and Luke barely hold on to the attack. Kang's arm broke in a blow, and he realizes now he was too greedy. Luke tells Kang to escape, but Kang insists on staying. But then, Kang realizes they both can't fight against this monster, and he decides to leave. Antares is impressed with Luke's selfless sacrifice, but he's still not the merciful one. He swings another blow, but Luke blocks it. While barely holding his ground, Luke realizes this is the end. In his last moments, he thinks of Lin, and knows that the guild will take care of her. Luke is almost about to give up when suddenly, the goddess calls him to become her herald. Antares is surprised and annoyed because Astria has never made that pledge, even during the Age of Mythology. Luke is surprised that the goddess wants him to become her herald. Antares is surprised with Astria's offer, but his surprise grows even bigger when Luke's bracelet suddenly glows. A voice tells the goddess to hold back on her decision. Antares is surprised with the sudden entry, but he's more surprised with Sehun's strength as he holds back his claw single-handedly. Sehun tells Astria that Luke is fitted to be her herald, but she knows that it shouldn't be done. Astria is surprised how he knows about that. Sehun adds that since she only offered to save his life, it's not needed anymore. Sehun knew that the recall bracelet would be useful. Luke wonders if Sehun doesn't think he's worthy to be the goddess's herald. But the truth is, Luke's too fit to be her herald, but his human body can't take that power. In the previous playthrough, Luke's body broke because he used Astria's power to its full extent, and Sihan refuses to let that happen again. Luke thanks Sihan for saving his life, and Sihan tells him to rest while he handles the rest. Antares is offended seeing them casually chat, but Sihan knows he's here to know how he got rid of Karis, and he decides to show him how he did it. Antares and Sihan continue to exchange each other's blows. But since a mediocre constellation like Karis was stripped of most of its powers, Antares should have been nerfed even harder as a top-tier constellation. Sihan uses his proof of transcendence and attacks Antares. The Scorpius feels offended by being underestimated, but the truth is, Sihan put a good amount of strength in his attack, but Antares' armor is durable. Sihan starts attacking the joints instead. Antares releases the poison mist. Sihan tells Jisoo to go for the head. Jisoo jumps from above and lands a blow to Antares' head. Sihan takes his chance to strike the Scorpius' eyes, and Luke too joins the fight. However, Antares realizes that this fight is no joke, and he finds Sihan incredibly strong. But he wonders what special abilities Sihan has, because he doesn't possess any special equipment. Antares feels humiliated, and wishes he could use his succession abilities. He spreads the poisonous mist everywhere, but Sihan knows Antares should know the poison is useless against them. It suddenly clicks to him as Antares escapes through a hole in the floor. Sihan tells everyone to be cautious because Antares will attack from the ground. Suddenly, his tail comes out of the hole to attack them, but they dodge it. Sihan realizes Antares must be detecting their locations through the vibrations in the ground and asks Jisoo to keep it busy. Sihan then asks Luke to message the goddess to talk to them, because he wants to borrow the power of the seventh sign. Sihan asks Luke to summon the goddess because he wishes to borrow the power of the seventh sign. Luke summons the goddess, and Sihan asks her to summon the seventh sign of the goddess, Libra. Astria knows Sihan wouldn't tell her how he knows about it, but she refuses to give him Libra's power if he plans to make Luke use it. Sihan assures her that Luke won't wield Libra's power, and so the goddess agrees to summon Libra. Jisoo continues to keep Antares distracted, and Sihan asks her to keep it up for a while. He then covers Antares' claws in orichalcum coating. Luke takes his cue and recognizes the target. He tries to summon his power, but he feels suffocated by just trying to pronounce the ability. But at last, he gathers his energy and summons the scale of the goddess, Libra. Meanwhile, Park and Gaeun look up to the sky. They recognize it's from the outrising area. Seeing the sky glow, Park can't understand what's going on, and he wonders if that's why Sihan told him to stay out of the dungeons. As a bright glow descends down into the dungeon, Antares is surprised they actually summoned Libra. He knows no one here has an ounce of divinity, which makes him wonder why they would summon the scale. Luke barely holds on as the scale finally descends. Sihan, hidden behind cover, sees the scale simmering, but it starts to disappear since no one is using it. Sihan knows Luke must have fainted, but he performed his duty well. Sihan now takes his turn and starts raining fire on Antares. As Sihan jumps towards him, Antares finds himself cornered. He's surprised that a person on only his 5th quest has cornered a being as powerful as him. Antares can't believe it's happening. Suddenly, an explosion goes off, and Sihan finds Antares vanished. However, Sihan knows the death of a Zodiac would have more consequences than Karis' death, which is why the publisher had to intervene. Sihan is upset because he could have gained a lot of rewards from killing Antares. But seeing that the publisher intervened, he figures the system must have had some countermeasure and rewards for almost killing Antares. Sihan checks his system, and just as he thought, he gets his rewards. He unlocks the Scorpion Hunter achievement and is rewarded an A-rank ability ticket. The achievement is pretty much useless, but the A-rank ability ticket makes the whole trouble worth it. However, Sihan still finds it a disappointment, because he could have gotten a better ability or divinity for killing Antares. Sihan notices an incredible flow of mana, and as he looks down, he's surprised to find Esther. It is a celestial stone as strong as Mithril and has an excellent magic resistance. Esther is the best-known conductor of mana. It has the combined merits of other metals on top of its unique properties, which makes it an incredibly rare mineral. Sihan is now satisfied with the rewards, but the only question that remains is how he's going to carry Luke and Jisoo, who are unconscious, out of here. He sees the opening above and thinks about flying. Meanwhile, the other players know this unknown guild must be in first place now. They gossip about the star that descended down and Sihan flying away. Suddenly, the guild rankings pop up, and as everyone thought, D-side ranks first. Sangwon states that Sihan can never defeat him with the cheap tricks of his. Azazel is so bored because of lying in bed all the time. Thus, Huan Xin suggests she have a training match with him instead. But when she refuses, he tells her to go back to the Dark Realm since some demons might complain if she stays like this. Though Azazel is more than sure that no one would talk against her, claiming that she is lazy because of being strong. Hearing all this, the biker can't help but laugh, finding it hard to believe that she is the 3rd strongest demon with how slothful she is. Giggling while still lying on the bed, she reminds him that her powers allow her to be lazy, since she never got trained in her whole life due to the fact that she was born with them. However, just then, our silver girl recalls that blonde girl from earlier. She thinks of resigning from her position as the demon sloth if that blonde girl wants to become a demon. Although her attention shifts to the biker, who doesn't understand the reason behind Silver staying with him since he should just be a player who wants to train all day to her. Realizing that Huan Xin is overthinking, she explains that his personality thrills her, as he is the exact opposite of her. She likes how he works double for the lack of talent. Also, observers kind of just frustrate her since it is more exciting to see things at first. Curious, Azazel wants to know the reason behind his urgency to get stronger. In addition to that, she guessed that maybe it is to get revenge against that crow from before. Without lying, Hwan Shin reveals that he lost that battle, has no plan to go after him specifically, and is just making the most out of the situation he has right now. This makes Silver realize that this guy has no objective at this moment, and this is the moment she could see some hesitation inside him. Immediately then, she demands that he go to the convenience store with her. Confused, Hwan Shin wonders aloud if she wants to buy something, but Azazel doesn't give him much information, which leaves him curious. Later on, both of them arrive at an industrial site. At this point, Hwan Shin is puzzled as hell, because why has she brought them here? Sitting on the pile of broken compartments, Silver declares to do meditation here, while Hwan Shin just stands there, looking around, not understanding what is up with this girl. In an instant, his gaze shifts towards a kid running with horror inside the building of the site area. A grin appears on Azazel's face because she knows that the biker won't ignore this, as he saved the imprisoned children by using an item earlier. Without hesitating, Silver challenges Hwan Shin to go after the kid, or she will end up dying here. Hwan Shin doesn't understand if the demon's job at this point is to save children. On the other hand, the little girl Sua Min is running for her life. Worried, she reveals that her future showed death for her before, but her destiny has been getting very hard to foresee recently. This makes her understand that a presence that shouldn't exist normally is intervening in the situation. Running for her life, the poor kid could see 2 to 3 jerks chasing her, but unexpectedly her head hit something hard, and when she looked up, it was Hwan Shin. Sua Min has fallen on the ground, scared that maybe he is one of the members of the demon's minions following her, but then she senses the aura of the contractor. Sua Min curses her luck since she ended up running into a contractor while running from the demon minions. The poor kid is scared to death, just hoping that Hwan Shin doesn't harm her. The demon minions are confused to see him, while Hwan Shin recognizes that they are minions of a demon, though he doesn't understand the reason behind them being dressed in indigo because usually they are dressed in black. One of the minions approaches Hwan Shin, demanding to know who he is. He tries to intimidate Hwan Shin since he doesn't want anyone else to catch this kid. Yet, Hwan Shin punches that guy in his face, throwing him on the ground. Before knocking them all out, he just gave them a warning. They'd all be dead soon. Later on, while the bodies lie on the ground, Hwan Shin inquires of the little girl. He wants to know why these people were chasing her. When the girl tries to explain, he suggests she leave, assuring her that he has no plan to interrogate her. Right now, the biker thinks that he just became very nosy, telling himself that it is not his concern if this girl gets caught again. Instead of leaving, the little girl follows Hwan Shin, who goes back to Azazel. Upon seeing the kid, Silver demands to know the name of the girl while grabbing her chin. Scared, Sua Min introduces herself but is also puzzled about who Azazel is. The biker warns Silver to not scare the kid, but Silver informs him that they will go separate ways if he is planning to bring her with him. Walking towards his bike, Hwan Shin begins to leave, having no plan of bringing her with them, which shocks Azazel because this kid is a valuable companion. Knowing that this man changed her destiny since she was going to die today, Sua Min stops Hwan Shin, requesting him to take her with them. Hwan Shin doesn't understand from where this little kid is getting the audacity to ask this, but he is taken aback when the little girl reveals that she can foresee the future. Moreover, Sua Min elaborates that she is the avatar of the goddess, the chosen one of Skuld, who can see the future. Hwan Shin's eyes shine with thrill when the little girl confesses that she can foresee how this game will end. This shocks Hwan Shin, and to be more precise, she explains that she is the goddess of the future. However, the thrill in Hwan Shin's eyes disappears, and he doesn't understand if this little kid thinks that this could be the reason for him to bring her along. Stuttering, the little girl reveals that her older brother will die if he leaves her here. Trembling with tears streaming down her face, Sua Min admits that her brother is in very serious danger. At first, the little girl's brother was supposed to live for revenge after she died here today, yet she is alive right now. Thus, he is the one who will die as destiny changes. Having said that, Hwan Shin lets out a heavy sigh, wondering if Azazel planned all of this for him, though he questions Silver if she will be able to find her way back home. Smirking, Azazel tells Hwan Shin to go ahead, as she will be taking a lazy walk before getting back. Upon hearing it, Hwan Shin gets on the bike and tells the crying little kid to hop on it. Confused, the little girl doesn't understand what is going on, so Hwan Shin tells her to talk about all of this after they get back. Back at the place, Sua Min, while having tea, informs Hwan Shin that the guild that kidnapped her older brother is the enemy guild of the Waning Crescent, and they call themselves the Shaded Sky. The moment Hwan Shin hears the name, he remembers. They were a branch division of the Dark Sky clan, realizing they might be free now to cause this commotion. Curious, the biker inquires of Sua Min if this group was kidnapping children too, but she clarifies that it was not the case, and they just wanted to capture her for her ability, since they wanted to use her capability to gain benefits in the guild events. The little girl had no plan of helping them, and this is why they took her brother as a hostage, to get information from her. Instantly, Azazel arrives as well, leaving the kid startled. Interested, she questions Sua Min about the range at which she can see the future. The innocent girl reveals that she can see around 3 seconds into the future, which shows her a short but brief glimpse. However, this foresighting can be done any time with a very short cooldown. Additionally, Sua Min can select a date to read into, a couple of days from now or a month or two. Though the further she looks into the future, the cooldown capability gets longer. Surprisingly, Soo Min's physical stats are normal, but her abilities surpass the average avatars. Maybe they are affected by her own potential. One thing is sure. Scold must be fond of her since this girl is so compatible with her ability. Just then, the little kid reminds them that she even knows how this game ends. Puzzled, Huan Xin wants the answer. At the same time, Azazel is concerned if this is even possible, as she wonders if a goddess should be prohibited from doing something like this. However, it might be possible that Soo Min bypassed the system and got to know the ending because of being immortal with no divinity. Soo Min specifies that she can see the type of ending. Basically, she is aware of how this world will come to an end. Puzzled, Silver demands to know if it is a bad ending due to the fact that mainly all the planets turned into a game end in a pretty bad way. When the little girl denies, they get a ray of hope that maybe it is going to be a happy ending, but Soo Min refuses that too. The ending of the game has been changed once already. Soo Min has no idea why it changed, but she was aware of it even before the game started. It is the ending where only one person survives. However, the ending was changed just before it all began, and what she saw back then was the current ending they have, the madness of the Demon Lord. In another environment, our boy yawns as he has been playing for a long time. He thought of getting second or third place, but ended up coming first since the performance of the opponents in the dungeons was pretty bad. The MC's gaze shifts to Baek-sul, who is staring at our protagonist, wondering what to call him. Sweat trickles down his face with embarrassment and shock when she shares the idea of calling him father. Playfully, Sehan inquired who her mother would be then. Very precisely, Snow White explains that she has no mother, but if she gets to choose, she will have Lin as her mother. Our guy finds it foolish, insisting she call him by his name only. At this point, Sehan wonders how Manhwa finds this child cute enough to take her everywhere. Yet, he could notice her inheriting Lin's bloodline since she already got 5 offensive spells and a regenerative spell, making him realize that she will become someone very powerful. Seeing her staring quietly, the protagonist tells her to speak whatever she wants, so she spills that Changchu wanted Sehan to know that he found the dungeon our boy was looking for. At first, our boy gets confused, but then recalls that Changchu mentioned doing something around that area, and this is why he was eager to train every day in dungeons. Using the crow's attribute, he finds the Dungeon of Dreams. Abruptly, Sehan stands up, telling Baek-sul to accompany him as they really need her power this time. Snow White never expected that our guy would ask her to join him, but this time they need her powers very much. They need the power of a divine beast to unlock the dungeon entrance. The Dungeon of Dreams is generated in a separate realm due to the fact that it is the unique instance dungeon. But, even being among the instance dungeons, to enter this Dungeon of Dreams, a divine offering is necessary. Despite this necessity, the reward of this dungeon is Laplace's Hourglass. The Laplace Hourglass is an S-rank item, which manifests someone's future for 30 minutes, but it is considered a bad reward as it can only be used for 30 minutes, but Sehan has made it his motive to have it no matter what happens. A grin appears on his face when he spots Jisoo too with Baek-sul. He finds it impossible for them to go in together this time, though Jisoo clarifies that she wants to go because she wants to see what an instance dungeon really is. Also, they need protection for Baek-sul once they enter the dungeon, so Jisoo will be a great help. Standing in front of a giant door, our boy turns back, facing Baek-sul, confirming if she will be able to do it. Nervously, Snow White nods, and upon tilting her head, she charges a magical bubble towards the door, which crashes directly into the door, causing a bright glow to appear, and the door to the dungeon opens. Impressed, our boy pats Snow White's head. Right then, Jisoo asks if they should wait for him there, but Sehan tells them to head back first. With that, our boy extends his hand towards the gate of the dungeon, illuminating energy from his body to the gate. After a while, Sehan finds himself lying on the floor of a building that he doesn't recognize. This Dungeon of Dreams has different missions for every person who enters it, and most of the time, it connects to something a person desires the most, though this is our guy's first experience. Upon waking up, Sehan wonders if he is stuck in a dream or a memory of his past. Our protagonist ponders into thoughts, not being able to recall the time he used to stay here. Before he could grasp what was going on, a loud voice was heard, and before a disastrous explosion occurred, our hero sensed danger and got out of the building by creating a barrier around himself. Now Sehan realizes that he was sent back to the quest that he regrets the most. Glancing around the disastrous place, the MC continues to move ahead, but the moment he feels a presence behind him, he holds back the person who was just about to attack him. It is none other than Soo Min. Soo Min takes a sigh of relief because the magical arrays summoned by our boy to hold him could have killed him, but by luck he got saved. Leaping higher into the air, Soo Min lands on the roof of a nearby building. Upon seeing him, the protagonist demands to know why Soo Min is here, and why so late. Smirking, the cool shade confesses that he is here to kill our guy. Hearing it, Sehan smiles nervously, realizing it is all being shown just like he remembers, a perfectly constructed simulation. Following that, Soo Min lets out a heavy sigh, mocking our guy for not settling with a compromise. Though the cool shade acknowledges what our boy might be thinking, players being alive is much better than the civilians. There were so many of them this time. With that, he reminds the hero that he was even planning to sneak attack all of them. Sehan stands there dumbfounded, not liking the tricks that this dungeon is playing. The question was the things Sehan regretted the most, and the objective of the quest was plain. There was a team having 1,000 good players and another of 1 lakh civilians. Thus, they had to save only one of the two. A limited area was given to each team by the GM, and the outside players had to choose only one. Additionally, they had to kill the team they neglected. Back then, our guy decided to save 1,000 players because more players were needed to continue the game instead of civilians, and this is why he had to fight this guy, Suho Min. Looking at Sehan standing like a statue, Suho Min offers him to turn back, and he will be spared. He claims that he is different from our guy since he doesn't believe that all of his enemies should be murdered. That being said, our guy remarks to Coolshade that it's an easy thing to say. Furthermore, he informs about backing down for now, but clarifies that he won't give up on the quest. Suho Min doesn't care, as he is damn sure that they will end up winning, no matter what moves Sehan's team pulls. The confidence was understandable, as the guild the Coolshade belonged to was the strongest one. However, our guy announces to back down, which seems not very typical of him to Suho. Afterwards, Sehan quickly covers a large distance with his swift speed. Though his body feels older since the time this quest was given, he was just 30 years old. In the past life, our MC actually killed Suho Min, so it definitely has changed things from the previous life. Too many thoughts race through his mind. He thinks about what Suho's guild would think about him backing down so easily. While moving ahead, his gaze darts at Lin Taylor. That is when he recalls the biggest mistake of his previous life. In his previous life, Sehan killed Lin. After some time, Sehan is walking on the road, and that is when a familiar voice calls him. It is Seo. He wants to know how everything went and if our guy succeeded. Looking at Seo, the protagonist freezes for some moments, finding it weird to see him here, but then he reveals that he backed off because of too much intervention. Upon hearing it, Seo sighs with disappointment, but is not able to say much. Behind him, a crowd of people gather, questioning Sehan about many things. Some are concerned if the enemy players were planning to attack them, while the others beg him not to leave because they want to know the answers since they have not much time left until the quest is due. Nervously sighing, the hero explains that he is not aware of everything as well, so they all should just settle themselves, as he himself has a lot of things going on in his mind. Pressing forward to rest, Sehan arrives in the bedroom. His mind is racing with tons of thoughts, and he can't believe how shitty this dungeon is, playing with his mind like this. Curious, the MC opens his status window and gets to know that his progression speed is very slow in the current timeline, but it was expected by him already. Though his eyes widen with shock when he notices more abilities, and his quest is to clear the Dungeon of Dreams, where his memories have come alive. To clear this quest, he must complete his past quest within the same time limit. This is very shocking for the hero because this means he had to kill his opponent like in his previous life. He wonders if this time all of this will be easy. However, all of this just feels so wrong to him, and this is why he thinks to plan another way of doing this. His attention shifts to Yidra, who in a past life used to show herself out of nowhere. Even right now, she is motivating our boy, assuring him of her support, and being sure that his decision will end up saving many lives. Yet, this all seems like a lie to him. Yidra was already aware about how the world would be in trouble if things went this way, and that he was already past the point of no return. Still, Sehan is no one to blame her, as she genuinely cared about humanity. Following that, the protagonist addresses her by her name and demands to know an answer. Hearing her name, Yidra is awestruck, as everyone only calls her a witch. Dream Witch Yidra, an outer god from the Cthulhu mythos and the only god who is interested in humanity. Yidra is a deviant god from another realm who joined the game, but no one was able to go against her because the power she owns is flawless and unmatched. The funny part is that even the system didn't dare to interfere with her. The protagonist is still unsure why Yidra chose him as her avatar, but she always took his side because she wanted humanity to survive. Yet she left Earth after the world ended. Blushing, Yidra could sense that her avatar was acting a little different today, though he focuses on the things Sehan wants to ask. Cleverly, our guy asks her about the Dungeon of Dreams. Upon hearing this question, Yidra gets a little shocked since she was not expecting this question, but our boy pretends that he is curious. However, Yidra understands that this whole reality is an imagination of his memory, and this is why she called her by her actual name. When our guy tries to pretend that this is not true, Yidra reminds him that someone's attitude doesn't change overnight. She understands that it applies to anyone with humanity, revealing that humanoid gods are the same. She acknowledges the fact that Sehan doesn't hold on to the past enough to mention this out of nowhere, and he has never ever been to the Dungeon of Dreams as well. Thus, she can only think of it as a simulation, as there is no connection of the current situation with the Dungeon of Dreams. Her being cool about it shocks Sehan. She doesn't seem bothered to be a simulation. Yidra clarifies that it doesn't matter to her, but then she realizes that our hero never actually addresses her by her name in reality. She finds all of it pretty thrilling and even has some questions, but she decides to keep this curiosity inside her. Ignoring that, the MC shows severe urgency to get to know about the Dungeon of Dreams, as something about it being too perfect bothers him a lot. He explains that he doesn't remember every player he has met in the past, but those people exist in this world, so he wants to know if they are being here randomly or if they really existed in this timeline. The question makes Yidra proud, and she explains that a reality as complete as this cannot only be built from memory, which means his timeline was searched based on the information his memory has. This is how the dungeon has created a copy of that world, and this could be done with the help of the system. In conclusion, all of this is a pure manifestation of his past or future. Everyone here is doing the same things that they did in the past, but in reality they are just an illusion created by the Dungeon of Dreams, and that includes even Yidra. After hearing all of this, our MC has finally understood how to complete this quest. He has to complete this shitty quest once again, and he has to do it by repeating the same things that happened in the past, but he has to try different things to be rewarded better. It might be possible that the dungeon doesn't want the same outcomes as before, and wants Seihan to achieve things he didn't in the past. At this point, our guy wonders what will happen if he saves Lin. Later on, the MC meets Seo, who is weaponsmithing. Seihan tells Seo that he needs to meet Mina Lee. Upon hearing this, the protagonist gets confused, wondering aloud if Seihan wants her help for upcoming battles, not being sure if she would consider how self-centered she is. However, the protagonist needs an item that Mina Lee can make, an elixir. The fact that Seo is not very good with alchemy is the reason he cannot make it, though he is more than sure that no player knows Mina Lee. Just then, Seo leaves, but the conversation makes one thing clear. No one knows Mina Lee, because Seo, being the best blacksmith, knows literally everyone, and if he is not aware about her, then no one can be. Not having any choice and not even being able to open the chat room in the status window, our boy called for Yidra to know where Mina is. The moment she appears, she grabs his face from behind, playfully taunting him for being so needy since he used to be so dismissive. Smirking, our guy admits how shameful he is being after getting to know they all are just fabrications. Simultaneously, he genuinely wants to know if she really had to manifest herself instead of writing a message, as it takes many points for her to do this. If all of this is actually a simulation, Yidra doesn't care about the points. With that, she reveals that Mina Lee is at Cheonan right now. Upon receiving this information, they decide to leave as soon as possible. Seihan arrives at Cheonan's high school according to Mina's location. Upon entering the school, our boy witnessed many dead bodies lying on the floor, blood gushing out of them. It was the perfect spot for a horror movie. While looking at the dead bodies, Seihan's focus shifts to the uniform being worn by the dead bodies. It is the same as Mina's. In an instant, the hero senses a presence behind him, but before it could cause him any harm, Seihan blocked that attack with his sword without even turning back. The one who attacked him is none other than Mina, who was not expecting our boy to block an attack like that, but then again, he hadn't expected her to ambush him like that either. Approaching him, Mina suggests to him that it is better to be a hunter instead of being hunted, given the circumstances lately. The MC expressed how cruel all of this sounds to him at the reunion. At first, Mina doesn't understand the meaning behind this, but then realizes that she saw his face maybe 2 years ago. Without beating around the bush, Mina demands to know the reason behind his arrival here. She just hopes he is not here for her. She also is curious about how he found her. Proudly, the hero flicks his finger, showing off the witch's observer, leaving Mina shocked as she didn't expect that an avatar could still communicate with their god. This reminds Seihan of the god that was very fond of Mina too, but she lost all contact with her a year ago. This reminds the protagonist that the last time he saw Mina, he didn't see her observer, so this is nothing but a game for them to expand. However, Mina is now aware that our boy really wants to talk about something, so she suggests he follow her so that they have a proper place where they can talk. Both of them enter a room, where Seihan spots memorial pictures, but unfortunately, Mina couldn't find all photos of her classmates. Seeing her behavior, the hero assumes that she must be very close to them, but gets shocked when he hears that she doesn't have many friends, and ended up this way because of how the situation changed in the world, since she used to be a pretty shy kid before all of it happened. The way she is now makes it pretty hard to believe that she was shy, but she changed herself after the first main quest. She got eager to survive and even got better at acting. She precisely remembers the day all of it began. At that time, she was skipping classes with some friends in Seoul, and in an instant, everything changed. As soon as she hears it, Seihan inquires whether she is originally from Seoul. Mina explains that she was only visiting there because her friend's sister had some business, so they went there for fun, but eventually, they were separated. Therefore, she stayed in Seoul for some time to find them. She even robbed banks to get money, but it was all useless. The only connection they had was their school uniform, so she kept wearing it. Eventually, she found them too, but it was too late because they had probably signed a contract with some demon, and it used them to their last breath until they died. All of it made her realize how pointless everything is, and this is why she is holding this little memorial service of her own here. Even her parents died on the first day, so she had no place to go to. At the mention of the demon, Seihan wonders if the girls were used by the Dark Sky clan, but then his eyes widen with shock, and he flinches because he killed all the Dark Sky clan members in this timeline. Not able to hold back, the hero questions Mina if she or her friends were ever related to the Dark Sky clan. Mina is not sure about it since her friends were a part of another group. This makes Seihan a little relieved, and he realizes to not kill demon contractors recklessly, and decides to tell about this to Jisoo as well. Getting to the point, Mina wants to know what our guy wanted to ask earlier. The hero reveals that originally he was going to ask for her help with their current quest, but it won't be happening, so he wants to ask if she can make him an elixir instead. Hearing about the quest, this girl yaps that she chose to save 1,000 players by accident. Hearing this, Seihan can't help but nervously grin because he only ran into tragic accidents, but here, she chose something good by accident. Being bored, Mina decides to make it for him and asks about its amount. Seihan wants only a single bottle, though he wants something extra, which is pretty simple. Our boy reaches out to something in his pocket and requests Mina to make it usable for top-ranking players. On the other hand, Soo Min is very puzzled, being sure that something is going on because he is aware that the MC never backs off this easily, and now he is missing. His attention shifts to Taehan Kim, who reminds him that they are in the middle of a meeting, so he should daydream somewhere else. A meeting of the guild Erget Lam is being held right now. Sangwon Cheon, the guildmaster, tells everyone to finish things up quickly, as they have very few days left before the quest ends. Smirking, Yunsik Kang advises him to take care of it himself, as he can finish everything with one ability only, though Sangwon Cheon reminds Junsik to not underestimate the opponent. He agrees that their guild is undeniably strong, but the opponent has powerful players on their side too, like the Saint, Yu Hua-sin, with them. Junsik tells the guildmaster to not call that girl a saint, as she abandoned 1,00,000 civilians. Though Junsik knows someone in the players, a guy in black who uses different weapons, he is talking about our boy. When Sangwon understands that Junsik is talking about Sehan, he can't help but admit the strong capabilities he holds and that he is one of the strongest members who is their opponent. Junsik's gaze darkens, and an evil grin appears on his face when he looks at Lin, who wants to kill Sehan. Before Sangwon could scold Junsik for passing irrelevant comments, a guy with immense urgency entered the place, informing them all about a significant number of players being spotted outside the containment area. That being said, Junsik is all ready to face them after a long wait, but Taehan Kim volunteers himself since Junsik could damage his own team as well. Before leaving, Taehan assures them he will put an end to these players as soon as possible. In just 2 days, Mina made an elixir and all those other requirements our guy wanted. Her speed definitely surprises and impresses Sehan, making him realize that she will be on another level in the future. At the same time, he regrets not asking her for help, as she is so cooperative. However, today is the day when Sehan's side took a devastating loss. After our boy returned from his fight against Suho Min, his side barely managed to fight against the opponents, though Sehan had to kill most of them. After seeing the time, the protagonist plans to leave quickly after meeting Seo. He recalls Taehan Kim being the one who led the attack against them. Thus, he must be coming to the battlefield alone right now. Therefore, the hero decides to take this as an opportunity and defeat him. At the battlefield, Taehan Kim has actually come. Panic washes over everybody's face when he threatens to give them all the final warning. At this point, the players regret not having backed up immediately after their ambush failed. The small fries who have come with this giant hulk laugh at their situation, while the chief is puzzled, not understanding what to do. They are even thinking about their pride, because backing off like this would be so embarrassing. Analyzing the situation, the chief notices how Taehan gave them a warning, even though he is stronger than them. So if he wanted, he really would have knocked them out within seconds. So maybe there is a reason that he is not fighting right now. So he decides to take Taehan on instead of running away. Grabbing his weapon, the chief declares to take Taehan's head today. When Taehan's small fries try to attack them instead, he tells them to back off, ensuring to take care of everything from here. The teammates try to warn this giant hulk, reminding him that his opponents include high-ranking players too. But the small fries can't say much when this giant hulk looks at them with his deadly eyes. Without giving any warning, leaping higher into the air, the chief aimed directly at Taehan with his aura axe. To his surprise, the giant hulk is not blocking the attack, which makes him assume that maybe he is too fast for Taehan. But the moment the chief lands on the ground, his axe doesn't harm Taehan a bit, leaving him startled. Looking straight into his eyes, Taehan asks him if he knows who Baldur is. Scared, the chief grits his teeth, recalling a little about him. He could recall Baldur being the top-tier god of light as the son of Odin. Abruptly, the chief could see Taehan emanating an immense amount of energy, and without any hesitation, he swung his fist, hitting the poor man, while revealing that Baldur was liked by all beings, and nothing could harm him. While slamming the chief onto the ground, he elaborates that Baldur's blessings apply to him as well. At this point, the chief couldn't respond. His eyes were now lifeless after the impact of that punch and being slammed on the ground. All the players present there are scared to death because this giant hulk actually knocked out a high-ranking player in a single strike. Panic slashes across their faces. They turn back and begin to run away, but Taehan already gave them a warning, and they refuse to take it, so now they have to face the consequences. The poor players were frozen at their place, accepting their fate as the giant hulk approached them with swift movements. However, before he could even attack the player, his attack was blocked by none other than our boy, Sehan. Sehan blocks the attack with his sword. Seeing him, Taehan immediately recognizes that he is the same guy everyone has been talking about, and he always wondered how Sehan would be. Right now, our boy's small sword is literally holding back a giant weapon of Taehan. The giant hulk is kind of surprised as he hears that our boy is not someone to fight head-on like this. The protagonist admits that it is true but clarifies that he needed to jump in between since those idiot players were about to die. Spotting how our guy has blocked the attack surprises Taehan, since he is aware that no one is physically stronger than him, even in Erget Lambs. His attention shifts back to Sehan when he questions the giant hulk about the problems with RPG games. When it confuses Taehan, our boy explains that in RPG games, it makes the players save many items even when there are tons of them, which are collected but never used. All of this makes Taehan angry, as he is not understanding one bit of anything the hero is trying to portray. But his eyes widen with panic when the MC declares that this giant hulk has no chance of winning. Before Taehan could figure out what was going on, the system notified him to run immediately, but it was too late as his eyes rolled back and blood gushed out of his body. This is all like a puzzle for him because he tries activating his own ability, but instead all of this has happened, making him realize that Sehan has poisoned him. The giant hulk falls to his knees while our guy jumps back to get away from his opponent as he wipes his blade, having poison and blood on it. In a weak voice, Taehan could only curse Sehan, but our boy just stood there enjoying the sight of his enemy being finished. It is definitely a good start for him. When the news of Sehan killing Taihan spread everywhere, Seogyeok Park visited our boy to confirm if it was true. He slams his hand on the table, demanding to know if it is actually true. The way our guy is being so cool about killing someone like Taehan makes Bluey shocked. Though, Sehan believes it'll be easier to act if he gets famous for this. He regrets not using mistletoe before, since it could have stopped a lot of damage. Right now, Seogyeok Park is finding it unreal. He always knew that the MC is strong, but he never thought this was his power. Sehan admits that he didn't know it as well, but he could have knocked out all the Airget Lamb commanders on his own at that time. Hearing that, Seogyeok Park wonders aloud if taking them all down by himself can be done. He is scared that our guy might be lying. Sehan clarifies to Bluey that he has no interest in telling lies and makes a proposal to him. The protagonist demands 3 days from Seogyeok Park to put an end to this quest. Later on, St. Yuhwa-sin meets Sehan. She is more than impressed because not only did our boy kill that giant Hulk, but he also brought his corpse here too. She tries to think about what is going on in his little head. Our boy acknowledges that Yuhwa is the best healer he knows, so he just wanted to see if she could revive him. This sounds like a joke to Yuhwa because how could she possibly revive someone dead? Smiling, he states how he thought it would be possible for Saint Yuhwa. Him calling her a saint annoys the hell out of her, but she makes it clear that he is dead, and her healing spells won't even work on him. Though she notices the way some wounds were already healed, so the MC explains that he smeared some elixir on the giant Hulk before he died. At first, Yuhwa doesn't carefully hear him, but the moment realization hits her, she looks up to Sehan, questioning him about how this guy died if the protagonist used elixir, realizing he might be testing something with her. Because if Taehan was probably still alive when Sehan used the elixir, he must have died afterward, but if the elixir was smeared, it should have healed him. All of this just frustrated Yuhwa because the main lead always tries to act dumb in front of her. She now understands that our boy definitely has some other plan, and this is why he wanted her to preserve this corpse for him. She leans closer to him, tapping a finger on his lips when he admits that she is the only one he trusts. With that, she lets out a sigh and confirms if there will be more bodies like this coming to her. Without lying, Sehan confesses that there will definitely be more bodies, but he will take care of them himself. Zipping up the body and taking it with her, Yuhwa suggests our guy give him notice the next time. Our guy assures her to bring a gift with her too the next time. As she leaves, he looks at her quietly, deep down knowing that Yuhwa will die in the next quest once this one is done. This moment is just a fantasy created for him by the Dungeon of Dreams, and once he finishes this quest and leaves the dungeon, all of this will just disappear. He recalls how he never was able to thank her, and how Yuhwa was always there for him and took care of his injuries after his fight against Suho Min, and after he was healed, he never saw her face again. Therefore now he thinks of something to give her as a gift. At the Airget Guild, Jinsuk is finding it unbelievable that Sehan was always this strong. Simultaneously, Sangwon thinks that our guy was aware of Taehan's weakness and took that as an opportunity. He likely used a mistletoe against him. Jinsuk doesn't think that is the case, but Sangwon has heard that Sehan prepares him for the opponent accordingly. Ignoring that, Jinsuk turns to Lin, asking her if it surprises her at all, but it doesn't because Sehan is the one who murdered her father. And this was how our boy got famous because of the collapsing soul incident. Aldebaran of Taurus was defeated by Luke Taylor, and Sehan was the one who killed him since he couldn't be controlled. The protagonist was in the spotlight for this for some time, but then people lost interest in him the moment he disappeared. At this moment, Lin reveals that the goddess Astria has a contract with her after her father died, but she never spoke, probably because of Luke's death. Still, she has a feeling that Astria looks over her. Now Lin has the urge to kill Sehan due to the pain and agony he has caused her. Jinsuk is sure that she could gradually be given her prize in magic, but he cannot wait for that since he claims to be the one to kill Sehan first. Not caring about all of this, Sangwon slams his hand on the table, reminding them all that they underestimated everything until now. But right now, they are in crisis and have lost their most valuable person. Thus, they have no time to take things lightly and work in groups to be safe. They decide to pay their opponents back as soon as they finish their preparation after 2 days. On the flip side, our boy has arrived at the Airget Guild very quietly, taking down one of the security guards in order to get moving. Sehan is now out of the civilian-occupied zone. From the Witch's observer, Yidra asks the MC about his next move. However, this question is foolish because the protagonist has no choice but to fight them. Yidra is not sure if he will be able to defeat them on his own. She is kind of surprised to see him being this risky. Being honest, Sehan admits that he would have never done it this way before, but now he has figured out that he has many options and he should utilize them. He also admits that he never took Yidra into consideration because he was very hesitant to ask for the power of a god. He thought that it was the same as strangling himself. Though he agrees that he still thinks like this, now his point of view has changed little. Now he doesn't mind a little strangling, especially at a place where everything is mere fabrication. Just then, playfully, our boys question Yidra if she really knows how to edit video games. At the rooftop of the building, Sangwon inquires of Suho Min about the number of people being located. Suho and his team are not certain, but they suspect that there are not many of them because they are moving very slowly. It is kind of surprising for Sangwon for not being able to detect any of them, which makes him wonder if they have gotten away, or maybe they have a hiding ability of such a high level. Just then, Surin Lee approaches them all. She finds all of this very annoying, suggesting they should attack at this point. Yet, Suho Min reminds her that there must be some infiltrators for them for distraction. Though Surin is certain about one thing, There are not many people who have entered their territory since they are hard to find. She doesn't think that 2 to 3 people might cause such great damage, as they have their own army, so it is better to make the first move. Still, Suho-min does not agree with this, as they are not aware of anything yet. This behavior frustrates Surin due to the fact that they all look like a bunch of scared kids, but Suho definitely has no good feelings about this. Moreover, Surin tries to make them all understand that this way they are just being controlled by the enemy. When no one responds to her, she decides to take care of things her way. While moving outside, Surin is cursing his guild leader, not believing that they are scared of 2 to 3 people. Abruptly, she turns around when she senses a presence, but there is no one, which makes her think that maybe it is just her imagination, but then she actually senses a trail of energy, making it evident that something is here right now. Her gaze shifts to the ground, finding a bomb. A smirk appears on her face because she is a magician, so she has a firm belief that she can turn into a piece of scrap in seconds. The moment she casts her magic, nothing happens, even after she dispels the mana of the mana stone. The moment she realized that it was a trap, it got too late. A loud explosion occurred in the area, leaving everyone panicked. Everyone in the Airget Guild panics too. Some people even collapse after inhaling the smoke, making the rest of the people realize that something is wrong with the smoke of the explosion. Surin, who was being oversmart moments ago, managed to escape the explosion, but right now she is gasping for air badly since she inhaled some of the gas. Sitting on the ground, the girl wonders what kind of gas this is. The thick smoke makes it harder for Surin to see anyone, but the moment our boy comes up to her, mocking her that he knows that she will find it first, Surin calls his plan a failure because she is alive. However, when the smoke settles, Sehan's smirk is evident because she escaped, but the civilians couldn't escape it. Because of her, the smoke spread throughout the city, which made his plan 10 times more effective. Panic and guilt slash across Surin's face. Furthermore, the MC informs Surin that this is the end for her, as he doesn't want to tackle Morrigan anymore. Her jaw drops since Sehan is aware of her god too. Realization hits her that this guy is very strong, so she decides to finish him off in a single blow, but the moment she is about to chant her strongest spell, blood splatters out of her mouth. The state she is in makes it impossible for her to cast any spell, and our boy just grins by seeing this. He can't believe that Surin didn't spot the illusion. The bomb did an amazing job, because this girl is already affected by the bomb, but in her illusion world, she thinks she escaped it. While Surin lies on the ground lifeless, the hero decides to take care of this quickly before the rest arrive. When Junsuk and Suho realize that it might be Surin who is hurt, they both quickly get out of the building. Both the guys grit their teeth upon seeing their biggest threat. At this point, Suho just regrets letting Sehan go and thinks that he would fight for humanity. Suho can't believe that this smoke is spreading so fast, and countless civilians are dead. Even Surin is dead because of him, and the players are in danger too after this explosion. Thus, Suho aims to kill the protagonist now. Both Junsuk and Suho glance at each other, aiming to not let this guy get away with this. Suho, who is associated with the god Matcha, and Junsuk, who is associated with the god Agni, decide to kill Sehan then and there. Both the guys have the blessings of their gods. One has storm and the other has fire, which implies on both of the guys. Upon noticing it, Sehan finds it terrifying. Not wasting any moment, Suho lunges forward with his weapon, charging swiftly at our boy. The MC can't help but notice how fast Suho is. The moment he sees the cool shade being very close, Sehan summons his clones everywhere to confuse him. This move pulled by Sehan just makes Suho frustrated. However, Jinsuk stands atop the building, summoning an immense amount of fire and striking it at the hero. But without even hesitating or struggling, Sehan creates a shield to protect himself and dodges the immense amount of fire, leaping higher into the air behind Jinsuk. Spotting the MC behind him, sweat trickled down Jinsuk's face. He notices Sehan having a crystal made by a spell, which is actually fire, and he can easily fire everything by cutting off the oxygen and mana. Summoning waves of fire around himself, Jinsuk slams his hand on the ground, causing a huge fire typhoon to appear on the building to engulf Sehan in fire. But in the blink of an eye, Sehan escapes the attack. Both Jinsuk and Suho are panting heavily, looking frustrated as hell. Smirking, the main lead assures them of being done with running away. His gaze turns to the side, wondering where Sangwon is, and if he trusts these two guys to deal with Sehan. No matter what the case, this is a win-win situation for him. Right then, Sehan mocks the guys about looking way too exhausted, but they don't admit it, blaming it on the MC's habit of running away. However, when Sehan assures them that he won't run away anymore, Suho can sense that something fishy is going on. Suho is very well aware that Sehan only shows himself if he sees any benefits, meaning he only fights when he knows that he will win 100%. He disappeared from this world, and then came back to this territory all alone. In addition to that, he is ready to face 2 Airget Lam warriors. This makes Suho realize that the Sehan he knows would never do all of this, so this is definitely a trap. In an instant, he grabs Jinsuk and warns him to run, but it is too late, as due to the magic, they are being stuck to the ground. Our boy has activated the magic devices that he set beforehand to put these guys in a trap. However, Suho is not ready to give up since he has this swamp infested with paralyzing toxins with him, so he tries to slam his weapon on the ground. Not caring about his moves, the protagonist stands there unfazed, suggesting that they should not think of this as being cheap, as he is alone, fighting 2 guys. Chapter 70. Lying there, Suho realizes he's completely done for. Surin Lee was killed first, who was the only one who could have dispelled the magic. All of this could have been avoided if they had just played it smart. Later, the main lead finds himself being relentlessly chased. Despite wanting the situation to end calmly, chaos continues to linger around him. More importantly, he can't seem to shake the attention of Sang-hwan-cheon. Then, out of nowhere, Mina Lee appears to check on him, leaving him baffled at how she even managed to show up. As she stands there, a group of men suddenly try to attack her. With a simple snap of her fingers, she blocks their strike. Calmly, she suggests that she could be of help since she's also part of the quest. However, she makes it clear that the only thing she truly cares about is how the quest will end. During their conversation, she effortlessly dodges several other attacks without breaking her focus. The main character takes note of this, realizing how mindful she is of her surroundings, and decides he can rely on her. Meanwhile, Sang-hwan-cheon is blaming himself for the terror attack, believing he could have somehow played a role in preventing it. Before long, he arrives at the location where the protagonist is and shouts his name. Without hesitation, he leaps over the building where Sehan is standing. He tries attacking multiple times, forcing Sehan to recognize that this is a fight he needs to take seriously, or he risks being cut down. Sehan taunts him, saying his biggest mistake was overestimating himself. Sang-hwan disagrees, admitting instead that his true error was being too merciful and not finishing Sehan when he had the chance. The main lead realizes that Sang-hwan is not as terrifying as Suho Min, but he's still a dangerous threat. Sehan then makes his way toward a deserted area, intentionally luring Sang-hwan to follow him. Sang-hwan mocks him, claiming he has no flaws and can't be beaten. When they finally reach the lonely, abandoned place, Sang-hwan scoffs, wondering what kind of delusion Sehan must be under to think he can win. But Sehan only smirks, revealing that all preparations are now complete. Sehan acknowledges his lack of strength and abilities against Sang-hwan, but claims that he has one thing superior to Sang-hwan. When Sang-hwan asks about it, mocking if Sehan's talking about his ability to be a villain or his arrogance, Sehan agrees and accepts those titles. Nonetheless, he claims that there's something else too, which Sang-hwan should experience firsthand to understand, and states the name of Yidra. Lightning sparks at the name of Yidra, and the other players stare at the sky, confusedly wondering what's wandering in the sky. The truth is that in the sky, Sehan and Sang-hwan are standing against each other. Sang-hwan questions Sehan about what he has just done, but before Sehan could answer, a giant figure starts to appear from the lightning sky. He tries to question the appearing figure, but the figure soon turns into the full form of Yidra. Yidra, when transformed fully into her actual form, introduces herself as the Witch of Dreams, and formally requests Sehan to become her herald. Sehan smiles and nods while looking at her, and soon he becomes the herald of the outer god, Yidra. Following this, he gets the evocation ability, an ability that lets one's body channel the power of a god temporarily. Although Sehan has chosen this himself, he wasn't aware of the risk of death that comes along with this ability. He could barely feel his body and felt that he might even lose his mind if he didn't hold on instantly. Nevertheless, he takes a breath because the willpower of humanity's last player can't be that weak to just give up. Sehan opens his eyes once he's gathered all of his strength and confidently rises from the ground. He jumps high above the ground, making the rocks crumble down beneath him. However, Sang-hwan keeps standing strong and claims that he couldn't care less if Sehan is a herald. As Sehan gets closer to Sang-hwan, he swings his arm to attack with his lightning ability, whereas Sang-hwan does the same with his fire ability. Their arms collide at the same time, but to Sang-hwan's astonishment, his Clayum Soleil disappears when it strikes against Sehan's attack. Before Sang-hwan can think about what he should do, Sehan grabs his sword and thrusts it into Sang-hwan's body, making him spit out blood. Sehan then scoffs at Sang-hwan, reminding him how he was already told that he needs to experience it to understand the things Sehan has got better than him. While Sehan is still holding Sang-hwan, Lin secretly appears from behind him and lunges onto him to attack. Even so, Sehan instantly senses it and quickly teleports to her back, making her stab just the air. Lin doesn't give up and quickly turns around before dashing towards Sehan. Sehan notices that Lin is using Suho's ability with the help of her imitation ability. On top of that, she is not just imitating it, she is even handling it quite perfectly despite being inexperienced. Lin gets close to Sehan, but he manages to dodge her attack anyway. She then uses another ability of fire through which she makes a tornado of fire. He notices that she is now using Junsik's ability and acknowledges the incredibleness of her talent. However, he wonders if her talent is still not ready and steps forward to fight against her. Lin continues to attack her while Sehan dodges it, but when he finally attempts to attack her, she receives a great hit. When Yidra watches it from above, her interest peaks since she hadn't expected Sehan to pull this trick. Yidra then declares that the stage is set, and her avatar, Sehan, also gets charged with the abilities. A battle between a young girl who is trying to take revenge for her father's death and a chosen herald who has slaughtered a countless number of players begins. This is an interesting scenario that should not be delayed any longer. Lin and Sehan continue to attack each other furiously. He questions her why she is adamant about killing him, and asks if it's so because of what Sehan did to her father. After a moment of silence, Lin lunges forward, saying that it is part of the reason. Sehan succeeds in eluding the attack, and it is when she continues that the reason she wants to end him is that he is too cruel to himself and to others around him, and if it continues, there'd be no one left around. Seihan scoffs at her statement, calling it a joke, and asks her why she's lecturing him when she hasn't done anything yet herself. She ignores his arrogance and tries to make him understand that he could have turned out better if he wasn't so deep into the hell of his ego. Lin conjures up a sword and further claims that the happenings of today are just the beginning, so even if he gets through all of this unscathed, he would still deeply regret his every action later. Therefore, she pledges to stop him as a daughter of Luke Taylor, since he'd have done the same. Once Lin's sword has appeared fully, she calls the goddess of justice, Astrea, and requests Astrea to accept her as a herald. When Astrea looks at Lin, she gets reminded of Luke and instantly accepts Lin's request. Jester, who is resting peacefully, feels quite bored when she wonders if she should join the game and transform herself as a male god. It is then when she looks at the game and sees the two chosen heralds fighting each other. When she notices that one of them is Astrea, whereas the other one is Yidra, she scoffs and calls it a fight between an ant and an elephant. Jester recognizes Lin's effort in putting up a decent fight against an outrageously powerful opponent and acknowledges Seihan as a man with exceptional talent. She notices how he's holding himself up despite being under the evocation spell and states that he has the potential of becoming a god if he had more divinity. After realizing that this intense fight isn't something to miss, Jester shakes herself out of her thoughts and decides to try logging back into the game. Once Mina is done dealing with the players, she comes to see the fight between Lin and Seihan. She had expected Lin to handle the powers of a herald, and after seeing her, she thinks how it'd have been so much different had she become the herald instead of her father, Luke. Nevertheless, Mina tells herself that she's got no time to be impressed with Lin since she can get killed any instant if she lets down her guard while this monstrous prodigy grows stronger every minute. Seihan uses his extreme abilities and starts attacking Lin from various directions. Lin manages to dodge those swords coming in her direction and jumps up. She lands behind Seihan, and with no time wasted, she pierces her sword into Seihan's body. Unluckily for Lin, it turns out that the Seihan she just stabbed was just an illusion of him, which evaporates in air after getting stabbed. When she looks up, she sees various illusions of Seihan at different places, and her anger peaks. She grips her sword firmly and makes a huge explosion of fire and lava from within the ground. Seihan then conjures a giant artificial meteorite made from the combined Eternium ore found in the dungeons. He makes it fall and crash into the ground. After crashing, it cracks instantly, and great energy starts to emit from it, making the meteorite break into pieces and scatter around. Lin gets hit by those pieces, and using his powers, Seihan cages her inside between a giant ball of the rocks. However, it wasn't enough to stop her since she uses all of her power and sets herself free from that ball of rocks. This results in the ball of rocks breaking, and she jumps away from it. Seihan starts to feel it impossible to keep her down, and thinks of her as the pinnacle of humanity. The two of them once again prepare themselves for the attack, and she jumps towards Seihan to land a hit. Lin conjures up a shining blade to slash Seihan with, but he immediately jumps up before the blade can hit him. The sight of the escalating battle leaves the players in shock, and questions the existence of the shining blade. Mina's eyes widen and her jaw drops with shock, and she wonders if she is dreaming. Just like Lin's outrageous shining blade ability, Seihan's swords coming through multiple portals leaves everyone devastated. Mina remarks that the battle has gone far beyond the scope of a human conflict already, and is shocked to see what a battle between two heralds look like. Soon enough, Lin and Seihan's powers clash against each other and an explosion occurs. Meanwhile, Mina suddenly flinches when she senses something behind her, and upon turning around, she sees a large number of the god's personal observers in the sky. She can't believe the number of those present there and recalls how she only saw this many in the early phases of the game. All of a sudden, she realizes something about Seihan and admits that he is an incredible person without any doubt. Seihan pulls out his sword while thinking that should have been enough for the visual presentation. Using that sword, he defends himself against the attacks of Lin's shining blade and opens a portal to absorb it. This shocks Lin, and she has a hard time believing that Seihan just wrapped her attack into a pocket dimension. Lin has now believed that her simple and straightforward attacks are not going to affect Seihan. Therefore, she dashes towards him in order to divert his focus with the attack, so when he tries to block it, she decides that she would attack his neck from the side. Lin swings her shining blade and thrusts it into Seihan's chest. She was expecting him to block it, but he didn't. Instead, he swings his own sword and thrusts it into Lin. She cannot believe why he decided to exchange blows in a situation like this. Seihan pushes Lin back after the attack and places his hand over his chest, whereas she plops down onto the ground. The two of them glare into each other's eyes before Lin completely falls down onto the flower. The god's observers feel disappointed over this, and wonder if the battle is going to end by the death of both of them. On the other hand, Seihan clenches his chest and greatly feels the absence of his celestial slayer and regenerative abilities. He tries to compose by reminding himself that he's still got unfinished work. While he wonders if he has any time to have elixir, he gets notified about his quest completing successfully. This news makes him relieved, and he looks forward to the spectacular ending. He takes out a magical stone and cracks it, which results in a very bright flash. The players get confused, and Mina wonders about what is going on. Lin wakes up and sees that the once dark place has brightened up with natural daylight. She manages to sit up and asks about what has happened, to which Mina explains to her about the magical item which emits a kind of gas that puts people into a coma if they smell it. While pouring elixir on Seihan's wound, Mina further tells Lin that a few people used this item in ancient days of the games since it also had effect on the monsters. However, since it only works on weaker mobs, quite a lot of players forgot about it over time. This time, Seihan used it to fake everyone's death so that the quest can be cleared. Mina reveals that Sehan came to her a few days ago to have her make an improvised bomb that could spread the coma-inducing gas and an elixir from the concentrated ingredients of the same item. Then using the bomb, he spread the gas among the civilians and stabbed the high-level players with an elixir-infused dagger. Keeping everyone safe was also necessary. Thus, the gas enabled them to fall into a coma at the same time. Mina tells Lin about how Sehan made sure to be thorough by even lacing the sewers with the elixir. Therefore, she also came to help him out in taking care of some of the players, and this is how everyone involved in the quest got to fake their deaths. After knowing the truth, Lin gets annoyed at the fact that they weren't asked for cooperation. Mina answers that it is so because then nothing would have been changed once the quest was done. After saying this, Mina points at the god's observers in the sky, and Lin finally accepts that she was wrong about Sehan, since he had already found a better way for them. When Lin thanks Sehan, Mina chuckles, finding it too emotional. She looks over at young Jester's observing eye and asks about her opinion by calling her real name Loki. Yidra looks over at the result of Sehan's strategy and compares it to a scene from some movie. She analyzes how not a single person has died, and even the gods have returned to this world, making this lifeless game flourish once again with a better ending for humanity. Yidra finds it quite ironic because this world is just a dream, yet Sehan showed great sense of determination to see this through. Moreover, he managed to accomplish what no one could, which doesn't make him humanity's last player for nothing, but rather an astounding avatar of whom Yidra feels proud. When Sehan used the evocation ability, it's when Yidra learned the truth. She didn't think he'd ever sign a contract with her counterpart in his world because it would stop him from opening the gate. Thus, Lin is the most crucial key, though Sehan would need 2 keys to open the gate. Yidra waits for him to realize this, so she can enjoy his reaction. Nevertheless, she still feels bad about Laplace's hourglass being the only reward for this ending. Thus, she decides to bless him with a personal gift. Sehan wakes up in a dark place and wonders if he's returned to the real world. This saddens him since he wanted to witness everything change, but he accepts the reality anyways. While thinking about it, suddenly he sees the Laplace hourglass in his hand, which reveals the future of a person. He gets up and decides to leave, but suddenly a notification pops up. Sehan has unlocked an achievement, a herald that I used to know, and he becomes the first one to have it. Moreover, he obtains a new ability as a premium reward due to an unknown intervention. He looks at all of this confusedly, wondering if it wasn't just a dream made by the dungeon. Baek-seol and Jisoo look at him sitting inside and call him out, so he asks them about how long they have been waiting. When Baek-seol claims it to be exactly 7 hours and 22 minutes, he is shocked, but tells them to come along. As they step out of the place, Sehan realizes that he has a chance to change everything in this world. On the other hand, Jisoo hides behind Laplace's hourglass, while Yidra hopes that Sehan likes her gift. After returning, Sehan realizes that he has obtained Yidra's succession ability of Pocket Dimension as his newly obtained ability. He recalls how he used it in his previous playthrough with the evocation spell, but finds it impossible to use it on living beings or massive objects under normal circumstances. Even so, he finds it usable for linking the dimension to his inventory. Sehan then wonders how he got this ability when the dungeons never reward a player with succession ability. He understands that Yidra is involved in it, so he waits for her to reach out to him when she gets to know that he has her ability. When Mina finds out about Sehan's new ability, she seems surprised, but Sehan is more surprised to see her in her old self again. When he gets to know that she's going for a walk, he realizes that she must be going to look for her friends, so he asks her to be careful of strangers. Once she's assured him of being careful, he states to him how different he's been since he returned from the dungeon. When asked about if the dungeon was quite tough, he affirms and tells her to stay away from them. She leaves home after saying that she isn't interested either. Sehan wonders if he should help Mina sort her problems since it had something to do with a demon. Thus, he decides to first gather some information. Later, Jisoo looks through Sehan's place for him but doesn't find him. She is then reminded of Lin and Baek-seol and recalls how scary they felt even though she had done nothing to them. Jisoo then thinks about how she also entered the dungeon after Sehan and found the place an exact copy of the world she lives in, a replication of her childhood nightmare. Even though she failed to perfectly complete the quest, the dungeon got satisfied. She then takes out Laplace's hourglass and wonders what kind of person she'd see if she used it on herself. Nevertheless, she drops the idea and is reminded of when Luke Taylor asked her if she's a demon contractor sent by the Shaded Sky clan. She remembers that the clan is taking control over the Gangbuk district, and their grandmaster is supposedly a demon contractor. Therefore, she decides to meet them out of boredom. John meets Sugyun, the deep web of the underworld, and asks him about the Shaded Sky. When questioned about what exactly he wants to know, John asks for their location. Sugyun has already recognized John, so he wonders why he's asking about the Shaded Sky clan when his clan has been completely destroyed. He can't even consider the possibility of John wanting to fight the Shaded Sky clan since he won't be able to compete with them alone, even if that is a newly developed guild. Therefore, Sugyun considers it harmless to share the location of the Shaded Sky clan with John and asks for 1,000 points in return. John finds it cheap, but the truth is that Sugyun asks for a cheaper price because he didn't want to put himself in danger by asking for too much. Thus, after receiving the points, Sugyun leaves immediately. After Sugun leaves, Azazel appears and asks John about why he asked for their location when he already knows it. He replies to her that it is so because he wants them to know that he's looking for them, since it will cause some gossip, which will make the Grandmaster of the clan be present there when he goes himself. When John claims that he's quite famous for them to spread the news, Azazel questions his confidence for thinking he can handle them all by himself. Instead of answering, he asks her about her opinions, so she immediately accepts that her question was unnecessary. He then announces that he'll visit the Shaded Sky clan tomorrow, because Sugun would be spreading the words right now. Thus, he hopes that the Steel Demon, Park Doyeon, won't disappoint him. Once Sehan finds out where Mina's friends are, he thinks about how to end their demon contract. He goes through a few ways, like destroying a demonic relic like Shinjon, but realizes that it isn't easy since he has seen it happening only once throughout both of his playthroughs. Whereas, the easiest way is for the demon to cancel the contract himself, but it won't be as simple. Sehan returns home and finds out that there's no one there except Lin and Baek Seol. When Lin reveals that they're out to farm points, whereas Mina went for a walk, Sehan asks about Jisoo. She answers that Jisoo has also gone for a stroll, which makes him doubt about Jisoo's whereabouts. Sehan knows that Jisoo doesn't wander around unless there's a reason since she used to be busy studying for college, and ever since the world changed, she's always been either training or killing monsters. Suddenly Lin remembers that Jisoo told her about visiting a guild, so when she tells it to Sehan, he flinches. As soon as Lin mentions that the name of the guild was Shaded Sky, Sehan immediately turns and bolts away. He knows for a fact that Jisoo only remembers the names of the guilds that she wishes to destroy. He thinks about what's suddenly gone through her mind and wonders if she's sensible enough to spare Mina's friends. The Grandmaster of the Shaded Sky Guild, Doyoung, gets to know about how John's looking for them, and he wonders what could be the reason. He flips his table out of frustration and thinks about how he also wanted to fight against John and become the strongest demon contractor so that he could capture Sua to have the entire Seoul region under his control. He plans on making his minions attack her after he's done with John, because if he can't have Sua's powers, then no one else can either. Afterwards, he plans on being called the Shaded Sky. Sua John's future is changing, and she decides to follow him because it means that someone else is influencing his destiny. However, she doesn't reveal it to him, and they enter the building of the Shaded Sky Guild. To John's surprise, the building seems quiet and empty until he hears sounds from upstairs. Before he'd go upstairs, Sua tells him that her brother must be locked in the basement, so he goes to the basement with her. While walking downstairs, John senses two people talking about how it's the best place for them to hide, so he decides to look in the other direction. When Sua insists he check that direction, he reveals what he sensed, adding that it didn't sound like her brother. However, she continues insisting, so he realizes that she must have had a vision. Hwan and Sua enter the clan that took Sua's brother, but Hwan finds two girls trying to hide from them. That took him by surprise as he asked, "What are children doing here?" He mumbles to himself, saying that he knew the members of this clan were low, but they are even using kids as employees. The kids in the corner look at each other as one of them mumbles to the other, asking where everyone is because they told them to come up here earlier because of this guy, referring to Hwan. The other girl worries, asking what if they were all killed and they are just hiding because they didn't want to fight. The girl wearing the ponytail clicks her tongue and starts to stand up, saying that there is no other choice but to do that, as they both kneel in front of Hwan, begging him to spare their lives. Hwan just stares at them and then asks Sua without turning if she knew this would happen, and this is why she took him here. Sua nods. Then Hwan asks if Sua is asking to take the girls with them as well. Sua quickly says no, as Hwan thinks, asking himself if there is something special about the two girls when they are nothing more than devil's servants. Sua runs away, telling Hwan that there is no time and they have to save her older brother, and Hwan follows her, leaving the girls. A heavy thump stops him, but Hwan thinks that they will face whatever that is sooner or later. Hwan stops following Sua and asks the girls why they are following him. The girl in the ponytail replies that they somehow got here by themselves, so they are wondering if they could get out with him. Then she introduces herself as Haimi and the other quiet girl as Jiseon. Hwan cheekily replies that he did not ask them for the introduction. He thinks that there is no way kids would have joined Cape of Darkness on their own. He turns around to say something to them, but just then Sua finds her brother and calls out for him. She sees her brother lying unconscious in a cell. Hwan looks at Suho and asks if this is her brother. Sua nods with teary eyes, saying that Suho is her brother. Hwan bends the bars and holds Suho. He tells Sua that Suho has a high fever, so for now it's better to take him to the upper floor. Hwan holds him as they make their way to the upper floor with Sua, Haimi, and Jiseon following him. Hwan looks at the empty floor and concludes that something is wrong here, that he can't see a single bug anywhere. Suddenly Sua senses something as Hwan yells at everyone to get down. Jisoo cracks the ceiling and comes down holding Doyoung. Haimi recognizes their guildmaster as she asks herself if he's dead already. Jisoo throws him on the ground and turns to greet Hwan, exclaiming that finally they meet again, and says that she wasn't thinking that they would meet like this. Hwan examines her with a new proper weapon. Suddenly Jisoo charges at him in full speed as Hwan barely dodges the attack, but Jisoo tries to hit him again, going berserk. Hwan wonders why she is acting in such a reckless manner and punches her in the stomach, but Jisoo keeps attacking him, taking him by surprise. His attack didn't work as he understands that Jisoo has no intention of blocking. She attacks him on his face, but Hwan heals it quickly, taking a proper fighting position now. He thinks how he has hardened his body by demonic power, yet he is still in such a state. He looks at Doyoung and wonders that he must have lived up to his nickname Iron Horse, seeing his limbs are still attached. He looks at Jisoo, whose eyes have gone red, and she stands like a hungry tiger. He concludes that if he takes even one direct attack in this fight, he will die. Jisoo takes her weapon as Hwan keeps staring at her. She bangs it on the ground, creating an explosion, then strides toward Hwan, taking him off balance. Hwan thinks as he's falling how Jisoo has become a whole lot stronger than back then. It's not just her stats that have increased, she also doesn't rely on her senses anymore. She's learned the proper way of responding to attacks. She keeps striding forward, aiming her weapon at him as Hwan keeps backing up and dodging her blows. He concludes that fighting with Jisoo right now will only cause damage, but if he runs away just because of that, Sua, her brother, and the girls wouldn't be safe. Then he remembers how the girls are already the puppets of the devil. He exhales and takes a proper stance, thinking that he has no chance but to fight. And if he can't end it in one blow, then he will be the one to lose. Jisoo walks toward him with her weapon in one hand and a rock in the other. She eventually throws it in his direction. Hwan tries to punch it, but behind the rock, Jisoo punches him again. He gathers all the magic in the mask to counterattack. But as soon as he does, Jisoo smiles, and he realizes she has absolutely no intention of avoiding his attack. Rather, she continues charging in. She strikes again, taking him off his feet, and Hwan counterattacks her. Hwan coughs, realizing that he's in a sorry state, and the damage already would have brought him his death if he wasn't a contractee. He looks at Jisoo, who lays unconscious in her own blood, thinking the attack must have been strong enough to finish her off. He stands up as Haimi asks if she's dead, but then Juseon screeches, saying that she's still moving. Hwan quickly turns around to look at her, thinking her spine was completely broken, so there's no way she'd be able to stand up. But Jisoo cracks up standing. She stares at him with a smile and says that was exactly the amount of damage she thought he'd be able to deal. Hwan looks at her as she picks up her staff, thinking that he has no hidden strength or trump card left. Jisoo is looking at him as if he's just a worthless rock on the side of the road. He asks himself if this is what humans are to her. Hwan swallows and closes his eyes. Jisoo raises her weapon and places it on Hwan's face. Hwan opens his eyes, asking why she stopped what she was doing. Jisoo smiles, saying that she won this time, and asks if he wants to continue. Hwan wonders if it's possible that she's still held up over what happened last time. If she's talking about when he made a sneak attack on her comrades, then she'd probably think it's better to just kill him. Jisoo says that he didn't kill anyone that day, even though he could have. She admits that she does want to kill him, but there are children behind him. Then she checks her stats and conveys Sehan's message, that there's someone else who also doesn't want Hwan to be killed. Hwan asks in confusion if she's letting them go. She clicks her tongue and says that she's sensitive to evil intentions, and at the very least, she can't see enough evil intent from him to justify killing him right now, and asks if he thinks of as some serial killer. Then she thinks that Sehan knows Hwan will protect the kids, and quietly takes her leave, walking away and leaving them alone. Hwan takes Suho and thinks about Sehan, the crow, and how now he's in his debt. Jisoo makes her way outside the building after fighting Hwan, and a heart beating weirdly quick could be heard. It seemed like what Hwan had said earlier had touched something in her heart. She remembers what Hwan had said to her when they stopped fighting. Hwan had stated that he is curious about something, and had asked why she followed him around, and said that she could become a lot stronger if she were just doing things alone. Jisoo asks what Hwan meant by him, and Hwan had replied that he meant the crow. He said that he knows for sure he is strong, but she is also exceptionally strong, and yet it seems like Jisoo is weirdly obedient towards him. Jisoo looked down, asking herself if that is the case, and Hwan reminded her that she checked her stats window while they were fighting, and asked if that was a message from the crow. He said that he can tell just from how she didn't kill him because of it. Jisoo turns around and says that it's a secret, and now she thinks that it's true that she is weirdly obedient, and Hwan is not wrong. And after all, humans don't throw away those who are obedient, but not yet, and it's still not time. She reminds herself that she needs to be quiet and wait until she is strong enough to hold him fast even if he tries to run away. Sehan looks at Hwan holding Suhoa with Haimi, Jaime, and Sua following him from behind, and thinks that he is sure they are Mina's friends, who he remembers seeing in the Dungeon of the Dreams. He senses a presence from behind, and without turning back he recognizes Azazel. He says with determination that she is the devil who formed a contract with Hwan. Azazel laughs and says that it's surprising, and shows interest that he knows who she is even though she hasn't introduced herself. He thinks that it's sure this one didn't form a contract with anyone in his past life, and he's sure that she would be quite lazy as the demon of sloth, yet she still chose a contractee. He finally turns around and replies that he has his sources. Azazel agrees, nodding her head, and says that she knows there are a lot of ways, and starts listing the possibilities, that he might have seen the future, or he might have a skill that shows him a certain keyword. Since the beginning, there have been a lot of things that cannot be known in this world, and it's easy to make things up too. Then she says that she thought he would kill her contractee. Sehan replies that he could have, and Azazel asks, then why didn't he kill him? Sehan looks down and says that there is a reason. After a short silence, he replies that the children need to live. Azazel asks if that's because of the contract. Sehan nods, replying that they are children who have already formed a contract with devils. Only a contract with a higher level devil can overrule that. Azazel thinks for a while, then claps her hands, saying that it'll be easier for her either way, since she won't have to put any more effort in, and she doesn't mind one or two more puppets. She says that she needed a maid of sorts. Sehan smiles, saying that she accepted his offer fairly easily. Azazel replies that he is quite interesting too, so she wants to have a good relationship with him. And to add to that, most devils only care about their own pleasures, but it doesn't seem like she is the only person who has taken interest in him, giving him a knowing smile. Azazel clicks her tongue and tells him that he has caught the attention of quite the annoying thing. Sehan looks at her eye and thinks that he should know that he possesses his complete victory skill and asks himself, then why isn't he contacting him? Azazel turns around and announces that she should start heading out to her contractee and bids him goodbye, vanishing into thin air after saying that she will meet him soon. Sehan sits down saying that he should be able to prepare for things no matter what happens now. And he has assigned a crow to him too, so if they were to meet again another time and asks, would it be somewhere like the Devildom tournament? At Devildom, Palace of Lust, the man in red remembers Sehan, thinking how he wasn't sated with just going around doing absurd things, that he even got him called for a trial of self-reflection. He asks himself, who would have known that the gods would stake a claim on something like this, and says that they just have uselessly high divinity. He looks at the palace and scoffs, saying that it's rather flashy. He opens the gate as Akaters, the sixth demon, demon of lust, welcomes him with a smile and asks what he wants. The man in red replies that he is enjoying the game, that it's an honor. Akaters asks what he wants, as the man replies that he has come here to ask for a favor. Akaters looks at him with sultry eyes and signals for him to ask for the favor. The man shyly tells him that, to put it simply, he would like to borrow his power, to be exact, the power of his contractee. Sehan checks his stats as he gains another skill, mental resilience. Sehan gets happy and thinks how A-rank skill choices are nice. They give him mental resilience, a skill that can't be acquired by normal means, which is a growth-type skill to top it off. He should be able to advance it to S-rank if he does some hard work. If he does, then he can consider himself immune to mentality attacks. The next time Sehan meets Jisoo, he asks if she can help him a little. He tells her to sit down as they both take a seat on the gym floor. She asks if she is supposed to just sit down, and Sehan tells her to just stare at him. She comes closer to him and asks if she's supposed to stare at him like this. Sehan gets back and says that if she can emit the bloodthirst from the heavenly murderer's body and try to show it like she did when she was fricking up the guys on the devil's side. She sighs, saying that it seems like he's acquired another weird skill. She takes a deep breath and opens her eyes as they engulf in a red glow. Sehan flinches as the skill starts activating. She asks if it's fine for him, and Sehan asks if she can make it any stronger. She nods and widens her eyes, and Sehan flinches hard. He grits his teeth and thinks that, as he thought, the murderous intent that comes from the heavenly murderer's body itself is treated as a mental attack. Normal players wouldn't be able to move properly, and he would be able to train properly like this. They sat there for a long time as Sehan signals her to stop for today. Sehan asks if there is something Jisoo wants from him, because it seems like it's always him who is asking for favors. Jisoo reminds him that she gave him weapons, so they're even. Sehan replies that he gave them to her because she said she wanted them. Then he tells Jisoo that they would be doing this for the meantime. Jisoo asks for the time duration, and Sehan replies that it will take them around a week. Then he says that he understands it's a stretch considering how busy they are nowadays, but Jisoo agrees, saying that she's fine even if they do this every day, and there is nothing that she wants to do in particular. Then after a moment of silence, she says that there is something she wants, which is for them to do this in one of their rooms alone, with just the two of them. Sehan cluelessly asks if it's because no one could get hurt in the process. Jisoo sighs, saying something like that. Sehan thinks how this makes sense, because if Lin or Baekseol were to come into contact with Jisoo's murderous intent, then they would receive quite the shock. Sehan tells her then he will come to her room, or she can come to his room starting from tomorrow. 2 months later, Sehan stares at the event quest and thinks how the information message sounds polite, since it's an event that is being managed by the publisher. And he is sure that the location is Glastonbury. That is where there was an eyewitness account of Arthur, the third-party member candidate. He thinks that he should be able to give it over safely since he has reached S-rank on his mental resilience skill too. Sehan alerts that it should be starting soon as Mina trembles, saying that she's nervous and asks if she actually made it in the top 100. Sehan smirks, asking who else would be in the top 100 if not her. Mina replies that she doesn't particularly want to participate in an event like this, and wonders if Haemi or Jiseon got into the top 100. Sehan wonders that it seems like she really doesn't want this, and it's not a surprise because she has never experienced anything good while completing a quest. And to add to that, she would feel less like participating since she finally got in contact with the friends she had been looking for. Jisoo asks if they are going to group up once they get dropped into their spots. Sehan replies that it's better to think about that only after seeing the quest details. Changwoo says that Jisoo is indifferent but he is quite nervous. Seo encourages him, saying that he should not get worried because he made him an equipment. Sehan smiles, thinking that he is not worried about Changwoo, and how he has been giving him a lot of pointers lately. And it seems like he doesn't feel it because Jisoo is seriously strong, but he is amazing too. He thinks how 4 of them will be going soon. He is worried about just leaving the kids behind, but it should be fine since Luke is here. Just then, the transportation starts as they get into their positions. Sehan says that he will be seeing them later and lands in England, Glastonbury. He asks if this is the main stage for the event. Then suddenly Baekseol asks what she's doing here. Sehan stares at her, asking the same thing. She tells him that she was playing with Lin and somehow ended up here. Sehan thinks that she is considered his pet in the game, and maybe that's why she followed him here, and for now he should protect her as much as he can. A loud clash startles him as someone attacks Sehan from behind, but Baekseol ends him on the spot. She looks at Sehan and apologizes, saying that the monsters appeared out of nowhere and asks if he wants to say something to her. Sehan meekly replies that even if he wanted to, he better not say anything to her now. Sehan looks at the monsters in the land, and Baekseol tells him that there seem to be quite a lot. Sehan replies that even if they only selected a small number of people, they've gathered players from all the servers. He thinks that this situation is something sudden. He summons his crow and looks out to his members and assumes that all of them are doing a good job dealing with their monsters. Sehan waits for a while as the sky cracks open and the man in blue appears. Sehan recognizes him as the GM of England, Akanen. Akanen announces and greets all the players. He tells them that the reason he has called everyone here for the event quest is for the bonus time. He says that it's something like a gift that is given to all of the players who are representing their servers. They would have already seen it through their stats windows, but the quest is a treasure hunt, and there are items of at least D rank and above spread out all over the region of Glastonbury. It can be a place as basic as inside a treasure chest, in the ground, or on a tree. He adds that players can also gain the items by slaying certain monsters, and the only thing they must be wary of is to not agitate the Sentinel. Even though this is a treasure hunt, the Sentinel of Glastonbury is a dragon, so it's best to avoid it at all costs. Eric Sanders, contracted to the god Apollon, asks if he can kill the Sentinel. Sehan looks at him thinking, for someone to be chosen by the god of the sun, he treats Kang Junsik of Silver Hand as his rival. And now that he thinks about it, a few of the Silver Hand executives must be here too. Latecomers like Suho wouldn't be here, but Kang Junsik, Cheon Sang-hwan, and Lee Surin definitely should be. Akanen replies to Eric that he knows him because he has heard of his fame, and that he has hunted a sentinel. And now that he takes a proper look, there is another player who has killed a sentinel, and for his information, the sentinel that he killed was the fourth one. The first to third sentinels were killed by just one player. Eric clicks his tongue, telling him to stop spouting nonsense. He asks if the player killed a sentinel all alone, and 3 of them? Even if he believes that he is fourth, should he believe this? Akanen smiles, saying that it is the truth, and he will not be revealing who it is, since they themselves are not. But there is definitely a player who has killed 3 sentinels present here. Bexel asks why Sehan is hiding it, to which he replies that it will get annoying if he gets found out. He thinks about Akaters, that it seems like he has been going around gossiping a lot. Akanen claps to get the attention back on him and says that he will continue explaining the event. And as he said before, items have been distributed all over Glastonbury. The players must gather them and become the owner of them and ask them to take a look at the screen. The players ask if there are no items S rank and above. Akanen replies that there is just one S rank item, and that it will be the most valuable treasure of this treasure hunt, and it is worth 50 points. Eric asks if that is the highest grade an item can be, is SS rank? Akanen sighs and delivers that unfortunately, that does not exist here, and it would be troublesome if an SS rank item was given out already. If an SS rank was here by any chance, it would be worth 100 points. Akanen tells everyone that once the event is over and the points are totaled up, the server with the most points will receive various benefits. That includes an event to gain double points for a certain time period. And with that, he concludes that the treasure hunt is as so. However, it wouldn't be any fun if they were to just hunt for treasures. He reveals that there are various other gimmicks and subquests ready. Sehan remembers the details from his past life. Then it will be the fact that the monsters between night and day are different, and that there is a survivor village nearby, and the subquest will be given there. The monsters that appear at night are particularly strong, and there isn't just one, but 2 sentinels here. He calculates that he should make his move using the details he heard from his past life as a base, and there is also a place that he needs to find as well. Akanen says that there is one thing they all must be aware of, and that is, they cannot put any items that they gain from here into their inventory until after they return to their server. They must store them in a bag or use another skill, and the reason for all that is plundering. And with that, he starts the treasure hunt, telling everyone that the quest's time frame is 2 weeks, and prays for everyone's success in the battle. Bexel asks what Sehan's plan is from now on, and he suggests that they should leave together, leaving the others behind because he's sure they will be okay on their own. Sehan concludes that even though the GM said the SS rank item doesn't exist, he's sure that it does. Sehan tells Bexiol that there will be a village. She asks, locating a place, if that is the said village. But Sehan tells her that place is already under monsters because he can't see any traces of humans there. Bexel asks where the village is, and Sehan replies that he will find out about it using his probe skill. Sehan thinks how he couldn't see any village through Crow's Eye, so the village must be at a place that can't be seen with the naked eye. He starts locating lakes because Arthur told him that the village is close to a large lake, and finds it quickly. He also finds out how Jisoo has joined up with Changwoo, so she won't do anything rash either. Bexel asks how long it will take and says how it seems like it's been long since they entered the forest. Sehan assures her that they will reach there soon. Just then, he hears some players fighting over some item. Sehan sends his crow to inspect and finds Lee Ah-hyung of Lycoris and Saintess Shin Yuhua fighting there. He questions why they are here, since they already have a lot of followers. Bexel asks if he's going to help them because they might end up fighting seriously. He asks if she can tell using her magic, and admits that her abilities are improving daily. He tells her that they'll resolve it on their own, and says he doesn't understand why they're fighting when they're from the same server. He adds that it could get troublesome if they spot him. When they reach the place, Bexiel tells him that she can sense strong magic, and it seems to be magic to ward off monsters. Sehan confirms that this is the lake Arthur told him about. He assumes Arthur must have been mentally exhausted after finding out that there would be monsters even around the lake, so he chose to die by drowning, and he ended up there. He gets into the lake, and Bexiel asks if this is necessary. She tells him that she can't swim. Sehan takes her in his arms and tells her to hold her breath, asking if she has some magic she can use underwater. She shakes her head, saying that she still has not reached this level of magic. Sehan tells her to hold her breath again, and with that, Sehan jumps into the water and sinks in deep. He examines the not-so-ordinary lake and thinks how it's possible to find it using power. He goes in deep until he finds some rocks that appear to be under a spell. He moves one rock with precision, and a giant gate opens underwater. He tells Baek-seol that they're entering it as a notification, tells them they've entered the safe zone. Some guards take them in. Sehan examines the village, thinking how it resembles Glastonbury, and wonders if this is the first time the guards have seen a player from outside looking at their confused faces. The guards lead him into a room where he meets a girl with blue hair who greets him, saying he should be careful since he's from outside, and besides, he comes with something interesting at his side, referring to Baek-seol. Sehan asks her to introduce herself. She tells him her name, Morgan Le Fay, owner of Avalon and the Final Witch. Jisoo locates Sehan going elsewhere, thinking how he must be planning something. She thinks how he would have asked for her help if he wanted them to join, but she does not have special skills like Mina now. She can't make equipment like Seo, she can only fight, which Changwoo and Arthur can easily do as well. In the end, she's not special. She remembers that she was with him before the world turned into a game and feels regret. She would have done things differently if she had known. For now, she only has her power to show, and she is far weaker than Sehan to stop him, so it's better to just be obedient to him, just like she did with her parents, since she is always a good child, which is why she has a passive immunity that targets mental status effects, and because of this, the urge to kill wasn't much for her, and she was able to remain a good child. However, the feeling of Sehan getting away is eating her. She controls her urges and stops herself from going berserk so as not to make Sehan hate her. She tells herself that this is not the time, and she should remain a good child, and so she rejects the offer. At Avalon, a utopia where fairies and magicians roam and where the real witch, who has been alive since the end of Legends, Morgan, stays, Sehan tells her how he did not know where he was coming. He wonders if the other two witches are gone since she is the final witch. Morgan asks if she can hear their introductions as well, and tells him that she knows he is the newly appointed crow sign. She stares at Baek-seol and says that she thought she was a unicorn, but instead she's a Kilin. She examines Baek-seol and remembers how the Celts said that they would become elementals or something in the game. She says that it's been so long since she's seen a human here without the guidance of a fairy, so she will grant them a wish. Sehan asks if she can grant him the sword of a myth. Morgan nods, saying that it shouldn't be a problem, and snaps her fingers as the Excalibur appears. Sehan notices that he can't read its details, and he thinks it's not surprising since it's only meant to be seen by the owner. Sehan holds it, thinking that he would be able to use it. Morgan smiles, telling him to ask for something else since the sword is useless for him. He says that he will take this and starts pulling it. Eventually, he pulls it out, scaring Morgan. She offers to give him more stuff. She tries to make excuses, but he assures her that he will return the sword to its owner. She scoffs, asking if he knows the owner since he's not Merlin. Sehan wonders if she meant it as an insult. He makes a deal with her, telling her that he will find the owner within 2 weeks, and in exchange she will reward him with something better. He asks if he can stay here for 2 weeks, and she asks for Baek-seol in return. She promises to not do anything weird, saying that she is just interested in an Asian beast. Sehan agrees, only if she teaches Baek-seol magic, to which Morgan agrees. Baek-seol looks at him with teary eyes as he informs her that it's safer than staying with him, and tells her to call him if anything happens. He tells her to be nice to Morgan, since she is not a bad person. Arthur crumbles as some players from the Asian server find him and start making fun of him. One of them says how the England server is a shit show when a guy like him is part of the top rankers game. One of them taunts him and hits him in his foot. Arthur just takes the hit. The players throw him on the ground as he starts taking out a bottle from his bag. The players worriedly ask what he's doing but then laugh out loud when Arthur takes out a water bottle. Just as another player tries to hit him, Arthur grabs him by his collar, asking what he did to them. The three of them start hitting him everywhere after throwing him. Suddenly, a lot of crows appear on their heads and start beating them. Sehan appears as one player asks who he is. Sehan tells them that he has some business with the guy, telling everyone else to scram. Arthur asks why he saved him. Sehan replies that he can tell Arthur is stronger than those players and asks why he was just taking those hits then. Arthur looks down, admitting that he is weak and can't just show his strength in a place like this. And after all, he is a bastard who left his family to die. Sehan offers that he can fix his leg and his mentality and offers him to join his party. Arthur declines politely, so Sehan asks if it is because of his visions. Sehan says that he wants him to see the reality, but Arthur declines him again, thanking Sehan for trying to help him. Sehan smiles, asking if he can change the topic and asks if by any chance he likes King Arthur. Sehan tells him that Glastonbury is a place where King Arthur's legend lives and breathes, so it's better for it to become their topic. Arthur laughs, saying that his son liked him, not himself in particular, and he promised to take his son there but he couldn't, and work kept him busy. Sehan asks if that was Dreg Gok, the guardian dragon of Wales. Arthur says that he is well informed. Sehan tells him that they will go and meet him then. Sehan takes him up the mountain as Arthur takes in the views, admiring everything around the cave. He says that his son would have loved it. Sehan says how this remark is simple for seeing a hero with his own eyes as he stares at the red dragon. Arthur says how his son told him how different he is from King Arthur. Sehan instantly gets serious and says that he can still be a hero. Just as Arthur starts to decline, Seihan makes the Excalibur appear and says that they can make a reason, and it would be more than enough if he is able to take the sword out. Arthur finally asks why Seihan is doing this much for him. Seihan replies that he wants him to join his party. Seihan looks at Arthur, who stares at the sword with conflicted eyes, and tells him that he knows what visions he sees. And a lot of people have died since the game started, and there are a lot like him, those who see visions of their dead family. Arthur tells him that he wants to keep seeing the visions because he can't stop seeing his son. Seihan yells, telling him that if it really was his family in the vision, then they wouldn't want that to happen to him, and they would have told him to live a better life, and that's why he should take out the sword. He stares him down, finally admitting that as much as Arthur wants a change, Seihan needs him by his side. Just as Arthur was about to pull out the Excalibur, Seihan's crow alerts him through the visions and leaves Arthur there and goes to where his crow was telling him to go. On the other side, Chris yawns, waiting for Seihan to appear as one of the players yells at her to return his comrade in their original stats. She shakes her head, replying that it's the fastest way to call the crow according to the devil. She assures the guy that she won't be killing his comrades, but the guy only screams to get Eric's attention, who seems to be under Chris's mentality magic skill. The man grits his teeth, calling Chris a bitch for using cheating tactics over his comrades. Suddenly Seihan comes around, asking what she is doing, and why is she getting his name involved. Chris smiles, looking at him, and tells him that she has some business with him, that she took a job to have him killed. Seihan stares at her and thinks that he knew she was cocky, but he didn't realize she would be this cocky. She keeps going on, saying how she can't compete with him head on. Then she moves her finger to get the angry guy in her trance as well. She tells him that she wouldn't bother looking around for him because she has heard Seihan tries to save most people whom he comes across with. She tells him to stay still, or she will kill everyone. She asks to not use his mental resilience skill either, then she will not kill him. Seihan gives her some points for gathering up only those who can come under her skills. He thinks about opening a shadow space behind her, but then Ah Hyung and Yuhua come along screaming, still fighting over the item. Yuhua looks at the crowd asking what's going on, and Ah Hyung does the same, asking what's the situation. Chris gets their attention, asking if they are also Crow's comrades. Seihan denies completely, while Ah Hyung recognizes him, asking if he's the Crow of Deicide. She asks if he's the one who got in their way during the dungeon race. Seihan denies that as well, but Ah Hyung tells him that Sunghyuk told her it was him who was dominating the dungeons. Chris excuses them, saying that Crow is talking to her right now, as Ah Hyung taunts her, saying that she talks a lot for someone who plays with dolls. Chris grits her teeth. Ah Hyung uses her skill, Brisingamen, which allows her absolute command over males. She orders the males to leave Chris's side and come to hers. The male players all get out of her spell, moving their bodies again. Chris says that it's fine because she has female players on her side. Yuhua scoffs and says that the players are under a status effect all along. She snaps her fingers and all the female players fall on the ground. Chris screams, saying that her skill has been lifted completely. She tries again but gets stopped by both Yuhua and Ah Hyung, as Ah Hyung tells her that she's wasting her energy. Amidst all the chaos, Seihan takes his sword out and brings it around Chris's neck, saying that it's better to get rid of the devil contractor at once. She begs him to wait and call this a tie, but he does not listen to her, slashing her throat. Siri stares at Chris's wobbly head as blood drips from her mouth. She sighs and cleans it, reviving her. Chris takes a deep breath and wakes up, saying how she nearly died. Siri scoffs, saying that she has already died once before. She thanks her sister for saving her, as Sirius says how easily she dies, and that they would be done for if it weren't for the concurrent contract of Mara Papayas. Chris tells her that it seemed possible, but the crow stabbed her with no hesitation. Ceres argues that it's a valid response from someone who has a contractor of the devil before them, but now they know they can't just hold him down with temptation. Chris says how she doesn't want to get involved with him, but they can't just give up the GM's request. Ceres tells her not to worry, and that if they fail even with this, then the GM will overlook it too. Drag Gok, the Red Dragon, and the Beast of Legends, Behemoth. Ceres assures her sister that she already has a backup plan in her mind ready to set. The battleground shakes hysterically as Changwoo tells everyone that it seems like the Sentinel, as its presence is on a completely different scale than everything up until now. Mina gasps, looking at the Red Dragon. Mina examines and points out that the dragon is flying, and asks what is causing the earthquake. Just then, a big beast ruptures the earth's ground and emerges. Mina's voice shakes, saying that even Seihan wouldn't be able to deal with this one. Jisoo asks if she can go inside its mouth like she did with Chungki. Mina shakes her head, saying that it would be different with this beast, and Jisoo would be nothing but a hard taffy for these beasts. Changwoo asks if she heard back from Seihan. Jisoo locates Seihan, asking what he is doing inside a lake. At Avalon, Seihan asks if Morgan woke the two beasts up. Morgan angrily asks if he thinks she's insane. Baksol admires the beast and says how big the beasts are compared to him, asking if this is how she looks to Seihan. Morgan taunts him, saying he's too comfortable in her house, and even brings a stranger, staring at Arthur. Seihan introduced Arthur as the owner of Excalibur that Morgan was protecting for so long. Morgan tells him to demonstrate so she could believe it. Seihan tells her how she wanted it to happen in front of her eyes anyway. Arthur stares at the sword and says that he's sure he didn't say anything about taking the sword out. Seihan screams, saying that he doesn't have a chance and how he could still stall for time after seeing the beasts. Arthur asks if it's guaranteed that he can take it out. Se-han abruptly nods his head. Arthur takes the sword out as the notification alerts the players in the battleground that the owner of Excalibur and SS equipment has appeared, shocking everyone. Morgan praises Se-han for his keen eyes, and Se-han says how his eyes are way better than hers, making her grit her teeth. She takes a deep breath and then fixes Arthur's injuries. Se-han smirks and says that it's time for them to make a contract, and the limbs he couldn't use before should all be recovered now. The players all look at the red dragon taking rounds above their heads. One of the players exclaims how nothing is going the way he wanted things to go. Another girl replies that she's sure the guildmaster will come up with a great plan. The previous player shakes his head, saying there's only so much the guildmaster can do, and it's good that he can't compete since he lacks military power. A party of players comes up with a plan that they should try to subjugate the behemoth first, because the dragon will be difficult, but they can definitely kill the behemoth. Another girl suggests that the players who are in the top 10 of each server should take the front, because she can see the monster's powers using her skill, and it says the behemoth increases in size as time passes. Another player says it makes sense that there's a limit to it, but it will become a big threat to them if they just let it grow. The girl with the skill of seeing talent calls out Eric's name and says he'll have to stand as the vanguard since he has experience fighting a sentinel. Eric clicks his tongue, thinking how this is the worst timing to be here, because what he killed wasn't a monster of that caliber. The players get into their positions as the leader tells Eric to aim at the behemoth's eyes. Eric swallows his saliva and activates his skill, but just then a figure starts running towards them. Someone recognizes Arthur and yells that that guy is the cripple from before. Arthur strides towards the beast with Excalibur in his hand, aiming at the monster. The players exclaim how he isn't limping anymore and recognize the SS rank equipment in his hand. He pierces the sword into the monster's abdomen as it lets out a shriek. Just then, Se-han charges towards it, attacking its feet, making it stumble. Se-han takes out his weapon, remembering Seo telling him how this weapon contains a large amount of ester mithril and even perennial cold iron, and Seo had told him that it would be of no use, that he just made it because Se-han asked him to. Se-han takes the weapon and flies toward the monster, aiming it at him. He smirks and admits how everything has its own use. The monster stumbles, and Se-han orders Arthur to attack the legs and try to restrict its movement as much as he can. Arthur whines how right from the start Se-han has asked him to do difficult things, but it doesn't feel impossible either. He exhales and pierces the monster in its chest. The players look at the scene as the girl from before asks if they are just going to stand and watch, suggesting that they should all attack before it gets more powerful. All the top 10 players start using their skills against the monster, creating a whirlpool of different energies. They all wait for a while, but the monster lets out a screech. The players stand on their toes, attacking the beast again. Eric asks himself if they even have a chance against this thing. He senses something strong from behind. Eric turns around to find the red dragon coming their way. His breath halts for a second, realizing that the dragon is coming too. The red dragon comes around, revolving in circles around the players. Eric calls out how one beast was hard enough, and now they have another one on the list. He looks at Se-han, who is flying, examining the outcome, and asks out loud why he hasn't done anything after the first attack. Se-han looks at the beasts from afar, exclaiming how the magic control on the weapon is harder than he thought it would be. He wonders if Arthur has been carefully controlling things like this even before he got the mental resilience skill. He lets the energy flow through him, thinking that this is how it feels. He calls out Arthur's name as Arthur taunts, asking if he needs to block this one too as per Se-han's orders. Se-han replies that Arthur should do his duty if he has an OP item. Arthur smirks, getting ready, and says that it's better that both of the beasts are coming at the same time. Se-han also gets into position, thinking how Arthur is right, and if it's the red dragon that appears in the legends of King Arthur, then it won't be hurting him. The dragon takes his route straight to Arthur and stands before him. Suddenly, Arthur finds himself in complete darkness with only the red dragon. The dragon exclaims that he is surprised. Arthur asks if he can talk in human language. The dragon replies that he is using magic for that. He smirks, saying that he didn't expect to see someone holding that sword again, and says that his job as the sentinel is done for. Arthur asks why the red dragon of legends became a mere monster. The dragon tells him that this is the role given by the system, and just like Arthur became a player, he became a sentinel. Arthur tells him to defy the order, saying that he is the red dragon. He tells him they are not different, and they can't defy the rules. Arthur argues that it makes more sense for him to become the player then. The red dragon explains that the role of a player is a role that can only be granted to humans, as they have the same appearance as gods, and this is why they are able to take them as their avatar. The dragon shares how he has thousands of things he wants to tell him, but for now, he can only help him as the legend says. They both come back to the real world as Arthur begs him to tell him the details, but the dragon turns toward the beast and drags it down, holding its thorns. The players stare in shock, asking what kind of a fight this is. The dragon then stares at Se-han, and Se-han wonders if this is the dragon's way of saying that he won't get involved directly. He takes out his sword and pierces it through the beast, shredding it into pieces. The blood spatters everywhere, covering Arthur fully in the blood. The system announces that Se-han has acquired a new title and a special reward will be given to him. Se-han gets back on the ground as the red dragon goes back. Se-han thinks how, as a sentinel, the dragon wouldn't have any other choice but to fight if he stayed here. Some players start surrounding him, praising and introducing themselves. One player says how he didn't know they had such a player among them, saying his name is Yulian. Se-han smiles, recognizing many, They were German players who formed a contract with a god from another constellation. Just then, the girl from before asks if they can have a small talk, but Sehan politely declines. The girl understands him, saying that they will have another time to have a chat. With that, he takes off with his crow wings. Flying across the skies, he thinks how now one thing is certain, and that is, from now on all servers will be connected as one, and the scale will become bigger. And it's important to know talented players, even if just one, in preparation of that time. At the Palace of Lust in Devilldom, Arcadis sternly asks what Akator's meant by the plan failed. He asks again if he's saying that Sehan withstood her mental attack. Akator smiles, nodding, saying that's exactly what happened. Arcadis thinks about how he told him the location of the Red Dragon and even the Behemoth, but it was still a failure. Akator casually adds that the Behemoth and the Red Dragon weren't even a little threat to Sehan, and if anything, Sehan was just a bit surprised, ending his speech and says that the player is weirdly strong. Arcadis grits his teeth, noting how Akator seemed to be enjoying this, and the other demon responds that players like that are good motivation for people like them. He's already anticipating the show Sehan will give them, especially because there's a tournament coming soon in Devilldom. Arcadis thinks how Sehan already knew how to handle each sentinel, how the monsters weren't even a challenge to him, and concludes that monsters alone won't be enough to stop him. Meanwhile, Sehan looks at the server, staring at the current ratings of the competition, thinking how the GM should be saying something by now. Morgan asks if everything is okay because his expression looks dark. He tells her that Akanin still hasn't said anything, and that's weird. He looks at Arthur, who's staring at his own screen, and asks if he also hasn't gotten a reply. Arthur nods, saying he won't suddenly become brave just because he has the sword now. Sehan tells him to think it through once the event is over. Arthur says it's weird how Cian has been supporting him since the start. Sehan just smiles and says he has good intuition. Bexel asks if the event is still not over. Sehan shakes his head, saying the results have been decided. Arthur stands up and says he doesn't know how to convey his thanks, not just from him, but from all the players of England. Sehan replies that he didn't do it to get thanks, but he hopes all the players of England and Europe can become stronger. Arthur says he's weirdly selfless. He gets up, stating that he'll be back after finishing some things for the quest. Bexol asks if she can come with him, but Sehan tells her to stay here and learn magic from the Great Witch. However, he adds with a grin that he'll listen to whatever favor she asks for later. A week later, Jisoo stares at her screen, annoyed at how mean Sehan is for not even checking on her after the event. She mutters how she knows he's busy, but he could have at least left her a message. She hears footsteps behind her and warns whoever it is to back off if they don't want to get messed up. But the person doesn't stop. She turns around and finds a guy who greets her, says that it's been a while, and calls her Nuna. Jisoo recognizes her brother, Hyun-soo. He says he's glad she's alive and that he heard from their mother, but he was still worried. She asks if he's been with mom. Her emotions flare, but she forces herself to calm down. She asks if he came here because he has something to say. He jokes she's being mean and says he only came because he saw her along the way. She smirks, saying she knows what's going on in his head. Hyun-soo laughs, saying she's still as cautious as ever and that he knows she's lived her whole life in silence. She warns him not to say anything stupid. He tells her he just wants them to meet in Seoul, him, her, and their mom. Meanwhile, Sua screams while waking up, startling Haimi, who asks what's wrong. Sua breathes heavily, saying she just had a nightmare, or maybe a vision of the future. Haimi asks what she saw. Sua says that everyone from Seoul will die. Haimi nervously asks if she means that girl, the one who killed Do-young. Sua nods. Haimi asks if that girl is the one who will kill everyone. Sua explains she can't be certain because the future keeps changing, but yes, she's there. The slaughterer who bears the karma of thousands. Sehan checks the status and thinks how the fame of the Deicide Guild has increased, and it will become troublesome if it goes up too much. He looks at Mina, who is smiling at him with all her teeth. Sehan thinks that it's valid, because the fame is also partially due to Mina. She was just farming while the others were focused on the dragon and has scraped up so much. But the only thing now leaving his mind is how the atmosphere around Jisoo seems off lately, that it doesn't look like she's sulking. He thinks that he would have met up with her once and said hello. He looks at her staring at her inbox. Just as he comes closer to her, she quickly turns her server off. Sehan asks why she is so surprised. Jisoo quickly waves it off, saying that it's nothing. He tells her that he caught her staring at her inbox and asks who it came from. Jisoo finally tells him that her younger brother showed up asking her to meet up, and unlike her, he was always great at everything he did. That surprises Sehan, thinking that there is another person who is more powerful than her and he has never heard about him in his previous life. He asks if she is hesitating because she does not have a good relationship with him. Jisoo shakes her head, saying that it's because he is with their mother. Sehan says that it's good because she has been looking for her mother since before. Jisoo admits that her mother doesn't like her, and to put it simply, she fears her. Sehan concludes that this is why she is avoiding them. He asks if she wants to go with him. Jisoo points out how he is considerate today and says that there is a problem which he will know once he gets there. They make their way toward the back alley. Sehan asks if they are going the right way since this is where the devil's puppet resides. They enter an old food cafe where the owner screams and calls her the devil slaughterer once he sees her. She angrily asks for 2 Americanos and the waiter nods. Sehan thinks how popular Jisoo is in this world, more than he thought. Soon enough, her brother comes inside. She asks where their mother is, but her brother looks at Sehan. Jisoo tells him that Sehan is the guy she likes, which makes Hyun-soo laugh. Sehan stares at her thinking how this is the first time Jisoo is admitting it. Sehan lets go of it and stares at her brother, recognizing that he is a devil contractor. Hyunsoo takes the seat and says that he has something that he needs Jisoo to see, and he's a lot different from before, and announces that he has formed a contract with the devil that is ranked 17th in the devil hierarchy, and says that Jisoo still has not made a contract with anyone. Sehan thinks about how she is in a contract with him. He taunts saying that Jisoo is like before, always restraining herself. Jisoo tells him that she's comfortable like this, but then he calls Jisoo a monster and then scoffs when she doesn't answer. He says that he will let her meet their mother and then asks her to follow him. Sehan stares at Jisoo thinking if this is the same girl from his previous life. Jisoo had always been a child with many talents, but as Jisoo did better and better, her father asked for even more from her. Her father screamed at her, saying that for all the money that he put into her, is that all she's capable of? He screamed at her, telling her to be better, that she should be showing him results for everything he had done for her. And while he screamed at her, Jisoo's mother saw her daughter's talent of being able to fulfill all the ridiculous demands and felt all the fear, and that fear changed into violence. She hit and hit and hit, and only just felt relieved once she saw her daughter's tears. However, violence was something that held no effect on Jisoo, and when her mother saw her smiling again even while shedding tears, she felt the fear 10 times worse. No amount of pain could inflict fear upon Jisoo, and that's how much Jisoo relied on her mother. She realized that this was wrong, but it was already too late by the time she had realized it. She needed to be obedient. She needed to hold back, and after that, Jisoo started hiding her talents. She lowered herself by even turning a blind eye to her father's demands. And even so, Jisoo's mother held no love for her. Just like that, her younger brother was met with her father's expectations, and even her mother's love. Hyunsoo, who had been the center of attention under the shadow of Jisoo's talent, desperately tried to meet their expectations, though it was always a worthless comparison. His father would ask him if this is all he could do. Seeing all that was only up until her admission to university. After that, it was just a long wait for her mother to forget the past. She would think to return once her mother had forgotten everything, and she would live with her without being weird. Then the world changed. Their father died, and her mother still avoided her. She thinks of everything walking behind Hyunsoo. She wonders how after all this time she is saying that she will meet her now. She notices that something is not okay. Sehan calls her out, asking what's wrong and if she's bothered by other guys here. She tells him that it's fine, but she can still feel their evil intent. She tells herself to hold back because her brother is also here. She needs to appear as a good person, that even Sehan is here, so she can't let her inner self show. She needs to stay calm. Hyunsoo says that everyone calls her the Devil Slaughterer, and how strange it is since she is not an avatar nor a contractor, so he guesses the guys who got killed by her were just weak. They entered a room as many people greeted Hyunsoo, calling him the branch manager. She looks at him, questioning him. Hyunsoo tells her how he became the branch manager of the guild Waning Crescent Moon, and he's managing the Fangnam branch, sounding a little too proud. He says how he is different from her, as she is still nothing. Jisoo nods. Hyunsoo asks if she's not jealous, and asks if she's finally accepting that he is above her. She simply asks for their mother. He calls her boring and tells his secretary to bring it here. Something weird happens in Jisoo's stomach as the person brings a box. Her eyes widen as Hyunsoo gives the box to her, saying that it's a present for her. She shakes her head, saying that there's no way, because her brother liked their mother. As she opens the box, life goes away from her eyes. Hyunsoo laughs loudly, asking if she liked the present, saying that the present is their dear mother who she liked so much. He says how their mother was always too scared, so he killed her. He tells her that he took revenge for her because she used to hit her so much. He tells her how he became successful, but she still looked for her, saying that she would feel safe with her. Sehan thinks how insane Hyunsoo really is. He tells her that Jisoo will be their mother soon, saying that mother will always be by her side. Sehan thinks that it can be hard for Jisoo to lay a hand on her brother. Sehan stops and feels the aura changing inside the room as the head from the box falls on the ground. He wonders if this feeling is coming from Jisoo. That's where this story ends for now. But you can also check out my new channel for the next parts of your favorite manhwa, link in the description and pinned comment below.